Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the OPL Saturday for Round 9. It is the start of an all-important round. Top teams are keen to avoid dropping any games against beatable opposition, because places 1 through 5 on the ladder are still up in the air, and each place you drop means an extra round in the grueling finals gauntlet for our teams. We've got 2 huge, decisive matches of League of Legends for you today, starting off with the rematch of Legacy versus Avant. Garde. Last time these guys met, Legacy took the bonus points with a 2-0, but this time around, AV need to win this series to even have a chance of taking 3rd place in the gauntlet. Legacy, however, are reunited with their mid laner Claire back from suspension after 2 weeks out on the bench. And speaking of suspensions, it's week 2 of the competitive ruling against the Chiefs. So, while the regular team is behind, the regular team's behinds are firmly planted on the naughty step with Swiper, who's obviously just there for moral support. Their substitute roster Chiefs B team has their work cut out for them against the Direwolves. A 2-0 for Chiefs today would see them go top of the table and basically guarantee them that minor premiership before the main team returns from O's prison, directly seeding them into the grand final. But an informed Direwolves, my goodness, they are certainly favourites over this ragtag bunch of merrymen today. All right. Like a negotiation over museum regulations between the UK and Greece, we're playing for all the marbles. That is a great joke. I won't hear anyone dispute it. It's a great joke about colonial acquisitions in the 19th century. All right, joining me here at the desk is Minky Whale and Mendrix. Mendrix, obviously, our in-house OPL analyst. Minky Whale, co-owner and operator of Legacy Esports. Thank you very much for being here.
Thanks, no problem.
Yeah. Last time you were on the desk, actually, Legacy 2-0 Chiefs. So you're a bit of a good luck charm for the guys.
Yeah, well, we're just good. That's all. So, yeah, we're going to 2-0 again today, obviously.
Well, it's not the prediction segment. You've got to save your predictions. And Mendrix, obviously, this week, a big week for you to claw back some points to the tipping comp.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, last week I ended up losing a few points there, especially when I actually decided to put Legacy to win 2-0 last week. So I took a little bit of a hit there afterwards, but definitely looking to claw some back this week.
Are you in the tipping comp, Minky Whale, or as an owner operator, you're not allowed in?
I don't think I'm allowed, and no, I'm not in.
But today, you're tipping your boys.
Yep.
All right, well, let's get a look at your your tips for later in. Let's take a look at the standings right now. We see Chiefs and Direwolves equal on points, but Chiefs had the head-to-head. Legacy then coming in 3rd after a loss last week against Sin. AV and Sin Gaming as well on equal points, but AV have the head-to-head ahead of them playing each other next week. Then in the drop zone is Tainted Minds, Abyss, and Exile 5. And you've got to think for these 3 teams, they just got to be preparing for that promo relegation tournament, Mendrix.
Yeah, and these guys really do need to sort of just sit back, have a look at what they can get out of this experience, and just be prepared to bring it to next season.
All right, well, let's take a look at our first match. It is the Team V team of AV versus Legacy. And Mendrix, last time these guys met up, AV, they lost 0-2 versus Legacy, and last week as well, they dropped a game versus Abyss.
Yeah, so really at the moment, it seems to be sort of that was when they had that bit of lapse in form and when they went up against Legacy. Now they're looking to turn that around, and these guys, we are expecting them to do a little bit more in terms of how they play, evolve, especially using Sybil as well.
Well, they went up against Legacy week 1, and they were a very new team at the time, so it's been 9 weeks now. I'm expecting a new AV to go up against us, and I do expect a challenge coming out.
And also we see for you guys, returning to the mid lane is Claire after 2 weeks away, so you feeling pretty pumped about that?
Yeah, I mean, he's out of O's prison, finally, and he's happy to be playing again. He had a lot of time to watch a lot of scrims and to really improve on the macro side of the game rather than the mechanical side of the game. So I think he'll be better.
Let's see if his giant brain is a deciding factor in today's match. Earlier today, I spoke to the captain of AV, Jake, about their upcoming match. And after a scrappy win last week, I asked him how the team were preparing for this week.
As I said last week, I think right now we're locked into the 4th, 5th match for the gauntlet, like 100%. So we're just looking to play like spoilers, I guess, for the top 3 teams and really just start practicing for the best of 5s heading into the gauntlet.
Sure. Going up against Legacy today, what would a win mean for you guys in terms of the table?
As I just said, I don't think it means anything. It means, I think it locks them into 3rd place if we get a 2-0. So... yeah.
No, you guys can still take 3rd.
We can?
If they lose next week,
we can
take 3rd. Yeah, it is.
Okay,
It
then
is
we're getting a
possible.
3rd. We're getting 3rd. That's
You're also going to be seeing Claire back in the mid lane for Legacy. Does that change your expectations of the game at all?
I think Claire's definitely a lot more volatile and aggressive compared to Choo Choo's. So yeah, they'll definitely be a bit more of a wild card in the mid lane.
Excellent stuff. Well, best of luck in the game, and thank you for speaking to us.
Cheers.
Let's take a look at the guys now getting ready. That was their support player and Captain Jake, but having a good laugh there. Let's just realizing what they could achieve in the rest of the season. Let's take a look at their lineup. Their top laner is Series. Their jungler is Sybil. Their mid laner is Triple. Blinky is their AD carry, and their support player, who we just spoke to, is Jake, their captain. And Minky, these guys really need a 2-0 today, not just to cement fourth, but I know you're deep on the table maths, and if Legacy lose today, and next week, AB could take third place.
Correct. They need to win both rounds 2-0, and we need to lose both rounds 2-0.
And
I think it's...
sorry, no, you can go.
I think it's highly unlikely, but it could happen, and that's not an outcome that we want to see.
Absolutely.
No, and just really with that, it does come down to the fact that Gauntlet's still up in the air. These guys really do need to get in there and make sure they can get as much as they can out of it, because to finish third instead of fourth is a big advantage.
All right, well, across the Rift, their opponents are Legacy, and earlier today I spoke to their team captain, Carbon, and after their surprise loss to Sin last week, I asked Carbon how the team were recovering and preparing this week.
Same as always, to be honest. Just watching AV's games from the last couple of weeks, trying to fix our mistakes from the last game, and trying to build towards a gauntlet.
So last time you guys played AV, you took it 2-0, picking up that all-important bonus point. Big change for them, though, is that this time they have Sybil in their jungle. Do you see that as a big difference, or are you just playing the game you always play?
No, it's definitely a difference. I think Shelby and Sybil have pretty different play styles. Shelby was a pretty passive jungler, kind of just looking to get into the mid game, whereas Sybil tries to make something happen in the first 10 minutes, really. So definitely changes our game plan going into this to what it was the last time.
All right. Well, also this week, seems you guys bring Claire back into the mid, which is very exciting for fans of him and for Legacy. Are you feeling confident? How's he settling in back into the team after the suspension?
Yeah, it definitely took a couple of days at the start to kind of just get back into the rhythm of things. But I think now getting a week under our belt has helped, and yeah, really excited to have him back and start looking towards a gauntlet.
Excellent stuff. Well, best of luck in the games, and thank you for speaking to us.
Thanks, mate.
Let's take a look at Legacy now, getting ready. You can see Coach Solstrike's there in the background, but let's take a look at their lineup. Tally is in the top lane. Their jungler, who we just spoke to, is Carbon. Claire, back from suspension, is their mid laner. Their AD carry is Lost, and their support player is Cupcake. And Mendrix, these guys had a shaky match against Sin last week. Will AV be able to exploit the same game plan, do you think?
Well, it really does beg the question, can Carbon step up? Because the big reason why Sin sort of were able to run amok was because Juves was doing a little bit of man-handling to Carbon, especially in that game too, and Carbon really needs to sort of protect his lanes, be there, because they're really strong laners. These guys like to push up early, they like to take advantage of the lane, and that makes them susceptible to these ganks. So if Carbon is able to sit back, get the protection in there, it really gives him two options. It allows him to go for those heavy invades, or actually move towards shadowing the other jungler, put him on a leash, and keep his lanes under protection.
Well, Minky, speaking of junglers, let's go Carbon versus Sybil. When you look at these guys, Sybil obviously is a big change for AV since last time they spoke, but how do you think they match up?
Well, I think they both have a similar style. You know, they try to control the enemy jungle. They try to fight the enemy jungle. I just think Carbon has more support in the top lane and the mid lane, and especially with the stronger bot lane as well. So with all the lanes pushing up, it's going to be a lot easier for Carbon to get into the enemy jungle, to invade, to get the wards, and to fight Sybil.
Another thing to look at with those statistics as well, you see that and you go, well, Carbon just seems to be a better copy of Sybil, really, when it comes to, except for the Ivan, that he seems to be doing so much better across the stats, and it really does come down to team play. When another team's performing better, essentially your stats get inflated, whereas Sybil, he seemed to be struggling a little bit with the direwolves earlier, now he's starting to get into form with AV, and really that means is he's time to prop up those stats and get himself back in line.
Yeah, I mean, you got to remember, though, that direwolves weren't exactly a losing side when Sybil was jungling with them, but this is the paradox we were talking about. If Legacy are pushing up all of those lanes, that does open up all of their lanes to being ganked. But you're saying, Mendrix, that potentially Carbon needs to be there to defend those ganks, from those ganks.
That's right. It does get hard because you're sort of playing this juggling match. You kind of go, all right, do I need to protect top? Do I need to protect mid? Who's pushed up further? Who's more susceptible to ganks? And that's why it becomes so important to jump straight onto their jungler. Make sure that you keep them under lock and key, because if they're able to move around the map and you lose sight of them, they get a gank off.
Well, Mickey, let me ask you about this finally, because I just want to drill down on this. When you say that Carbon and Sybil both have a similar game style, I mean, Sybil's talked about how he wants to play a more aggressive jungle style. Is that what you see from Carbon?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Carbon's all about keeping tabs on the enemy jungler, seeing where he is, trying to find him when he can. I mean, that's very easy to do when all your lanes are winning. You know?
Just some unbiased analysis there from the owner of Legacy Esports. Well, I also want to talk. I know you want to talk, Mendrix, about AV because if they can win, it's going to be through these proactive gameplays we've seen them do before.
That's right. And what I want to see them do, I mean, typically we see them have a great mid-game transition. Typically we see them have a great late-game transition. I want them to actually have that in the early game as well. If they actually manage to pull that out, that means they're sort of rounding themselves out as a team more impressively, and you actually saw this in Game 3 against Abyss. As you can see there, Sybil was being much more aggressive early in the game, so he can actually get himself into those invades and forcing skirmishes, forcing bad decisions out of the enemy team. Abyss are trying to sort of scramble here with a response, but AV are reacting appropriately, and they actually managed to get a double kill early off the back of this. This is really strong and really important, and we really are going to see this again and again with these particular matches because they're out there forcing those plays from happening, and they're actually able to force responses from, or retaliations from Abyss where they thought, say, you know, getting a bit desperate. We want to jump in there, force these fights, see if we can make something happen, and AV just respond every single time. They need to be able to do this throughout every single game.
Well, Minky, I mean, no shade on Abyss, but Abyss is a very different team to Legacy. I mean, can AV do this again against your guys?
I mean, if you do look at that video closely, when Sybil did invade, the team was 400 gold ahead. I think it would be the opposite scenario against Legacy. So we could see probably Carbon doing what Sybil is doing, mirroring the same play style.
So really, you think Carbon's going to play some aggressive early game?
Yeah, I
get
think
some invades, get some jungle kills?
Yeah, coming in, Sybil will need to kind of switch up if his team isn't playing as well. You know, he'd need to play more defensive and more defensively, especially if his team is losing. But I mean, anything can happen. It's League of Legends, right?
It is. Let's talk about picks and bans. Is there anything in particular you're expecting to see? Do you think this will be a Braum-Lucian combo out of Legacy today again, Mendrix?
Well, you know, with Lucian actually jumping into priority now, he doesn't seem to be really that much of a far-fetched pick anymore. Actually, a bit of a ban because he has seen a little bit of priority, he has seen a little bit more play, and Blade of the Ring King is actually quite effective on him. But I'm definitely expecting an Ivern ban to come through.
Ooh.
I mean, I was in the room with Legacy when they were warming up, and
inside Gus.
I'm just gonna say it's gonna be spicy.
All right, well, with that in mind, I want to get your guys' predictions. But before we do that, let's take a look at tips via opltips.com.au. And my goodness, Legacy, heavy favourites. And I'd say almost half the people think it's going to be a 2-0 by Legacy. So, Minky, you're the people's champion today.
That's 45%. Very smart people. Well done, guys. Just remember, Legacy, we love our fans. We love you.
Who's put you on message? My goodness. All right, let's get some tips from you guys and predictions. Mendrix, what are your thoughts on today?
I actually think that AV have the possibility to take at least one game, but Legacy will come out on top. 2-1 to AV.
All right, well, if AV do take
2-1 to Legacy.
Oh, okay. Right, okay. That should be cool. All right. And Nikki, look, it's no surprise. Obviously, it needs to be a 2-0 to AV.
I'm going to go with the 46%. 2-0 Legacy.
All right. Well, let us know your predictions as well. Your questions, comments, and complaints via hashtag IamOPL on social media. We'll be showing your tweets throughout the broadcast, but that is enough from us here at the Analyst Desk. It is time to find out if AV can take their revenge against Legacy. So let's hand it over to your OPL casters, Spawn and Fish.
Thank you very much, Max Atlas Anderson. It's great to have you back. Fantastic haircut, by the way. This is Jake Spontoberry. I'm Matt Vish Stewart, and we're about to go into the first match for the day.
Yeah, we certainly are, and it's going to be an important match because this is really going to show us whether we have a top 3 in the OPL right now or whether we have a top 5, because Sin's been able to do it against Legacy only, but has been inconsistent against the other top squads. However, AV been vastly inconsistent against everyone in the top 3 at the moment. Yep. So, make or break game, in my opinion.
And this is the first game they lost in the OPL. Week 1, they played against Legacy. Series on your screen there, and they didn't have a very impressive game. In fact, it was only their top laner who looked good from Avant Garde in their first match, but they had a really good streak after the loss against Legacy.
Yeah, they certainly did. I mean, they're 5-3. They're only one best of 3 behind. Of course, have been a little bit more inconsistent in 2-1s, but that's what you expect out of a young team. They only really have Jake, which is the veteran player. Triple, been around for about a year now. Sybil, of course, coming across in recent weeks, but everyone else pretty much rookies versus, you know, having Tally on your team, having Carbon on that team. Even Claire has just been around the OC scene for such a long time. Legacy definitely have more of that veteran look to their outfit.
Yeah, so it does feel like Avant Garde kind of gelling very well with their new roster. On the side of Legacy, it was a little bit unfortunate for them because Claire was performing fantastic after their game against the Chiefs, and he's been out of action for 2 weeks now. We'll have to see if that's going to affect his play in this game at all.
Yeah, but it is important to note that Claire's still been, in the gaming house, still been scrimming with the guys when he can. Was coming into the OPL studio as well, supporting Choo Choo's in the role. Whilst we're talking about it, best of luck to Choose. He did say that he's retired from competitive plays back at uni. I really like Aaron. I think that he's a great guy and hopefully get to see him play again soon. But for now, that is where his tale ends.
Well, we'll have to see if he ever does come back to the OPL. But for now, in this match, Avant and Legacy have gone through their first round of bans. Ivan, Malzahar, and Lucian, the first 3 bans from Avant-Garde. Legacy have decided to take away Shen, as well as Rengar and Caitlyn. We also have Lulu being locked in immediately here for Avant-Garde, whereas the side of Legacy looking for Rumble as their first pick of choice.
Yeah, they certainly are, and this is incredibly interesting because Lulu, Rengar, Shen are considered the 3 remaining OPs at the moment, especially in the North American LCS. Lulu being picked up as the free pick, whilst 2 people are falling down in the Shen and the Rengar is quite volatile. In saying that, it might be that we actually get different sides of Summoner's Rift picked up here, because the support versus jungle and top means it pretty polarizing lane so far, Fish.
Yep, certainly. Has been very polarizing so far in Champion Select. Carbon's actually locked in Lee Sin as his jungler of choice heading into this match. A champion that we normally see defaulted to once a heavy amount of junglers are banned out in the OPL.
I mean, buff to buff junglers have been... So junglers that go buff to buff have been increased in power. I just don't want to use the word buff in like 17 times in a sentence, so I'm trying to think of another way to say it. So it's interesting because, with the Graves falling down a little bit, Rengar being banned away, Ivan being banned away, Lee Sin is one of those junglers that can go red, blue, Gromp, gank, or red, wolves, something like that. So we'll see whether Carbon uses that to get deep vision early, really get into the lanes and try and effect change on the map, because he did say himself that he views Sybil as much more aggressive than Chelby. Chelby much more of a teamfight jungler, whereas Sybil does try and get in there early.
But Sybil has not shown his jungler yet. So far it's just been a top laner being picked up for Avant-Garde. Nautilus has been locked in, and Ezreal being picked up for Blinky. On the side of Legacy, we have Varus being locked in, who, despite his nerfs, has come back into competitive play, but with a different build now, Spawn.
Yeah, generally you see a little bit more of Hurricane Rush, maybe some Blade of the Ruin King mixed in there. You can still go Essence Reaver Hurricane as well if you want to go more crit and have some cooldown reduction. So I think he's definitely still viable, just has been hit a little bit in how you have to play him. Important to note, I think that the Nautilus pick is incredibly strange, because I think Nautilus into Rumble is a horrible matchup for Nautilus. It gets shoved in really early, has to use mana. And it's not like it's a tank versus tank matchup. There is potential for Tally to be able to kill series here. So we'll see how it goes. Incredibly interesting to see if the priority around the top side of the map remains for AV, because they did want to get Sybil access to the red side of the jungle when they were on blue last time and continually try and fight.
Well, let's see if he does get access to the jungle this time round. He is up against a Lee Sin, being picked up by Carbon. The second round of bans have gone through for both these two teams. More jungle bans coming through as Elise is banned out by Legacy. The rest of the bans are going to be mid laners here as Syndra, Jace, and Vladimir are taken off the table.
And I mean, that makes a lot of sense. You're not really going to pinch support past the Lulu at this stage. So I don't think that's really a high priority. You're happy to take Karma or Nami into a Lulu lane at the moment. Braum is interesting, however.
So we have seen Braum picked up by Legacy before, but that's normally paired with their Lucian combo, which has been banned out by Avant-Garde.
Braum Lee Sin's a really cool combo late game. I mean, they're able to follow each other through team fights. However, that leaves a little bit of a lack of appeal for Lost, so we'll see whether he is capable enough, which he's shown to be so far, of being able to navigate these team fights on Varus, who's pretty immobile, especially now given the fact there's an assassin in the mid lane.
Ooh, Avant-Garde have picked up Ari, a pick that has been a pocket pick for many players in the OPL, but now is rising in popularity. And Avant-Garde will be waiting to pick up their jungler of choice for Sybil.
And of course, Jake hovering the dreaded Mundo support that has been plaguing solo queue games everywhere.
Please no.
Please get it out of my game. I'm not a huge fan of it.
Yeah, the first time I got to play with a Mundo support was with Jake. That game did not go well, Spawn.
How did he go?
He did well. I did not. I did not enjoy being an AD carry in that game. But the final pick coming out from Avant-Garde is going to be Kha'Zix, picked up by Sybil heading into the jungle.
And similarly with Shen, Lulu Kha'Zix is really good. You get the speed up whilst you're in stealth as you fly past, get into the backline, get the wild growth, and really become a disruption factor. However, this looks like a very comfortable lineup for Legacy. Maybe the exception of Tally picking up a mage. He's not really known for his mage play. Definitely more of an AD carry top lane or a bruiser player at the moment. Even has branched out into tanks, but Tally's a good versatile player, so I think across the board, they're looking pretty good.
They certainly are, and Claire has picked up where he left off, taking Victor onto the Rift for his first match back in the OPL against Triple.
And of course, we're going to see some Game of Thrones action out of Legacy as well. We're going to have the Braum ultimate over the top of the Rumble ultimate, a little bit of Song of Ice and Fire going down there, Fish, which is the actual name of the first book. Get rid of this Game of Thrones. Sorry, actually the name of the series, as opposed to Game of Thrones. But at the same time, I talk about it a lot in the OPL. Having a tank is very underrated. Increases ease of play, allows you to get into team fights front to back very well, allows you to set up 1-4. So I do think there is still merit to AV's comp, but Legacy's comp just looks like it has such incredibly potent lanes.
Yeah, definitely looks like Legacy have picked up very comfortable picks. Like you said, maybe not Tally in the top lane, but for the side of Avant, a very aggressive team comp locked in for them today.
Yeah, it certainly was, and I'm hoping that we see a better showing than what we saw out of AV last week against Abyss, just because that was a little bit disappointing. Abyss did look like they showed up to play in game number 2, plus they had Pabu, which was a little bit of a wild card factor. I mean, Series wouldn't have played against someone that incredibly aggressive, but it should hold him in good stead for today's game, because Tally plays a very similar style, a little bit more polished than Pabu, and across the board, I mean, Legacy are a good unit at the moment. I want to see if they can really take it to AV and prove that that top 3 still has gaps.
Yep, Legacy so far only been dropping games to Sin, I believe. So hopefully be able to pick up the win here today for Legacy. But Avant, as Jake kind of figured out today, still have a chance to pick up 3rd in the OPL here, Spawn, and a 2-0 will put them well and truly close to achieving that goal.
I mean, there's always a hope, if only a fool's hope, Fish. And I think that, you know, AV have to keep their eye on that, because a 3rd place finish would definitely increase their chances of making a gauntlet run.
Yeah, maybe they can find the force and become one with it as they find a new hope. For now, though, let's check in with one of the coaches who's standing by with Hingers.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Pinch, and both Sona and Mundo, they're hovered. Does that make your heart skip a beat as the coach, or?
Not really. I mean, Mundo support is actually kind of okay on this patch. Jake's been playing a little bit, trolling around in solo queue, so just a fun hover. Doesn't really mean anything.
Speaking of 7.5, you're picking up Ez today in the AD position. Do you think that he's been viable the whole time, or is it only just this patch?
Well, in this draft specifically, Caitlyn was banned, we banned Lucian, so Ezreal automatically moves up in the tier list. We think Varus is okay at the moment if you build Blade of the Ring King, but Ezreal does fine against him. So.
Excellent stuff. All right, well, we should get into the game, so thank you for speaking to us, and best of luck.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, Tally's having a great time, Spawn.
Certainly is. Just getting a little bit of a spam going on there. Interesting to see that the pick order seems to be the fact that it's Lucian, Caitlyn, then Ezreal. Of course, throw Varus in there wherever you want. I believe the only person that we've seen play Bork Varus so far is going to be Blinky. So interesting to see if Lost picks that one up. Oof, that's a lot of damage early.
Might actually get stunned up here. Lost decides not to go for that final auto attack, but still good trades in the bottom lane for Legacy as we kick off this match. We've already seen Carbon starting at his Raptor camp with the help of Tally. And we also have a tweet coming in here from Ivy Valentine LOL. I like my OPL matches like I like my winters. Dark, harsh, and unforgiving. Hashtag I am OPL.
I don't even know what that means. Sounds scary.
It definitely does. Well, let's see if we do get an unforgiving match here today, Spawn. Legacy against Vanguard, as I was talking about. Carbon starting on Raptors, so cleared his red buff. Now moving towards the bottom side of the jungle. Kha'Zix doing the exact same thing heading into this match.
Yeah, it certainly is. Interesting to see that they are pretty much jungling equal pace, although Carbon arguably slightly ahead. It's going to be one of those games where Carbon really does need to keep tabs on Sybil, however, because Sybil is one of those junglers that if he ever gets ahead, does like to continue to force. And I know that in the past, Carbon has fallen behind in early games and had to make it up with creative pathing as they continue aggressive into this bottom lane.
That's an Ignite being used onto Jake there, forcing the Arcane shift out of Blinky as well. Lost and Cupcake, they're very aggressive when they pick up Braum as their support in the bottom lane.
Yeah, they certainly are, but they both burnt, they burnt a summoner spell each there just versus Jake's flash. And he still has potions ticking over. And the thing about a Lulu lane is you're always ranged. You're going to be able to continue to be able to shield. You also have the Whimsy that you max at the moment for the increased polymorph as well as the movement speed. Carbon, however, wants to get over this wall.
He's going to get behind them, and there are no wards to stop this. Jake and Blinky Playing a little bit back, but there is
Cupcake
no
does
flash.
have flash. He missed it.
He missed his smack, but he might still get the stun to Jake. That's a flash 4 from Carbon. They will be able to lock down Jake. There's some arrow coming through for loss. Picks up first blood in the bottom lane, and Blinky will take some trade damage as well. Might actually go down, forced to flash out. His heal was already used, and Legacy's bottom lane ripping through Avant.
Yeah, that was actually really bad out of Blinky. He should have just taken that lost trade, waited under his turret because the minion wave was coming back towards him, Fish. Now, all of a sudden, he's going to have a big wave that crashes. So not only does Lost get first blood, it's going to be about a 10 CS advantage for the Legacy bottom lane. And once again, Carbon gets down there early and makes something happen.
And this is crucial for Legacy, especially since in the first few weeks, we saw Vanguard's bottom lane, Blinky and Jake. They look fantastic, but they have been a little bit shaky in their past few games.
Yeah, they certainly have. I mean, I would never have considered them like an awesome lane. They're really good at working together during team fights, I think. But you're right. In the last couple of weeks, they've been killed a couple of times. I think going back to when they played against the Squidgy lane was when the troubles really started to take off in the early game. But it's going to be one of those interesting affairs now because 700 gold just based off a bottom lane advantage is a steep amount to climb back from it only 4 minutes in.
It is. Lost is about 10 CS ahead of Blinky. Especially when he gets back into the lane, then you can already see Cole being picked up by Blinky nice and early. No tier for this Ezreal, so will take some time for him to scale back up. Meanwhile, we can see trades going in the favor of Tally up in the top lane. Series has taken grasp of the Undying heading into this match. Does want to kind of trade effectively as possible against Rumble.
I mean, you just don't really trade effectively against Rumble. That's the harsh reality. He has a shield, slows as you have to get yourself back out, as well as that consistent damage that comes across. So I think that this is one of those lanes that if Series can just continue to CS the way he is, he'll count that as a victory. No real way to push Rumble out without a gank, and that hasn't come early enough. Level 6 will be achieved quite soon, and then the pain really begins. Huge CS advantage right now in the bottom lane, as you kept mentioning. But I want to talk about the cull. Right now, because you kind of rush Manamune anyway, not getting tier on the first back isn't the end of the world. There was a time when you were going tier into Trinity Force that if you just weren't stacking it quickly enough, it was going to leave you behind for a very long time. Right now, that doesn't seem to be what actually happens. So it'll be interesting to see whether they can battle their way back in.
And Blinky is a great Ezreal player, especially when he decides not to pick up Deathfire Touch as his Keystone Mastery.
Oh, Carbon used Q.
So Sybil will be able to spot him out, get some isolated damage. Carbon's already at half health and forced to ward jump out of that fight.
We'll see whether they fight this, however, because they have still got vision on Sybil, and they are quick to rotate here.
I'm just noticing that then. Jake has picked up Thunderlords on his Lulu heading into the bottom lane. So deciding not to go for the Windspeaker's Blessing, which we see coming out from Lulu's a little bit more, but Thunderlords instead for some lane priority.
I wonder if that is because the W max, you know, not getting the extra shields all that early, and the fact that he's against a melee. So, you know, going to be able to harass with Pix. Pix throws in a couple of auto attacks herself, makes it really easy to proc. So could potentially be, as you said, for lane priority. Also could just be the fact that they acknowledge they have to win this lane early.
And unfortunately, it seems like we have a pause here. Hopefully we will be able to get back into the game as soon as possible. But for now, it's slightly in Legacy's favor. They've got a pushing top lane. Mid lane seems very even between the two teams. Carbon's been all over the map. Sybil trying to do whatever he can reactively, but the real focus right now is in that bottom lane.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's going to be interesting to see if they continue to play around it, because when you have Nautilus, you always have to mention the ward that goes over to the back of the turret and see whether they go for the turret dive. Ari should be able to duck into Fog of War a little bit easier than Victor, although if Victor beats you to a spot, he generally blows you up because he has a lot of up-front burst damage. So there are still ways for AV to try and pick on the Varus in this game. I was surprised that they weren't able to get Sybil down there earlier. Seems the fact that the Varus actually flashed forward aggressively, unsuccessfully. But Carbon got down there first and were able to get the advantage.
I am very excited for the first team fight, though, because these two teams have very different dynamics when it comes to team fights. It almost seems like Legacy have a lot of area control and a lot of damage that comes from AoE abilities, whereas Vanguard a huge amount of single target burst.
Yeah, exactly right. And that's what it's always going to be about. When you have an Ezreal, what you want to be able to do is isolate one key member, whether that's a Lee Sin, the mid laner, even the Rumble, blow them up. And then Ezreal is just so good at navigating fights and putting out consistent damage that you don't really have to continue to dive forward. You can just harass from range, continue the skirts of the fight. Then when they're chipped down, you look for your moment, you re-engage again with your Nautilus and your Ahri. So it's going to be more of a war of attrition coming out of the Avant-Garde lineup, and it's definitely going to be those layering of key ultimates, the Braum ultimate, the Rumble ultimate, as well as that Victor, with all the CC that's going to come out of the Varus as well as the Lee Sin that will set Legacy up for success.
We're still in this pause right now between Legacy and Avant. It's the first match here today, Spawn. This was the first, one of the first games we saw during week 1 of the OPL. And Legacy looked fantastic in that match. I think the only thing Avant could take away from that first game was the fact that Series was able to solo kill Tally a couple of times. Other than that, it was a disaster of a game.
Yeah, it certainly was. And I mean, in game 2, Legacy were even willing to go back to their gangplank and picks like that to really flex their muscles on AV, I think it's fair to say. I think Cupcake was running around on things like Brand and Zyra in that series as well and looking very fearsome. We've seen a lot of discipline instilled into Legacy, and their drafts have definitely tightened up in the last few weeks as they get towards a gauntlet run. Carbon definitely is a huge fan of keeping his team fresh for that. But the early game looks good. I mean, Carbon gone from a big pathing jungler to early pressure on the Lee Sin, and was able to make it work.
And one thing you mentioned just then is the drafts have been tightened up for Legacy. They've had some unique strategies as well. Lucian Brom was really interesting when they brought it out into the OPL. But that's really coming from their coaches as well. They have Soul Strikes behind them, and you look at the side of Avant Garde, they have Pinch standing behind them doing their pick and ban phase. So these two teams really stepping up their staffing as well by picking up these two strong coaches.
Yeah, definitely agree. And Pinch, we've had a couple of criticisms about him picking his team into early game deficits. I don't know whether he's really done that this game. Kha'Zix and Ahri have very strong early game.
They do.
So we'll see whether they are able to make that work on the side of Triple and Sybil. Whilst Soul Strikes has been very vocal that he thinks he's a good drafter, he said he mucked up a couple the other week. I think that he was just trying to take some of the shared responsibility versus Sin, because his drafts did look pretty solid. And at the same time, this is going to be one of those games that I think the teams both have very clear win conditions, and the players have to sort it out.
For now, it is in Legacy's favor, as we're still waiting for this pause to be resolved here. That's Triple on your screen. He's picked up Ahri heading to this match, which was a very common comfort pick for a lot of OPL mid laners, but has been rising in popularity recently. A very strong assassin in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think Ahri's great at the moment, actually. I think that she has really good wave clear as far as assassins go, and then the pick potential is always there. Vision control, I talk about a lot with Ahri comps, because if you can get a couple of points into the charm early and isolate people as they're roaming through river, she generally can chase them down solo. So we'll see whether they have that ability to control the lake, get the pink wards out that they need to, and then be able to really focus down in that mid game.
He is against Claire, though, in the mid lane, who has picked up Victor. Very, very strong control mage, and he also played that champion right before. Unfortunately, he had a ban, and now is back. Suspension, sorry. And now he is back in the OPL. Glad that we'll be able to see him play today, but unfortunately, we have not been able to resolve this pause so far. So we are going to go into a 10-minute break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more action in just a bit.
This is solo queue, so everyone make mistakes. But mistakes are opportunities. Like this. My top laner get ganked and died, so there's no KO. Hikarim wants to shove lane, more pressure, more gold, good for him. I already grabbed raids, so I know if they can see me or not. So I go top and get the wave. Turrets don't need gold, you know. I join lane and Hikarim backed up. That's smart. I get the farm and I go back to do my job. Then Hikarim gets greedy for one more wave. Like I said, everyone made mistakes and Hikarim is gonna die for this one. It's solo queue, so Kha'Zix is probably not here. So I come back, I chase him down. I have Ghost, I have Q, I have ult. That makes it easy. I get the kill, I shove lane. Kayl's alive again, and she can see that her lane is good, and she also got TP. She looks around the map. She saw a good opportunity on bot. 3v2, easy kill, or dragon, whatever. And all that started with KO overextending and dying. Mistakes are opportunities, you know.
I told you this was a bad deal, man! Shut up and move! Which way? Over here! On your mark! I see it! I see it! We're almost there, man! Let's go! I'm sorry! Come on! Daisy!
Welcome back to the OPL. If you're just joining us, we are coming out of a 10-minute break because of a pause. My name is Michael Hingersing, and joining me here at the desk before we get back into that game is Minky Whale and also Mendrix. And not a lot we know about why there's a pause right now, guys, but what can we say about the pick ban so far? Minky?
I mean, like, we have a good early game comp as well, and we're looking to, you know, pretty much take it out early and clean them up before anything bad happens.
Yeah, Legacy do have a lot of lane priority, and I do like how they've managed to pick up the Victor as well, just as a little bit of insurance towards that late game if things do go a little bit awry towards that mid stages of the game. But when I look at the AV team composition, it just seems to scream dive to me. You get Courage of the Colossus and the Nautilus. You have the Lulu to prop him up to give him that extra bit of a shield. And it also adds to the fact that you got Kha'Zix as well to sort of jump in there. So really there could be that. The other aspect it could be is that it's also a nice strong pick composition as well. It means it allows you do have the Dredge line, you do have the Ari Charm. So if they do fall behind and they can't dive, they have the option to sort of default to that.
Meanwhile, Legacy, we've talked before about how they have winning lanes, and we were talking earlier about whether or not those winning lanes are due to just like skill or whether or not these are lane bullies. I mean, when you look at the Legacy draft, I mean, what are you guys trying to achieve there?
I mean, obviously, it's definitely both here. We have 3 winning matchups and 3 winning lanes. Carbon in the jungle with Lee Sin, a much stronger early game jungler than Kha'Zix. So we're just trying to push him out, take objectives, win the game through macro afterwards. And
speaking of early game, that first blood, Mendrix, I mean, was that a mistake by one team or was it just another team just playing well? How do you view the first blood?
I feel it comes down to, Legacy playing really well. Carbon got it off to a great start. He was able to move towards, had decent pathing. And then also there was really aggressiveness, or a lot of aggressiveness from that bot lane from Legacy. They were able to jump in, force a few summoners. They did use a bit more themselves, but once they had chunked them out, that really helped them facilitate the dive afterwards. And really the big thing I wanted to take out, Nautilus actually had grasp there, so I just wanted to say it is a bit different. He's actually looking for a bit more lane priority with that.
Yeah, I mean, Legacy identified that, AV is obviously, their bot lane is the weakest, and bam, ganked it, killed him.
Well, speaking of that bot lane, I mean, Varus Braum isn't a combo we've seen before out of a Legacy, I don't think. Usually it's that Lucian Braum. Lucian's been banned out, so they pick up Varus, who has lost a lot of priority lately, but in 7.5, Mendrix, in the upcoming patch of 7.6, he might be coming back a little bit.
Yeah, it just seems you need to change him around a little bit. Rather than going towards that lethality build, you do go for a bit more of a attack speed build, using the Blade of the Ruined King to sort of facilitate that a bit better. And he's still effective. He is a great tank buster as well, so that allows you to sort of chew through anyone who's a bit more chunkier on the field.
Minky, finally, good start, but can Legacy throw it all away? I mean, who knows?
Throw it all away? That's... no. Definitely not. We have so much CC. We have perfect comp.
All right, let's go from us and back into the game. So let's throw it to you casters. Spawn and Fish.
Thank you very much, Hingers. We are back and we're about to get back into this game. I believe that was a very quick throw coming out from Michael Hinsing there. Mistook him from Atlas. I'm very sorry about that. It's the new haircut, Spawn. It's been gone for so long and now it's back.
It certainly is. A nice bird of prey resting in the hostess. But we are back into game and it looks like everything has been resolved for the teams. So once again, just to recap, First Blood went over to Legacy. That's where the gold advantage has come from, and a little bit of a CS lead. Apart from that, everything looks pretty even on Summoner's Rift Fish.
It certainly is, but Legacy always work well when they have a very early gold lead, and it is in the bottom lane, which has been the best performing lane, I assume, right now for Legacy. Lost and Cupcake look fantastic in their first split in the OPL together as a duo. Cupcake coming in as a rookie this split. Lost has played a split himself, and he was a very hyped up AD carry, now really stepping up to the plate this year on his new squad. Blinky and Jake, though, they've been able to pick up their tiers so far in the bottom lane, but still struggling a little bit in CS.
Yeah, they certainly are. You could see what Cupcake was doing there was he was letting the minions auto attacks go in, but blocking away any... Oh, bit of a gank top lane, however.
Yeah, here comes Sybil. Tally decided to go aggressive against Series. That's a lot of burst damage going down. He will pop the ultimate, but does absolutely nothing. Avant Garde tie it back up 1-1.
Yeah, and this is a water dragon, so they can potentially try and contest this if they want. Otherwise, it looks like right now they're just content to look for potentially a steal with the Ezreal ult, which means it's going to be Infernal over for Legacy.
Yeah, will be Cupcake that picks up the kill onto the Infernal Dragon. Blinky tried his absolute best to try and steal that one away.
126 health, pretty close.
You're right. It was a trade, just a kill in the top lane for the Dragon pickup. That's commonly what we see when the junglers go towards the top side of the map.
Oh, Blinky's actually been caught here, Fish.
Gonna get locked down and kicked back into the team. Lost gets a nice and easy kill. You can see Blinky already taking a sip of his water there. He knew exactly what was up as soon as that Lee Sin came into the lane.
Yeah, and he was actually sped forward, so not saving that for anything else. Which is a little bit of a mistake out of Jake as well, you would have to say. Claire keeping triple away, so we'll see how it keeps going.
For now, though, Claire and triple, just toss it back forth, but there's a deep teleport into the bottom lanes, though, as Legacy are pushing on towards an outer turret. Here comes Nautilus, locks down Lost, Carbon as well as Cupcake jumping in, but that's a wild growth onto already this huge Nautilus. Carbon will be the first to fall. Triple dashes into the bottom lane, and Avant Garde take down 3 members of Legacy.
That's actually a fantastic teleport play. Equalizes the game. Potentially can push for the first turret here, although there are 2 members strong also pushing out that mid lane fish. See who can get the race first. Maybe even a little bit of a fight as the Ezreal is here with the Ahri.
Triple looks for a charm but lands onto a minion there, and Avant Garde will be able to pick up the first turret of the game. This all stems from that gank top lane. Tally was forced to teleport back into his lane. Series can walk back up and got an immediate gank bottom lane as soon as Blinky arrived in his lane.
I mean, I don't even really think that Tally teleporting was what solved it. It was him burning the ultimate, because even if he had followed, he would have just been a Rumble with a Flame Spitter at this stage of the game versus a Nautilus that was able to get in there with all the inherent CC built into his kit. You can see now the lane rotation does come out of AV as they pick up a 600 gold lead. So nice proactive play. Although Blinky needs to be careful in this lane, because he is half health and very far behind, actually. He's about 30 CS.
He's gone for Ionian Boots of Lucidity as his first item pickup before completing his tier here spawn. It is a very common boot to pick up as
I mean, he has a tier.
Oh, yeah, that's right. before upgrading his tier, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, one is 600 gold, the other one is like 875 for the first component. I think it was just a bad back timing coming out of Blinky. Of course, it wasn't even really a back, it was just he was dead and had to buy something. So I can understand the pickup. Is a little bit unfortunate. Generally, when that happens, you see people go for like maybe longsword, because eventually you do have to build into a Trinity Force, you would assume. Is it now Series under a little bit of fire?
Lost and Cupcake will take some of the remaining Raptors. That's an ultimate
That
coming out
is
from
a
Lost.
bad dive.
Another ultimate coming out from Cupcake and a kickback from Carbon. Cupcake will take up the turret. He might actually die to this. He's dead. That will be a 1-for-1 trade in the bottom lane. And Triple's going aggressive against Claire, trying to welcome him back into the OPL here. But Claire's not going to go down without a fight. It still will be the Ahri that picks up the kill.
Yeah, that's actually a big over-investment into killing a tank at this stage of the game. So much magic damage actually comes out of Varus. Remember, all of the percentage health that is on the proc of the W is magic damage. And you can see that it just took so long to kill him. And in the end, it meant that he traded 1-for-1 and defended the turret. Tally backing on a ward here.
Yep, will be jumped
in
on
comes
by
Lulu
Sybil.
as well.
Jake's going to get in with the Wild Growth. That's a big Kha'Zix, and Jake will take the kill for himself as well.
Yeah, really nicely done out of Sybil and Jake. And you can see that this combo is starting to work out great. I said that Lulu plus Kha'Zix and Nautilus is really good initiation tools. And you can see that Legacy have actually swapped the lanes back and now no longer want anything to do with the lane swap.
Lost has been able to pick up his Blade of the Ruined King as his first item. Legacy are 7-3 down in kills, but do have an Infernal Dragon. But they're still about only 600 gold behind Avant Garde at this point.
Yeah, and I don't really think the Infernal means all that much, because late game I just favor the Avant Garde comp. So we'll see if that is going to be the case. Unless they get like 2 or 3 of those dragons, one Infernal does not make up all that much of comp differences. Victor is going to be the main beneficiary of that one. But we'll see how this one continues to roll out, because right now Legacy just trying to one more time pick on the Jake Blinky lane with Cupcake and Lost.
Yeah. Carbon's not going to connect with his Sonic Wave, so he can't get the jump on towards Jake. Cupcake and Lost were standing nearby in case they needed to follow up. In this mid lane, though, Series is trying to rotate right behind the turrets and try to lock down Claire for triple. Tally also making his way over. Sybil is in the area, but he's just going to take Wolves instead.
Yeah, but Sybil doesn't want to let him get anything for free right now. And you can see that Tally's had to pull it so far around the corner, it actually had a reset. So instead, they're just trading halves of the map. The Lulu Ezreal need to be careful until the Lulu ult is back available.
And it seems like Legacy are trying to take blue buff away from Avant Garde here, which will respawn. Cupcake jumps over the wall to get back to Lost, who will continue to shove out this top lane.
I mean, at the same time, blue buff has already been stolen away for Avant Garde. So Kha'Zix was able to pick that one up, and he's going to take the complete bottom side of the jungle. So once again, they're just splitting the map in half. This is what we see generally when you have a winning top side. 3-0-2 Kha'Zix is going to help the solo lanes out a lot. And actually looking for a gank in the mid lane, although well spotted by Claire. Reads that one.
Tally's been farming the jungle for quite some time here. A Series has yet to push out past the river. only now returning back into the bottom lane. Both top laners have their teleports available for a cross-map play if they are required. Blinky and Jake are still trying to hold on to this turret as much as they can. Cupcake with a great Unbreakable will stop the ultimate coming out from the Ezreal, which means Legacy should be able to break this top lane turret.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to push for it. However, members from AV ducking into Fog of War, so you can see they actually back away and in fact look like they might be looking for another dive onto Claire in the mid lane. They've brought the Nautilus down one more time. Instead, they will all just back away. So toing and froing, I think it's fair to say. Kills in the favor of AV. CS greatly in the favor of Legacy at the moment. Oh, that was a close one.
Yep, Series was looking for another gank in the mid lane against Claire. Triple has had the luxury of pushing out against the Victor. Now 3 members strong. Avant Garde will get some decent damage onto this lane, but top side of the map will be a fight from the bottom lane duos. There's a flash away from Lulu as well as the Wild Growth, and teleport is forced to be cancelled here by Series.
Yeah, but they protect the turret. They take down mid lane, which is one of the highest priority targets, especially against a Victor composition, and they're going to be able to 2-for-1 this with a Dragon. So as long as the duo lane top back away from this turret and let it fall down, this is still in AV's favor.
Legacy will be able to take down the top lane outer turret. In response, Carbon shows himself up at the top side of the map. But, as you mentioned, Avant Garde moved towards the Mountain Dragon. They take that for free.
Yeah, exactly right. And now we see that this divided map has meant that big advantages coming out for Sybil. However, at the same time, Lost is 60 CS up, which is just absolutely monstrous at this stage of the game. You can see that Blinky's still running around on components, hasn't really finished anything. And Lost is on the way to finish item number 2.
But because of the way Avant Garde have played as a team so far, especially with Sybil being so far ahead in the jungle, gold's dead even spawn. 27,800 gold for both these two teams.
Yeah, however, even though Sybil's ahead, you have to look at the fact that is going for a squishy route. And whilst you have a Lulu and things like that to keep you healthy, Carbon going to be able to pick up some tank stats. And as long as he gets his key member, be it, you know, someone like a Sybil, or maybe even kicking Triple into the team, they're going to be able to output so much damage at this stage. Because no one can really go toe-to-toe with that man on your screen.
We do have a couple of other items being picked up by both teams. Leandri's Torment is the first item for Tally. He went for Mercury Threads first. We have the standard mid lane items for both Ari as well as Claire being picked up for now. Blinky, though, deciding not to upgrade the Manamune as soon as possible. Gets the Sheen first, but does have a pickaxe, so we should see Manamune upgraded shortly.
Yeah, quite soon. Another flash here.
Oh, Carbon just flashing behind the Lulu and doesn't get the kickoff.
Yeah, actually mistimed that one, so we'll see if that continues. Of course, it's really hard to kick Lulu just because of Polymorph, but it looks like they want to potentially fight.
Yeah, Ari's gone to the back, but Claire hiding in the shadows, already taken down Blinky, chasing on towards Jake as well. Even Sybil's been in this fight. That's a flash forward from Lost, and Legacy pick up 4 kills just like that.
Yeah, what a clean play. They just leave Claire in that brush, and he blows up 2 members solo. Victor at this stage of the game with a perfect Hex Core has so much surprising burst damage, and that will lead to another turret. This is going to be a 3,000 gold advantage fish, and it doesn't look like they're done. They're going to continue to push through.
And this was off of a mistake from Carbon. Legacy still react accordingly, looking for the mid lane inner turret. You said the mid lane outer is the most important. If you get 2 in a row, that's even better here for Legacy.
Yeah, it certainly is. Now they can just play the side lanes, which is so crucial. They have wave clears for days. And that was a mistake there. Carbon didn't get the kickoff in time. However, they had so much vision around the area, and AV wanted to fight them back. You can see it's actually a ghost from Claire that gets him there maybe sooner than you would have expected, and drops a Chaos Storm on 2. And 1 round of spells absolutely deletes the duo lane, which just means that the top side of the map was a 3v2 because they were expecting reinforcements, and the reinforcements just never arrived.
Nope. Jake did not even have time to put Wild Growth onto Blinky. That's how fast Claire was able to obliterate him in that bottom lane. Very smart play from Claire. And again, despite his 2-week suspension, he has come back onto the Rift nice and strong.
Yeah, it's certainly looking good. I mean, he's going for a second item, Ludens, as well, to just help out with the burst damage even more. 5-1-1, 60 CS for Lost. He's an impressive AD carry when he gets rolling. Has been set up by Carbon a lot this game. I mean, Carbon's pretty much camped his lane out.
But I mean, if there's one person you really want to set up, it is going to be Lost, because when he gets the ball rolling, we've seen what he can do. Legacy again chasing towards Avant Garde members on the top side of the map. Carbon looking to see if he can get a kick going. Tags Blinky with Sonic Wave. Resonating Strike goes through. Kicks Jake away, unfortunately, but that does force the flash. And Legacy are looking for
Potentially a bad fight.
full-blown fight breaks out. Series will fall, stands on top of the equalizer. Jake down to no health. Blinky will be the next one to go down. Legacy, Blinky health bars across the board as triple dashes on in, tries to get out, stunned up by the Braum, and that's a double kill for Lost.
Yeah, I actually think if they were more patient and Sybil didn't completely disengage from that fight, there was a potential for AV to pick it up. However, Legacy stay as a unit, and we already said this, they have all of the AoE spells. If AV can't kite it out, the AoE will just take over, and you saw the Equalizer, you saw the Braum ultimate, all come down in a row. And that just means that another huge teamfight victory, and now it's 6,000 gold.
And after a back and forth early game, Legacy, like you said, taking a 6,000 gold lead here in the match. You can see Locker the Iron Solari even being picked up by Carbon. He knows that right now, he's a utility jungler, just wants to make sure his team stays alive.
Yeah, another bad kick out of Carbon. However, this time it splits them up, so still does a job.
Does get a flash out of it as well.
Yeah, even if it wasn't the one that he was looking for. And this is really interesting because the jungle has been really back and forth. I mean, Carbon 0, 1, and 8 has been involved in 80% of the kills. Can't overstate that. A lot of the action has happened around him. Probably the only 2 kills he weren't a part of were the 2 that Claire pretty much picked up solo. And you can see that now with all the tank stats coming out of Carbon as well as Cupcake, the assassinations potential that was available for Triple, that was available for Sybil, now no longer really the case.
And we haven't seen much of Triple in this game. I mean, he is a staple, solid mid laner for Avant Garde and has had moments where he's popped off and done incredibly well, but he's just been in the shadows this entire game. We haven't seen so much action from him.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we haven't seen really all that much from either mid laner. We've seen one good play out of Claire. We also saw him group up just then and run the team down. But yeah, definitely mid lane hasn't been really played around this time. Although now with the whole team coming behind, might be the case.
Trying to tag Jake. Carbon gets it and follows through with the flash. Triple, though, waiting in the shadows, will be able to get some good damage on towards Carbon. Wild Growth will keep him alive, and they take down the mid lane again. Sybil stuck on the slow field, as well as the stun coming out from Braum. And even a teleport being used by Legacy's Tally means they're going to move straight towards the Baron buff.
Yeah, and because they have Equalizer still available, there is a potential to do this. Cupcake is very tanky at this stage of the game, so he should be able to keep them alive, no problem. He jumps in there and tanks this one up. And it's very hard to approach with only 3 members left when Equalizer's still here. In fact, Redemption for good measure, and that's going to be a 22-minute Baron for Legacy. 8,000, 9,000-ish gold in the lead. This game is going to be incredibly difficult for AV to climb back in.
You can see even Blinky is just waiting for minion waves to crash. He does not want to be anywhere near Legacy without his teammates backing him up.
I mean, Blinky's next to useless for he has 1.5 items and a completed cull, whereas on the other side of the rift, you have 3 fully completed operational items for Lost. Lost is so far ahead of Blinky, 9, 1, and 1, that it really is not even fair to compare them as laners anymore.
No, definitely not. Legacy are going to take even more objectives for themselves as Cloud Dragon's next. Just getting that one off the rift before they continue their push. Only 1 inner turret is left in their way before getting towards the Avant Garde base, which is going to be in the bottom lane. Already Claire's pushing that one out for his team. He's taken Barrier onto the rift this game. And he summoned a spell that we've seen coming back into the mid lane since Exhaust has been nerfed slightly.
Yeah, completely agree. I think it's one of the best ways to survive against assassinations. You can argue for Cleanse against Ahri just because the charm is such a pain. But you can see this, they can't even defend.
Yeah, Triple's going to get kicked back in the team, immediately taken down by Claire. They turn their attention towards the bottom lane inner turret, and Legacy will continue their push.
Yeah, another kick. This one just sends him sideways. That's all the wave clear going, by the way, so good luck defending this one.
There's the Equalizer being put down for good measure by Tally, and Legacy brute force their way the turret. The Rumble will tank it up and take half his health in damage. Claire forces Blinky out of the fight with a single laser.
I mean, he had ulti, probably could have got him.
Oh,
he goes, what?
Sybil, jump, gets a kill. Will now be able to hop away, but Legacy are barreling down. They want revenge for their captain. They have to avenge big old Daddy Carbon. But Sybil will slowly slip away.
I mean, they are pretty quick here. They have an Air Drake, they have the Moby Boots as well. But it looks like the Cockroach, what is Kha'Zix? Will be able to sleep back into the shadows. They also clear out bottom side of the jungle. You can see level 15 or level 13 right now between mid laners. And really, Sybil is the last hope, shining light, I guess, for the AV lineup, who are now firmly 10,000 gold behind. Ever since Legacy just made those mid-game plays, which we've seen them make so often, this game exploded open.
And it's something that Mendrix touched on the desk today, saying that, you know, Legacy, they've always had great mid-game, great late game. It's just early game where they faltered. Avant kind of showed that in the early game here today. We're able to keep it very even, trading back and forth, at times getting huge advantages. And it might come back down to the fact that Avant don't really draft for the early game as well, although like you mentioned, Pinch has done a decent job here.
Yeah, and I mean, we also expect really good things out of the late game of AV, but it was really the mid game that was exposed. They were able to match loss to Blinky. They didn't hide Blinky well enough on the side of the AV lineup. Triple, as we keep mentioning, wasn't able to free himself up in that mid lane, even after he knocked the turret down. And that one bad team fight around Vision, which Legacy has controlled to much greater effect than AV, is what hurt them. So now what we have is, you know, pushing bottom lane naturally, and you're going to be sending a 2-item Nautilus to try and deal with it versus all this raw power on the top side of the map. It's going to be very hard to win anything. You can see that Cupcake doesn't even get scratched right now by Triple.
We do have Blinky's Trinity Force being completed, but still doesn't do too much against Barondov minions. Charm connects onto Carbon, but they back out, immediately pull the trigger onto Triple. He will fall. Carbon gets that kill, and Legacy again brute forcing their way into the Avant base. Lost was taking up the turret that time, but Legacy just do not care.
Yeah, they don't care at all. I mean, no one can go near Claire because he's just going to blow them up. They still have Redemption available. There you go. Everyone top back off. Second part of the base broken. Super Creep's already on the bottom lane, and they're just going to look to rotate this one through mid and clean it up tutorial style.
Yep, seems like Legacy want to take down every single structure before going for the Nexus. 15 seconds until Triple comes back up here. Legacy again move into the base. Flash forward coming out from Jake. Will get him back to safety. Carbon taking up the turret. Nautilus has already used his ultimate trying to separate Legacy, but does nothing. Redemption will keep them alive a little bit longer, and they will defend the turret for now, but Blinky getting poked out by every single ability by Legacy. That might force them to back away, though.
Yeah, and we haven't even seen Claire's ultimate in the last couple of fights. I mean, he is so accelerated at this stage of the game that if he drops that, I feel like he just, like, deletes him off the map permanently. You can see that they're back to the turret, going to push this one through, and there's really nothing you can do right now. Cupcake is so good on Brawl.
Yep, puts up the shield at the perfect time. There's an engage coming out from Avant Garde, though. Triple will dash on forward. Here comes Karzik. Sybil trying to assassinate Cupcake. He will be able to dash away, gets away from the abilities coming out from Triple. Blinky trying to dash on forward, misses the Mystic shot there. Avant Garde were looking for a desperate pick. They can't get it against Legacy.
I mean, and that was the best case scenario. Now Legacy go back and they just spend all that gold and they roll it down mid one more time. Baron's available in 2 minutes. You've got a Dragon up in a minute and a half. And whoa, you look at the gold deficits. That's 4,000 just between the 80 carries.
In the mid lane, another 3,000 going in favor of Claire. It's only really in the jungle where it's fairly even right now. And that's just because Sybil has been the only member in Avant Garde that's performed exceptionally well in this game so far.
I mean, he did get really hard out jungled from Carbon. The reason, I'll go back to it, the reason the bottom lane is in such a hole is because Carbon just set up the luxury hotel and got as much work done as possible. I mean, he camped the heck out of Jake and Blinky. And you can see that it paid off. I mean, there's nothing wrong with trying to get the Superstar 80 carry ahead, especially if he can perform the way Lost does.
Yeah, it seems like they didn't check TripAdvisor before coming into this game. Carbon's 5-star resorts up and ready. Legacy, though, will continue to push for this mid lane inhibitor turret. Carbon's already picked up an elixir potion for himself. That's a very big Muay Thai fighter looking to try and jump into the back lines. Legacy are trying to take it a little bit slower now without their Baron buff.
And now all Carbon's really thinking about, apart from winning the game, is I want to get a good kick. Because I've had so many poor kicks this game, which is give me the one perfect kick, and he will consider this nearly as good as the perfect win they're able to pick up. Because AV's quality opponent, I mean, they're sitting currently 4th on the ladder. Arguments to be made whether they're better than Sin. We'll probably see that in the first round of the Gauntlet.
Ulti being thrown out by Lost, doesn't connect, and Triple decides it's time for him to go in. Engage coming out from Avant Garde. Equalizer will come through and force Avant Garde to back off towards the left side of the turret. Turret will fall, and Avant Garde still pushing on through. Redemption will be going down. Claire still waiting for the right time to go in. He's going to now jump into the fight, still yet to use his ultimate, but the rest of Legacy are piling on through. Sim will be forced to back away. Tally will burn the Lulu alive, and only Series and Sybil left up as Legacy are able to win the team fight, and they push towards the Nexus here, Spawn. That first turret is going to be able to fall. Legacy pushing for the second. They've done it again, just like in week 1. They're able to take down Avant Garde in game 1.
I mean, you can tell that they're here for business only this week. They're here to pick up the quick 2-0. They want the 3 points. They want Direwolves and Chiefs to rip themselves apart in game number 2. They want to be able to swoop in and be able to pick themselves up first on the ladder. And that was a really good game 1 to be able to do it. They made one mistake in the bottom lane, overextending. But from the mid game, the vision control was there, the team fights were there, really nice skirmishes and control around the map, and they did it easy.
And Legacy really showing why they are a top 3 team at the moment during that mid and late game. But for now, to break down the rest of the match, let's give it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Spawn and Fish. Well, there we have it. Legacy taking the first game 1-0 over AV. And Minky, you boys looked a bit shaky there at the start. AV putting up a bit of a fight for the first 10 minutes or so.
Oh, they were just a little bit disorientated because of the pause. Obviously forgot TP timers. Copped a little cheeky TP from the Nautilus. Dropped a couple kills, but it was fine.
Mendrix, let's take a look at this draft. We talked about it a bit during the pause, but do you feel like AV got anywhere close to playing to their win conditions today?
Yeah, they did, to a degree. They had the right idea of what they wanted to do. They had a lot of decent engage with the Kazakhs. Oh, no, sorry, not with the Kazakhs. They had a lot of decent engage. Actually, no, yes, with the Kazakhs and with the Nautilus as well. I mean, that's something that you have those two options with, because as soon as they do jump into that particular team fight composition, you get the wild growth, that gives you the knock up and allows you to continue the team fight, especially when the Nautilus jumps into the middle of it first. And really, when we do see them actually initiate on this a couple times, when we saw in the top lane, when Sybil decided to jump onto Tally, then we had the wild growth immediately afterwards. That allowed them to sort of get a nice good engage of what their composition wanted to do, but just couldn't execute on it in the mid lane.
Meanwhile, for Legacy, Minky, I mean, what did you see as their major win conditions, and do you feel like they played towards them with their team comp?
Well, definitely. I mean, like, if you look at the team comp we have, like, there's lots of damage in our backline. And in order for them to do damage, or for AV to do damage, they have to come into us. So they're pretty much jumping into heaps of damage, and they got roasted, quite literally.
And the other thing to note as well is, I mean, the casters touched on this, you know, Spawn and Fish said Carbon just sat bot lane. He was there the entire time, and it really showed with Lost specifically. That guy was absolutely popping off. 911, 4,000 gold at one point in time in the game. So really, at that point, it was sort of just a natural, organic reliance of the game. The ADC is that far ahead, probably going to win.
All right, well, let's take a look at AV's early game metrics, because I know you were kind of impressed by some of their team play.
That's right, and this does comes down to, again, to their team composition. This is what we wanted to see from AV, to actually have that early game initiation. And seriously, you see here, it's just perfect with the lineup of how they had that. You have the Lulu to give the nice pop-up, to give the knockback, and Legacy have really no response to this situation, and even bringing down Triple to make sure that they clean up effectively. And it does put them in a good spot in the game, but they're just never able to finish it off afterwards.
I mean, Legacy should not have been pushing that deep. With no TP advantage, Carbon should have been topside, obviously. Yeah. He was just too focused on snowballing bot and targeting the weak point of AV that he had a little oversight, I guess.
Well, I mean, look, he did succeed in snowballing bot towards the end, right, obviously, because, like we said before, Lost was way ahead. But let's move to mid lane now, because I know Claire, it's his first week back in the OPL, and he popped off during that game, Hendrix.
Yeah, it really showed us what he can do when he does manage to get the drop on towards that bot lane. Specifically with Ezreal here, you do see him just absolutely get mutilated by that ultimate. No chance in what happened. And the reason why this was set up was because Legacy had done their due diligence. They had gone there earlier, they had set up the wards, they had managed to get control of that river. There was a little bit of a misstep from Carbon before trying to get the kick, but the big thing was they still had control of that area. And AV decided to walk back into it, and when they did walk back into it, they ended up walking into a blender, and Legacy ended up getting the momentum that they needed for the rest of the game just off that.
So, Minky, overall then, you're pretty happy with how you boys played in that first game?
Yeah, I mean, it could have been a bit cleaner, but, you know, a win's a win.
Mendrix, your thoughts? Final thoughts before we get to a break?
I really love the mid game from Legacy. AV do need to bounce back. I think they have the ability to sort of throw in some spicy picks and see if they can actually get a game back.
All right, well, that is game 1 of Legacy versus Avant Garde. But do not go anywhere, because we will be back with game 2 right after this.
Nautilus locks down Lost. Carbon as well as Cupcake jumping in, but that's a wild growth onto already this huge Nautilus. Carbon will be the first to fall. Triple dashes into the bottom lane, and Avant take down 3 members of Legacy. Yeah, Ari's gone to the back, but Claire hiding in the shadows, already taken down Blinky, chasing on towards Jake as well. Even Sybil's been in this fight. That's a flash forward from Lost, and Legacy pick up 4 kills just like that. Full-blown fight breaks out. Series will fall, stands on top of the equalizer. Jake down to no health. Blinky will be the next one to go down. Legacy, Blinky health bars across the board. Has triple dashes on in, tries to get out, stunned up by the Braum, and that's a double kill for Lost. And Avant still pushing on through. Redemption will be going down. Claire still waiting for the right time to go in. He's going to now jump into the fight, still yet to use his ultimate, but the rest of Legacy are piling on through. Sid will be forced to back away. Tally will burn the Lulu alive, and only Series and Sybil left up as Legacy are able to win the team fight, and they push towards the Nexus here, Spawn. That first turret is going to be able to fall. Legacy pushing for the second. They've done it again, just like in week 1. They're able to take down Avant in game 1.
I stay ready cause destiny impatient. Changes, I've been seeing changes. If you talking fire, then we speak the same language. And mine don't ever get extinguished. Could count my friends on one set of fingers. And they trying to cut the supply, but my energy is at an all-time high. Now let me give you what you came for. Coming up, I'm coming up. Feel the rush, I feel the rush. If this ain't legendary, what you call it? I said if this ain't legendary, what you call it?
Chosen of the moon.
Art should terrify. They won't survive. There's nowhere to hide. Blood red.
Welcome back to the OPL for this, your Saturday of Week 9. If you're just joining us, Legacy have taken the first game over AV. So the series is currently 1-0. But can AV fight back and tie up the series? Well, it's still to be seen. But to answer that question, let's look at our analysts. beautiful Mickey Whale and Mendrix. Thank you so much for being here. How do AV get back into this second series? Because it looked to me like that Legacy bot lane, your bot lane boys, they are looking unstoppable, Mickey.
My all boys are looking unstoppable.
My all boys.
My all boys. They're
Please never refer to your team as my all boys ever again. But yeah, I mean, it's a very strong bot lane, and AV seem like they're kind of struggling in their ADC and support roles.
Yeah, I mean, historically, their bot lane has always been the weakest in lane phase, and they only make up for it in the mid to late game. So I think Lucio has done a great job in identifying that as a weakness and kind of picking comps that work around screwing up AV's bot lane.
Right. But Mendrix, if you are the AV bot lane, then should you be drafting to be lane bullies, for example, to help you out in laning phase?
It's really hard to say that. I mean, if they could decide to go with a lane bully sort of situation and say, yep, no worries, we're going to take you on head-to-head Legacy. And the other option they had, which is what they actually had beforehand, was a more safer lane. You've got Ezreal, he's a self-peel ADC. You've got Lulu, who's got a lot of shielding, actually has a get-out-of-free-jail card ultimate to sort of keep you alive. And that just did not work out for them. So maybe they need to, if they decide to go that route again, get Sybil to sort of give them a little bit of help if Carbon's ganking that bot lane that hard. Or perhaps, yep, you know what, we have to go the lane bully route. We have to get like a Nami to sort of get in there, make sure we can stay sustained up.
It seems unlikely they're going to get that Lulu again, because we've seen a lot of priority put on Lulu, and if they're not first picking this time, I mean, Legacy are... I mean, you don't have to tell us exactly what they're going to do, Minky, but it would be no surprise for Legacy to put priority on Lulu, like everyone has been.
I mean, it's a good thing that I don't really know what they're going to do, so now I can speak objectively.
Just a leak.
Of course, Lulu is a really good pick right now in the meta. I mean, everyone picks her, but at the same time, she's not the be-all and end-all.
Right.
I mean, AV had it. It didn't work for them. So, like, you know.
Yeah.
I see Legacy trading out Lulu for another pick easily.
All right.
Yeah, and it really does come to, well, they had Lulu. We were able to deal with it. No problems there, no issues. So they can definitely just give it away again if they decide to do that and really just say, we're going to be a bullies every single time and just bring Carbon back. So they've got that option to just continue doing that. Now, Lulu, they could steal it away and just make it even worse for AV. That's an option that's available to them as well.
But if you're AV, then do you try and ban out from the bot lane Varus because Lost was just going off on him at that time?
Not really, because then you might open up Lucian, and we know Lost can play a plethora of champions as well. I mean, with Varus, he seems to be sort of dropping off. Lethality's not as big anymore, but that means that opens up the Blade of the Ruined King, and it's kind of hard to start just banning out ADCs when there seems to be more options now available to them.
To be perfectly honest, if I was AV, I would just kind of ditch bot lane and play to my strengths. Top jungle, mid jungle, try to get a lead through there, and then make more TP plays like they were doing before.
So I mean, look, far be it from us to get you to give advice to AV, but what do you want to see? Like a Gangplank top?
I don't know, to be honest. Like,
because we've seen series, like, he's been playing a lot of tanks lately. He has struggled a bit on some of the carries when he's been opened up, and they've been able to exploit that. But, I mean, Nautilus, he seems to do all right in that game.
Yeah, I mean, I think AV are kind of in a bind, right? Honestly, their lanes are weaker, so they kind of need to severely outdraft us or maybe pick a comp that can deal with being behind slightly and still come back and win mid-game team fights. I don't see, even if Sirius does pick a carry, I don't see him beating Tally in top.
Yeah.
I do like you said, I don't see him beating Tally in top either. Tally seems to be the king of carries, especially if you decide to put a GP up against Tally. He seems to be the man that really knows that champion to a T as well. So it's sort of laying down the gauntlet and bringing it on. And really at the moment, Tally, even though he did have a bit of a rough lane, he was being a bit more affected by Sybil. And he just managed to do well towards that late game with the Rumble, laying down great equalizers, doing a good job playing around it. So I think tanks are the way to go and see if you can actually make it to that late game.
So if you're just joining us, we are waiting for the players to come back before we get into our second game of this series, which is Avant Garde versus Legacy. Legacy are up 1-0. But before we throw, I want to get from you guys, do either of you want to change your predictions? Anyone think that AV is going to bust this back and win 2? I mean, Mendrix, you thought that AV could take a game. Do you still think they can take a game?
Really, with the performance that Legacy put on there, I don't expect them to take a game because Legacy would just look so strong in that mid-game. I think they might have the opportunity to do so if they manage to hold on. And like they do an early game performance, transition that to mid-game, yes, they have the ability to take it back. But Legacy looking really dominant at the moment.
Miggy, so this is going to be a 2-0 from Legacy?
Yeah.
You know reason to do
AV
that?
have no chance.
I mean, but that early game from them looked good in game 1, right? There was that one move that, they took a couple of kills. Legacy, still getting settled.
Yeah, I'm kidding. AV play well. I mean, they definitely have the potential to take games. And I think they just need to play a bit smarter in the mid game. They need to stop trying to 5v5 us because they just can't.
So
Especially with
isolate
their
and kill.
Yep.
Isolate
exactly.
and kill.
Yep.
I mean, you have to look at it in terms of the composition as well. I mean, they had an Ari versus a Victor. That's something that really typically you need to make sure you have the drop on as well. And it also comes down to the fact they had a Rumble versus a Nautilus as well. Nautilus is typically going to do well once he gets that initial pick. He'll be great for that sort of sitting back and being crazy in the back line. But those guys, Rumble sits back, very far back, and he uses artillery to stop you. So it's kind of hard to go 5v5 into that team composition.
We talked a lot, as the guys are just sitting down now, we talked a lot about the jungle matchup, which is Sybil and Carbon. And we talked a lot in the early part of the show about how, look, if these lanes are pushed up, it does open up a lot of access, either to be ganked or to ganked. And what we saw in that, Mickey, was that like it wasn't about Carbon having to protect his lanes. It was about Carbon just coming in and just killing everybody.
Yeah. Well, I mean, keeping track of your enemy jungler is a team skill. And I think Legacy, they're doing very well at keeping track of Sybil. So Carbon knows where Sybil is, and all his lanes are pushed out. So he just needs to pick a lane and gank that lane.
Pick a lane, gank the lane.
Exactly.
Tweet it. Yep.
Well, we saw the effects of it as well. I mean, the big thing is that he did pick a lane. He picked bot lane. They went really big. They became really strong. But in the top lane, Tally suffered for a little bit. He was actually 0-2-4 by the end of that game, and he was just more relegated to making sure he had damage because he farmed up really well. He sort of weathered that storm. So great job there by Tally in that game.
All right, well, let us know your thoughts. Hashtag #IamOPL. And maybe your tweets we featured on the broadcast. But that is enough from us because the players are now in-game and ready to go. So let's throw it to our casters, Spawn and Fish.
Thanks, Ian. We're about to get into the second match of the best-of-3 series between Avant, Garde, and Legacy. AV fought hard in Game 1, but it was Legacy that ultimately picked up the victory there. Let's see if they can change things up heading into the second match.
Yeah, and you know, I think that I actually kind of disagree with it, Ez. I think Lulu Ezreal is one of the strongest lanes you can pick up. I think that if you're losing the game with Lulu Ez in the laning phase, then you do the opposite. You like get Twitch and Kog'Maw because you're not winning anyway. I mean, just get to 3 items and see if you can kill them there because Lulu Ez is like, you just shouldn't die in that lane. Lulu has a polymorph. It renders a champion pretty much useless for a couple of seconds. Ezreal is very hard to catch up to. I mean, to make matters worse, Lost even burnt summoner spells offensively in that lane, and they still lost super hard. So if Sybil's not willing to come down there, if it is a team call, as I said, just get back to the hyper carries. Blinky played him in the past, he can still do it now.
Well, we'll have to see if Avant Garde do change their lineup heading into the bottom lane. They are on the red side of Summoner's Rift for this match, so they won't have first pick. Potentially, Legacy might take that Lulu away from Jake. And we're just waiting to see if there are going to be any changes in the picks and bans. And one thing we see banned out in both games so far is going to be the Caitlyn, who has been rising in popularity in competitive play.
Certainly has. I mean, she's an oppressive lane bully that takes turrets very well. What more else could you ask for out of your AD carry in this current meta? AD carries definitely need to have a specific role within a team comp, otherwise they don't really work. And actually, it's going to be a Lulu banned away, Fish. I know we'll get to the rest of the bans, but I think that changes the mindset that AV have to take into this draft.
I mean, I believe you were saying that Shen, Lulu, and Rengar are the 3 really powerful champions left up here, so if Avant Garde don't ban out the Rengar, we could potentially see it being first picked by Legacy, but if it is banned by AV with their final ban, no, they actually ban out Camille, so we'll have to see what Legacy prioritize with the Lulu being banned.
And that's really strange. I mean, sure, Shen, which is one of the big counter picks to Camille, is gone, but things like Renekton's still available. And that says to me that Sirius is actually nervous about the Tally matchup, which is a little bit strange. I think that Sirius has shown that he can more than hold his own. I think that we built the expectation he should be solo killing people, but that's not really how top lane works. I mean, you take Renekton into the Camille matchup, you do absolutely fine with a couple of offensive items. So that's a strange pick. And it also forces them into this bind, in my opinion.
Yeah, they lock in Lucian as their AD carry of choice, who has been played a lot more since the quality of life changes he's got. He's a lot more smoother as an AD carry, but he's also taking that one away from Lost, who has been playing it regardless in the OPL this split.
Yeah, I mean, Lucian always feels good to play as an AD carry, just because auto attacks reset his dash. Any champions like that feel quite good as you get them to 2-3 items. And they actually take away a couple of picks here. So AV more picking away from Legacy right now as opposed to picking into their own comps. I expect Lucian to be paired with Nami, not with Braum. Braum's not really one of Jake's bread and butters, in my opinion. He's a much better Nami player. So we'll see if that does come to fruition.
Yep, so Rumble is picked up by Series. Might be having a few flashbacks to what happened to him against Abyss, Pabu, and Seb. gave him some nightmares after that game. But Faker right now is hovering over Nunu. Instead, looks like they're going to lock in Varus as their AD carry of choice.
Yeah, and Carbon's been really vocal about this. I expect the top lane to come out. He believes in matching the picks in the first round. Actually, they go with the support, so not matching that at all.
There we go. Karma being picked up by Legacy here. So sticking to their guns, sticking to, we will pick our solo lanes last, get our bottom lane, get our jungler in there, and let's ban out whatever they have not picked.
But now you can put the pinch on the top lane, especially if you don't want to run into some tanks, so you can ban out things like Nautilus, like the Gragas. Tally's shown he's very good on both of those.
Yep.
Kind of gives you more of a bruiser on mage matchup.
I really want to see if Legacy start to pinch out the support pool here, because with Karma being picked up and no Lulu.
What do you really ban? I suppose you can throw Nami in there.
Nami, Braum even.
Ban out Braum. I mean, Sona's still hanging around. And actually, they're going to get rid of bruisers on the side of AV, so they want to force a tank matchup.
Yep, so Renekton is the first ban coming out from Avant. Garde. Nami instantly followed up by Legacy here. Who knows, might see Mundo support this game, Jake.
Might see Sona. I mean, it's been hovering around for so long now. Everyone knows that Sona is kind of the pseudo counter pick to the Namis and Karmas of the world. She is very squishy, but has a big ultimate and has so much poke damage at the start of the game. Is really oppressive to lane against, as well as a big heal and shield. So it's not like you have to wait for the end of the trade to heal up. You use it mid-trade and you continue to go through with the speed up and the heal. So I like that as a pick. It's very niche, as I said. You have to be able to live with about 300 health at the start of the game because she's the squishiest champion in League.
Yeah, she's like a ranged minion, I believe. An auto attack and 2 turret shots and she's dead.
Yep.
They are hovering it now. We have to see if Avant Garde do go for that pick. We didn't mention what their jungler was. They did lock in Elise for Sybil heading into this game, which meant their mid lane is still left open. Syndra was the first ban that came out from Legacy, second ban, sorry, that came out from Legacy, and Cannon was banned out by Avant Garde, but they lock in good old Bardo, who will head into the bottom lane for Jake.
That's strange. Bard just straight up loses against Karma. I don't think it's a good lane for Bard at all. So we'll see whether it's about the creative jungle pathing that he's going to be able to set up for the Elise. One of the things that Bard players like to do is pretend that they're going to award the brush over the wall as you're being shoved in, get your jungler and come through the magical journey together and really get them involved. But to me, I think that's desperation coming out.
And Avant Garde did throw a couple of bans towards the top side of the map, but Legacy still have a few tricks up their sleeve as Orianna has been locked in for Claire. We will see Tally picking up Gragas heading into the top lane.
It's his best tank. I mean, regardless, they've taken out 2 picks that can really bully out series for a pick that Tally is incredibly comfortable on. And they go back to their Siege comp with an AD carry that has 500 range as a Lucian.
Yep.
That's a strange comp.
So, Triple will be picking up Jhin heading into the mid lane again. If you haven't watched last week's games, Avant Garde did pick up this similar team comp with Jhin mid.
But they had a Caitlyn in that game.
Yes, and they said it was a Siege comp. Looks very different this time around.
Yeah, it certainly does. It looks like a very scrappy team fighting comp. I mean, you have some long-range initiation that comes out of Bard, that comes out of Triple on Jhin. But I do think that they lack for a serious front line. And if Gragas ever gets in there or Rengar with a ball, they just all die. So their positioning has to be fantastic throughout the mid-game. When Champion starts hitting level 11, they need to be incredibly careful and set up good vision, because otherwise, this could be over in a heartbeat.
It certainly could. Avant Garde here up against Legacy, backs against the wall. Legacy, the last time they faced off against Avant Garde, were able to pick up a 2-0 victory, and it was a very one-sided affair. This time around, Avant Garde looking a little bit better in the later half of the split, especially since picking up Sybil as their new jungler. But that last game, Legacy was so clean mid and late game.
I mean, they've looked very inconsistent with Sybil as their jungler. Let's be realistic. They've had some games where Sybil's been able to get access to the top side jungle and really pop off. They've also had games where they've just looked all over the place. So I do think that he makes the team better, in my opinion. But I don't think that we've seen the full effect of that yet. And I think that this is a weird team comp. This is one of those comps that I look at and I don't actually understand the objective of it. They can force people off turret with Equalizer, with Jhin ulti. But what are you really doing from there? Because you have to watch out for your flanks. You've got a shockwave coming through. I mean, this is hard to make work.
And unfortunately, we won't be talking to Pinch heading into this match. I believe it's Soul Strikes who's up next, so we won't be able to get his insight. And hopefully we'll be able to hear from Soul Strikes what he thinks about Avant Garde's team comp heading into this game. But still, it doesn't even feel like, I mean, besides the Jhin mid, not really comfort picks either for Avant Garde as we head onto the Rift for the second match.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. I mean, the Bard is weird. The Rumble lost last week for them. This is a back against the wall comp.
Certainly is, but for now, to check in with the coach, it's going to be Soul Strike standing by with Hingers.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Soul Strikes, and I know you as the coach would have watched all of these games last week. They've picked up that Jin mid again today. What are your thoughts on it?
Well, for now, Tally going to get ignited here as he flashes away. So already some of the spells being burnt early as we had to cut that coach interview short. There's Avant Garde. They were being rather aggressive there, Spot.
Yeah, let's have a look at what's burnt. You're going to have the flash and the ignite going from Jake. You're going to have a W start for triple in the mid lane. So a lot of that lane bullying that happens level 1 gone. You have the flash burnt on Carbon. That was just an all-out brawl at the start of the game.
It certainly was. Avant Garde were not messing around. They thought, Carbon thought he found Sybil. No, Avant Garde found Legacy. Had them in the right place at the right time. Now Blinky, in between two turrets, he's been forced to flash away as well.
And I think that's a bad flash. I mean, they didn't have to burn anything there except for the heal. The ignite to be able to get him to flash away. And now that's a bottom lane that we've already seen picked on for this series. Get absolutely destroyed level 1.
They're not stopping. Now the top laners are in amongst it as well. Tally gets a good old body bop onto Series, burns him a little bit, gives him a nice little sauna roast. But already, Avant Garde, that's a potion being burnt in the bottom lane as well. Blinky heading into the lane with just a Doran's Blade up against two very poke-heavy champions.
Yeah, exactly right. So we'll see whether he's going to be able to make this one work. I don't hold much hope for it. Series kind of doing the Mordekaiser trick where you just push a full minion wave into the turret level 1 and try and make them CS underneath there. You don't want to trade with Bard, that's one thing I will say. Even though Karma is a very good support in her own right. Bard with the meep slaps does more damage.
Already lost in
That's what you want to do, you just want to poke.
Synchronizing their poke there, making sure they get as much damage onto Jake and Blinky. They know that Blinky has no potions. Jake is chugging through them as fast as possible. We will be forced to farm underneath this turret and try and avoid more of the poke that's coming out from the rest of the players. Varus are now going for further of battle, so they will be able to harass effectively underneath turrets. Carbon picks a fight with Krugs. Krugs will lose, but we've seen
however,
go a different way before.
We are looking at what happens when you know a person is going to do red side clear only. And that is Sybil goes into the jungle. He's going to take away the big wolf. He has access to the blue buff if he does this quickly enough. Ooh!
And we're checking bottom lane because Blinky is taking a ton of damage. Thunderlords will come out from Jake. He's forced to back off.
He has no flash, remember.
We'll get a heal from one of his shrines. But already Avant Garde struggling in this bottom lane, and Blinky, I don't think he can really stay at the moment.
Yeah, well, he's going to have to look to see if he can just pick up experience only. Sybil actually leashing that one incredibly late, and I don't even know if he knows it's... Oh, it's beating him up.
He's going to fight Karma. Blue buff has already got a good chunk out of this Elise. We'll force him back out of the jungle. Jin and Rumble all rotating over. Triple and Claire will be falling closely behind for Legacy. They get a catch on towards the Gragas here. Cocoon will land. Good damage going down towards Tally.
Yeah, that should be enough to chunk them out, especially with Series rotating over.
Well, that's a flash. They were going very aggressive towards Carbon. They know he doesn't have flash at the moment. Overheat coming out from Series. Sybil looking to try and get forward to try and lock both of them down. Even Claire's been forced out of this one from the mid lane. Jin, so Avant Garde with a very proactive play.
Yeah, they certainly do, but look bottom lane. I mean, Blinky, lost!
They might turn this one around. There's an ignite into lost. The heal gets cut in half. The meep slaps come through, and Ute to the Bard as Jake actually picks up first blood.
So they thought Jake had gone back to base, but he was hiding in the brush, able to pick that one up. That was such a back and forth fight, and it actually looked like they were going to be able to win that one, Legacy. Now Cupcake actually looking for a little bit of 2-on-1 action.
Woo! Avant Garde, they're now the ones that are in the lead. 700 gold up. Cupcake.
I mean, are they really in the lead?
Trying his best. I mean, they're 700 gold up. So
yeah, they are, but Blinky is down 9 CS still, and that's a frozen minion wave, and Jake got the gold. So you have to take it with a grain of salt, Fish.
I'll give them first blood and Bard any day, Spot. I've seen what players can do with this champion.
Yeah, well,
Rapid fire cannon's coming up next.
No, definitely is not. I've also seen what people can do with a very fed Varus, and he's going to go back for double longsword. Don't think we can expect as good of a shot. Potentially just double longsword going to be able to come out.
Blinky's recall actually got cancelled, so this wave is going to freeze for Legacy, which is really good for them. Horrible for Avant Garde. But top side of the map looking great for AV at the moment. I mean, as you mentioned, we now have seen what will happen if players know that the red side clear is going on.
You can see that the idea right now out of series is not to harass under turret at all without vision on Rengar. He's just relentlessly shoving. And Telly actually misses 2 creeps, so that one's worthwhile. Otherwise, it would have been an equal lane. Mid lane is a huge creep wave building up for triple.
7 CS behind. Jake's actually looking to try and get into this mid lane. They're sacrificing a huge wave. They have to get a kill here. Sybil will get a Cocoon down, but an instant cleanse coming out from Claire. He will still fall. Sybil picks up that kill. Carver's in trouble, but a big body bomb comes up from Tally, and Cupcake has delivered his goods into the mid lane. Jake forced to try and get away. They're going to lose 2 members. Potentially 3 here, as Tally's still chasing on forward. Cupcake wants that final hit. Will he get it? Gets stunned up, and auto attack goes through. Jake will live, and they lose a massive minion wave off the back of that.
Yeah, I mean, that was 9 creeps that actually went over in favor of Claire because Triple just ignored it and ran forward. I mean, that was also the level 6 that had happened, so Claire not going to be able to have that. Let's have a look at the replay. You can see that all those creeps are crashing. There was even a cannon in there, Fitch. They just burned everything to try and get this kill. Sybil got one of them, Triple got the other. Otherwise, it potentially wouldn't even have been worth.
Interesting play coming out from Avant Garde, but they get their top laner there first. So, AV do have a teleport advantage at the moment. This is going to be a little bit scary though, because Cupcake's got a blue buff. Get out of there, Blinky. You don't want to stay anywhere near this mage. Oh. It's not a pretty sight.
And I mean, that's why he didn't want to dash early, because he knew as soon as he was going to, he was just going to eat a lot of damage. You can see that finally 6 comes through in the mid lane, although now Sybil in trouble.
He has to go into Spider Form as soon as possible here. There's a lot of damage going down. Forced to repel, no flash available for this Spider. Will be taken down by Carbon.
Yeah, exactly right. So really nicely done. Both members of the duo lane rotating up. Maybe you can expect to see potentially the support, but both of them at this stage of the game is going to be enough to pick up a kill. And you can see that it is still a very even game, only 100 gold difference.
It's even a Thunderlord's Karma for Cupcake. He knows he has to deal damage to this lane.
Blinky has ulti here. Potentially could have looked for it.
As Ultimate's going down towards Claire in the mid lane though. Series has teleported down. Cupcake's going to be the first to fall. Triple snipes him off with a captive audience. The shockwave is not going to deal too much, but still Avant Garde have already got 3 kills to start this fight off, and it's a good collapse from their top lane.
Yeah, it certainly is, and that was even without teleport being burnt, so really nicely done. Blinky now having 2 kills, makes up for the 17 CS deficit. Potentially can even look for a dive here onto Lost if he sticks around, because turrets, minions are crashing, and Bard's really good at setting up turret dives.
He is. Sybil's on his way, but Karma and Rengar are trying to get here as fast as possible. No teleport for Tally, so Lost does do the right thing and backs all the way into the middle of the lane to kick things off.
Yeah, and you can see that they just want the shop. So let's have a look at how this one goes down. Ooh, Claire makes the cardinal sin against both Rumble and Jin and just pins him against the wall. That's why he was pretty much useless coming down from that side of it. And then you already mentioned it, Bard with levels just does a lot of damage at this stage of the game. Lucian able to dive in as well. So nicely done.
Now it's Avant Garde who have the 1,000 gold lead in the early game. It's kind of similar to what we saw last match, but just doesn't seem like Legacy have any priority except for the bottom lane. Who are doing well in CS, but losing those 2 kills means Blinky's going to get an accelerated...
Blade of the Roaring King?
Yeah, BOTRK.
Yeah, he certainly is. I mean, you can see that because of the gold, it's like a 200 gold gap. Sorry, due to the CS, it's like a 200 gold gap right now. That's all. Actually, it's about 600, so interesting. But Blinky also had to burn a lot on potions early. They've actually sacked top side of the map again. Bottom side of the map again. They've brought up the bar, and they're rotating everyone into there.
Yep.
Potentially a dragon going to go over Fish.
Potentially. Karma's going to make his move over towards that buff. Sybil has taken blue buff away from Legacy. He's a level up over Carbon.
You can see Blinky shoved the lane, went back and got boots as well as a ward, and then he's running back again because he wanted nothing to do with that lane without the Bard there.
That should slowly push back for Legacy. Sorry, for Avant Garde. Series is trying to shove out this wave on the top side of the map. Tally uses the barrels to make sure the ranged minions get cleared out and is slowed out as well. Now Legacy really looking to pin to the bottom side of the map. Both teleports are available for top laners. It's a level 8 Rumble to a level 7 Gragas though. Series slightly ahead in experience in this game.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, he stayed home when Telly teleported into the mid lane. He also picked up an assist when he was able to just roam down. The lane was in a good spot for it because he can just shove up very quickly as a Rumble. It's what we've seen out of Rumble players a lot recently. It's just this, shove the wave as hard as you can, rotate somewhere else, especially when you have topside control like this. Just dropping an ultimate onto the Orianna should be enough to pick up a kill. You can see that's what they're going for. Potentially open up with the Jhin.
They're trying to play as close to the tower as possible. Sybil is making his way over, but spider senses are tingling for Claire as he backs off towards his inner turret. Even Lost and Cupcake farming from a distance. They're very scared of Avant when they do disappear into Fog of War.
Yeah, and every member was in Fog of War right now, and they've lost control over a little bit of the map. So you have to be wary of the teleport play that can come out, as well as the fact that Sybil on Elise has been able to pick up Moby Boots Rush, which is so good at being able to get yourself into winning lanes. So we'll see if this trend continues. Carbon actually looks like he potentially wants a gank on the top lane. He's bringing in Claire as well. There is a pink ward there, but they do go over the wall.
Carbon trying to wrap around.
This is another one of those force dives. Sure, Tally's quite tanky against magic damage, but has no armor against the turret. Carbon doesn't have armor against anyone. And he's got the equalizer, which is a big slowing field. That's one part of the equalizer you have to remember about.
He's used it, trying to come out this wave. Does want to go back to base here, series.
Makes sense. I mean, now the gank doesn't happen at all, because unless you're willing to dive on no mana, which Tally's having to burn to push this wave up, you're just not going to be able to make it work.
It's a good play from series, gets him back to base in time, and a good back timing for him as he picks up a Haunting Guise. Man, the mid lane has picked up his Lost Chapter, so that will help him sustain very well in the mid lane. As Orianna.
And you can see that actually Borg picked up, Youmu's as well as Crit Cloak picked up in the bottom lane. So really, AV in a much better position is all of a sudden 1,500 gold the lead. As our bottom CS was able to be nearly equalized. I mean, as he picks up that wave, he's going to be about 10 up. 10 down, sorry.
And during the time that Sybil was on the top side of the map, Carbon was not able to make a proactive move. So, Avant looks like they're going to be able to take the first dragon of the game as well. Mountain Dragon will be the first to fall.
Yeah, and that's really nice Mountain Dragon timing because they know that the AD carry and support duo went back. And this is the first real switch up of the game. You can see that they're actually sending the duo lane into the top lane because they know the equalizer is down. So there's no way for Rumble to clear that wave out. Tally stacked it up. Now Lost and Cupcake will arrive. And we'll see whether they're able to take it.
Legacy now looking for that dive. They knock Series out of the turret range. Tally will tank it up, and Cupcake will lock Series down through the flash. There's an Ignite being burnt, but Lost narrowly misses his ultimate and can't lock the Rumble down.
And now all of a sudden Claire's under fire.
Dodges a lot of abilities here. Cleanse and flashes out, gets away from the ultimate, and Carbon wants to go in. Triple is in trouble. A flash forward from the Kitty Cat gets himself a kill. There is a teleport coming right behind him, and Legacy will try to retreat towards that turret. Shockwave comes out, but a little bit too late. Locked down by Bardo, and Claire is a sitting duck underneath this turret.
Yeah, Jake picks up another kill. Actually a little bit of a steal there. And they pick up first turret in the bottom lane. So 3,000 gold right now. Blinky is working on the second one. At about the rate Lost has got the first turret because they brought everyone down, Fish. Huge advantage right now for AV.
Jake and Series make their way down. 2 turrets already picked up. They will trade top lane inner like you mentioned. And Mendrix might just get his wish here because Avant have stormed onto the Rift for game 2.
Yeah, they certainly have. And this pick in the mid lane certainly is working itself out. Really nicely done from Sybil here. Zones with a cocoon at the start, able to guarantee that the W hits. Carbon comes in really aggressively here, and I think that if Triple flashes a wall, he's actually all right there because Carbon doesn't want to overextend that far. Instead, flashes in a straight line. Never do that, kids. And Series thought he had a kill for free, and then Jake just came in and queued it.
But Avant now 3,000 gold up over Legacy after a very dominant mid and late game from Legacy. So they still have that. They're moving into the mid game. They're moving into the late game to try and claw it back. But AV's unique team comp starting to come online a little bit in the mid game.
Yeah, it certainly is. And you can see they're teaming up with the 2 Moby Boots users, looking to continue to pressure out on this jungle. Very wary of the fact that Lost and Cupcake can rotate over, and Claire's not. Claire is there. Series is not.
This is the first time Legacy have been able to defend their blue buff.
They do it well though.
Triple trying to steal it, a little bit too late. A Series now on the bottom side of the map. A big, long lane for him to push out, and an outer turret for him to fall back to. Could be very happy in the position he is in. Armguard has been picked up by the Rumble as well, looking for the Zonya's Hourglass next. Top side of the map though, Tally has picked up his Spirit Visage, so a fairly tanky Gragas, but Claire's been caught between turrets. Triple will open up with the curtain call. Can't sidestep that. Really good gank from Sybil. Now Lost is the one that's in trouble. He's been locked down by Jake, flashing towards turret range, but it's all lost here because Blinky and Jake get another kill for themselves.
Yeah,
that's a double.
That's
Cupcake
a double
fell.
kill. Cupcake fell as well, and as I said, Bard's really good at diving turrets. They're just able to get him in the rotation, and now all of a sudden Tally wants to potentially pick up Triple here, who isolated himself. He's dead.
Yeah, knocks him back. No flash available for the Jhin. Kitty Cat's going to sink his fangs in towards Triple. Oh my goodness, he turns it around. He gets a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, and that's why you pick up the crit cloak, because that was a crit on the last shot that was not a fourth, and was able to pick that one up, Fish. Carbon was just not expecting the damage to come out.
And now Avant got 5,000 gold up. They're going to increase that gold lead because top lane outer turret is going to fall. Blinky and Jake picked that one up after getting a double kill for themselves.
Yeah, exactly right. So let's have a look at this. Cupcake actually was rotating for wards, and that's a full culling, flashing forward as well out of Blinky. And then one more time, just really good use of the ulti, gets through on a magical journey. It was actually Blinky that was taking the turret. You could see Jake wanted to get himself in a position that he was doing it. Probably lucky that he wasn't, because that was 2 shots worth. Might have died. But 4-0-2, Black Cleaver is the pickup. No Trinity Force. Little part of me cries, but I understand.
Cooldown reduction, shredding armor spawn.
Hey, you get cooldown reduction off Trinity Force, mate. They both have 20%.
It's expensive.
It is. Very expensive.
Or maybe a misclick. Who knows?
No,
Avant-Garde.
definitely wasn't a misclick. Both builds pretty viable. I think that this build, especially if they have a couple of bruises running around, is still probably superior. If you're playing against 5 damage threats, I would say that Trinity Force is probably the better option.
Legacy are going to eventually lose this mid lane outer because it is fairly low, and Avant-Garde are making a push towards it. Blinky and Triple do take down turrets very quick, and the last time we spoke to Pinch about this team comp, it is a sieging comp. So, it seems a little bit questionable with the champions they picked up, but...
I mean, they have the only champion that's questionable is Blinky's champion. I mean, Bard's great in a siege with the ultimate. Rumble's really good in a siege, can just drop the equalizer off and split the team up whenever he wants. The only person that really sucks in a siege right now is Blinky. And that's if he can't approach the turret. If they ever allow him to approach the turret, Lucian does rip through them pretty quickly.
I mean, when he's a full item ahead of loss, I feel like he's able to do that a little bit more often than not.
Yeah, and I feel like the big news story about this is that Carbon wasn't able to get into that bottom lane as much as he was able to in Game 1.
Nope.
And I really think that that's understated. I mean, sure, you can have a look at him and be like, Lost, Cupcake, brilliant laners, and they are, don't get me wrong. I just don't think the skill gap is as high as maybe people would have initially perceived, because Blinky and Jake definitely going all right.
First blood was... You can't excuse the first blood from Legacy there because...
They were just greedy.
They're just really greedy. Locked under the turret. Could have just backed off and be like, all right, we'll poke him out again.
Yeah,
again,
exactly right.
again.
Let's wait one more wave, War of Attrition. Like, the Lucian wasn't even hitting creeps at that stage. Now he's up in CS, by the way. He was down 30 CS. And now Tally potentially caught out.
Yep, 3 members of AV. We're going to try and lock down the Gragas. We'll get a shield from Cupcake and body slams his way out. Gives Avant-Garde time to take down Red Buff for themselves, and 5 members strongly move straight towards the next dragon. Another mountain for AV to pick up in their siege comp. Lady Luck is smiling on AV today.
For Game 2. Game number 1, she didn't want anything to do with them. But yeah, you're completely right. I mean, they K control the bottom side of the jungle. They rooted of all of camps, which is what you want to be able to do. Deny all that gold from Carbon. And then they can just rotate back top lane. Red Buff's going to be spawning quite soon, but they're not confident enough to stick around for it as of yet.
Legacy being very aggressive here. Moving towards top side of the map. There is a control ward placed down. Avant-Garde do not know that the trio are waiting in the wings here.
Yeah, the problem with this is if they ever get the ulti off onto Blinky and Jake, I mean, not the ulti. Or now you
Run,
yeah.
Blinky!
Right. What I was going to say is if Blinky and Jake stay together and Jake just ultis them, it's about the channel time of a teleport. So there's potential that they can get an extra member there. When you split up like that, however, you die.
See Blinky not very happy when player cams there. Did not like being caught out by the brush cheese from Legacy.
Well, it's going to mean a turret.
Yep, they're going to make a push for top lane inner. Siri still split pushing on the bottom side of the map. Claire trying to hold his own in the mid lane, making sure he can clear out these waves. But There's a collapse coming out.
Huge teleport coming out. That's a mile away.
Legacy stand their ground. They say, we have to fight. Jake is taking a lot of damage here. The ultimate will come out. He gets taken down first. Rumble is nowhere to be seen as he teleported deep into the back lines. Ultimate from Tally will whiff. Carbon jumps in, and again, on top of Triple.
Huge equalizer.
Locks down 3 of them. Ultimate comes out from Claire, doesn't take down Triple. He will use the Deathfire Touch eventually, but it's a fight on 2 fronts. It's Rumble on one side against Lost, who's flashed forward. He gets the kill there, and Claire's chasing down Sybil. The double kill will come out for the Oriana, and Legacy turn around the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's an ace for 2 in the grand scheme of things, because Blinky did fall down before that fight happens, and all of a sudden, 4,000 gold, only the difference. Ooh. Bit of a frustration culling.
No one saw it.
And it will be Claire picking up his blue buff as well. So really nice move from Legacy there. They deny a huge creep wave top. They shut down. They pick up all the shutdowns across Summoner's Rift. They're back within 4,000 gold, and they need a couple more of those plays. 1 or 2. And this game's back on even footing. And one more time, they have comp advantage in my mind. Let's have a look at it from Series' perspective. He's just roaming up. Teleport's so deep. That teleport was into, like, past the river. Right there, and you can see that whilst everything else is happening, I mean, he's so late to this team fight. Triple forced to continue to kite back the wrong way. Carbon's already on top of him doing so much damage. And yeah, really nice shockwave out of Claire as he flashes forward, able to pick that one up. And Series, unfortunately, Carbon survived on no health and had to flash forward onto the support, which is not what you want to do. I think that's bad target selection. Probably should have gone towards the Lost instead. And it meant that Lost was able to grab himself a couple of kills, and now the game's back to pretty much square.
Big ultimates coming out from Series, though. They was able to secure at least 2 kills in the trade for Avant. They still hold on to the lead. They're still 4,000 gold up. But if they continue team fighting like that, it won't be 4,000 gold much longer.
I mean, I think the Mountain Dragons are probably bigger than the 4,000 gold at this stage, because as I said, Tally's going to be tanky, Carbon's going to be tanky, and you're still running double 80 carry into Oriana. And we've just seen Shockwaves absolutely destroy people. Roma last week from Sin. Was it 2 weeks ago? Just able to no, it was last week. Able to continue to do good work last Saturday. And already on 2 items. I mean, Claire, definitely no slouch, even though he's fallen down 4 times.
Avant still looking to try and secure vision across the map. Tally does not have his teleports, showing bottom lane's going to be difficult. Sybil gets locked down by a shockwave, and Carbon dashes forward. Will be locked down by captive audience, and Blinky is charging on in. Culling's the air, but that's not the main focus, because Lost is locked down by the ultimate from Bard, and will be taken down by Series.
Yeah, and actually misses 2 ults there out of Triple, but they still managed to get the picks they're looking for. So that means they will turn towards Baron with Sybil very low. This is still so dangerous, but Tally's face checked.
Oh, finds him. Locks down Cupcake. That might have been a big mistake from the top laner. Bops Blinky in the face with a big cast. And now it's taking up damage for his team. They will still lose their support. Avant get the good trade for themselves, but they can't take Baron off the back of it.
Yeah, and I think Blinky just flashed into his Deathfish. So uses a summoner spell, still falls down. Definitely not what you want. And after being 4-0-4, is now 4-2-5. Whilst Claire continually frustrates. I mean, I think that a lot of this game does rest on the mid laner now of Legacy.
It was a fight without Shockwave. They tried to pick up Sybil, did not have enough burst damage to take him down straight away. If they caught Triple in that Shockwave as well, would have been a completely different story.
Yep, agree. Triple, however, 3 items, 205 CS, and 7 kills as an 80 carry mid laner. He's going to be able to dish out the hurt, that's for sure.
Yeah, he can smell what the Rock is cooking today. Infinity Edge, Yomi's Ghost Blade, and Rapid Fire Cannon picked up already from Triple. Boots is Swift as well, just to get out of the range of those Oriana Shockwaves. Well, Legacy taking a play out of the Tainted Minds book here, waiting inside the shadows. AV know, though. They suspect something's up. They don't pull the trigger onto Jake. I feel like that was a little mistake there.
Yeah, AV actually just trying to cut this one out. They know that they're somewhere around this brush. Dragon's going to be back up in 20 seconds, potentially what the next fight will be over. As now they go.
Ultimate misses, but Triple still challenging his down. Tally taking up lots of the team. Carbon making sure he fights on one front first. Jake has to get out of there. Tally is done tanking. Legacy don't have a front line.
Shockwave.
Shockwave will take down Blinky, but it's just a pick for Legacy.
But one more time, just watch Claire, because he's on the back line. completely unscathed. They cannot get to him at this stage of the game. The front line's too beefy. Equal amount of spells used from both teams. And Legacy, through their deficit, able to pick up the teamfight victory. They're going to grab themselves a turret as well as a Mountain Dragon. And the comp is starting to become a real issue for AV.
It certainly is. They missed the ultimate from Jake. Tally, he has 2 items, but he's still so tanky they could separate this team and force Legacy to stay healthy.
And the thing is, they don't want to commit onto Tally because he is the tank, you know, Drunken Range as well as 2 tank items. Tabby's incredibly important as well. However, it looks like it's going to be a Baron rush.
This is watered by Legacy and an immediate teleport from Tally as well getting behind us. Half health. AV have to make the important decision. Do or die. And they will be able to take Baron down here. Legacy looking for a fight though as Tally gets in with a flash body pop. They will take 2. Triples next. They lose the Baron, but they get a couple of kills for themselves. Question is, what's next for Legacy?
Yeah, that's still worth it. Baron for 2 members is 100% a good thing for a double Mountain Drake Siege comp. So really well done from AV. Good call. Now it's about making sure that the base doesn't get breached, which means no one can die defending this turret. And then the next defense has to be solid.
Ooh, Sybil waiting in the wings. If he catches Carbon by surprise, he can potentially burst down this Gregor. Cullen comes out from Blinky. There's the shields. Stun does not connect. Legacy will trade a turret. But now the time is ticking. Avant got about 2.5 minutes of Baron buff to work with. Like you mentioned, 2 Mountain Dragons and the Siege comp they've put together. They could start knocking on the door of Legacy's base very shortly.
Yeah, it will only be applied to 1 lane because it was a top laner and the mid laner that went down. So I guess that is a good news story, if there is any. Meanwhile, they're continuing to rack up kills on priority people. Claire's going towards a Death Cap as his 3rd item. I think that maybe a Void Staff could potentially be better. However, not all that much MR apart from the Locket that will eventually come through from Jake, and of course that only gives single person MR now. It's just a big shield for everyone else. So I understand the pickup, just looking to blow up the 80 carries. But when you're behind, you want to be ahead of the clock is kind of the idea behind that. What I mean is at any point they could just go into 2 Hex Shrinkers and then it pretty much renders Orianna in the current build a little bit useless.
Vanguard have their eyes set towards the bottom lane. Tally cannot split push for his team. Burnt that teleport trying to get towards the Baron buff.
It was a good teleport. That was the flank that picked them up the 2 kills. Otherwise, it would have been 5 members escaping. You can see that all 3 lanes are pushing right now. That's why the ping went out from Legacy onto the top lane. And mid lane outer and top lane outer, the only 2 remaining. So we'll see whether they can actually use this to breach anything, Fish, because right now they don't have Baron buff applied to waves. It's kind of going to waste.
Blinky is slowly moving his way towards mid lane. Will starts to scout out these bushes. Tally gets locked down, takes quite a bit of a hurt. Quite a bit of a beating, I should say. At half health now, and so is this mid lane inner turret. Vanguard's still at full health, so most of their abilities available.
They're still waiting for waves to crash, so they're being incredibly patient. Only a quarter of the time left on their Baron buff. You can see top lane continuing to grow, bottom lane continuing to grow, and now Claire.
Ooh, they're popping all the ultimates. Rumble Equalizer being used, but Lost is in stasis on top of the Equalizer. Redemption will get it back up to 4. Legacy, they say, let's go, boys. Let's take down that Blinky. Sybil, you're next, darling. Run away, you little spider, as they take down the mid laner as well. They will trade mid for mid, but Legacy fight back.
Yeah, they certainly do, and they also clean up a massive shutdown. Feel like that was a good ultimate if Series didn't pull the trigger on his. However, they used both the ultimates onto the same person and put the turret in stasis, which means that Blinky had to overextend and wait for the turret to come out of gold to be able to hit it. That's why he died. Really nice cast out of Tally. And this game's starting to get pretty ugly.
It certainly is. Legacy are fighting these fights. 5,000 gold behind Avant Garde. Just using their better positioning, I would say, at the moment, to come out on top. Situation is still looking great though for Avant Garde. They took a turret from that. They don't have Baron to work with anymore, and there's still one more inner turret to take down on the top side of the map.
I mean, eventually it starts looking bad. We can't continue to say this looks great because really they've got a mid spiking comp with no tanks, very AP heavy top side of the map. You know, all damage coming out of the rest of the guys and a little bit of utility out of Jake versus what is going to be a full tank Rengar, a full tank Tally, and an Orianna that late game is just going to kill everyone. So there is genuinely 10 minutes left in this game where unless AV makes some very good calls, their comp no longer is stronger. And that's a big alarm system that has to be going off in your head. And this is the second week in a row they've used this comp. And last week, they got ahead early, and there's some trouble.
Yep, Legacy looking to go in. Tally knocks triple back. He's dead. Cupcake gets that kill, and Jake is trying to run for the hills. Good double stun. Will land onto the Rengar as well as the Gragas, but they're chasing over walls, dashing on forward. They're getting everyone here from Avant just to defend their support, but he will fall, and Legacy, 5,000 gold behind, they don't care. They get 2 picks.
Yeah, exactly right, and 2 crucial picks, because one of them is Triple, who is the Infinity Edge user, and now they can no longer shred the front line. I mean, they can drop Equalizer on this wave, so the next wave will be a coming, Fish. And they can continue to try and siege if they so please.
Bottom lane is pushing for Avant, but it's just off the turret, so Legacy do have some time to push for this. Crucially, drag it up in 30 seconds, Baron in 2 minutes. So Legacy have to make this count. They have to try and equalize the goal disadvantage they're currently in.
Shockwave still available.
Is up. Claire looking for it. Sybil gets tagged. Half of his health done and damage. Legacy break the base. But members of Avant are going to be able to come back alive. Curtain Call slowing down the front line. Big shield coming out from Cupcake. Tally's going to soak up all these shots. The ultimate will come out from Bard and only locks down Carbon. Redemption trying to keep him alive. They keep tagging the Legacy lineup, but they can't take anyone down.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Carbon and Tally are just too tanky. So realistically, the 80 carries are doing nothing against them because neither have upgraded Last Whisper. And you can see that they were just able to breach the base and then back away as a unit. There's no longer that surprise factor that's coming out of Jake's ult. The gold is being quickly equalized, only 4,000 still. But at 32 minutes means even less. And that's the death cap pickup.
For Oriana as well, Claire's had a great performance in these 2 matches since coming back from the suspension. First few weeks on Legacy, he looked so shaky. It was only really the match against the Chiefs where we saw his true potential.
Yeah, this has been actually a great match for Claire, in my opinion. Game 1, he was able to get those 2 picks. Now we have a base race potentially coming out.
Avant got a recalling. They don't want anything to do with this base race, and 20 seconds till Baron's back up. Legacy may have separated the team enough to try and get some picks before this one started.
Blinky's actually recalling, and I think Tally has sight of him. Actually just gets out. Goes back for a pickaxe.
Series is all... Oh, Series might have actually snuck in behind Legacy here.
Yeah, but he's been spotted on a crit wave. I think that he was just trying his best to...
Get out.
Get the heck out of dodge.
I would have just become one with the Wolf Camp and just, waited for a fight to take place. Pop out from the shadows, but locking him down. Series will use the equalizer, but that's Bard ultimate and Jhin ultimate use. Avant again starting off the fight and getting nothing out of their crucial ultimates except for that. Loss has been crippled, and that says more being popped as well.
Yeah, exactly right. So that was a huge hit. Of course, more being popped because Deathfire touches magic damage. So you can see Carbon staying in stealth, just hunting for a little bit longer. But with Loss being chunked down, potentially can be Baron. They do a lot of damage to the objective. In fact, they'll move in to try and get some vision control over the area.
There we go. Blade of the Ruin King getting Lost back up to full health. Avant Garde do get vision control, but they back off. Series is in the bottom lane, does have teleport available, but no equalizer. And Legacy say,
they want it.
It's our turn. Let's take the Baron. Teleport already being used by the Gragas. This should force Series to teleport up, and he does. Sybil waiting on the left side of the pit. The rest of Avant Garde trying to flank in from the right, but Legacy don't want Baron. They want to fight. Jake does get knocked back into the wall. Carbon's forced out of this fight already, and Lost gets destroyed. Redemption will be able to keep him alive. Big shockwave going to come out from the mid laner, but Claire only gets a single kill. Legacy are still fighting with their backs against the wall. Triple is getting so much damage down, and Legacy only able to trade 2 for 2.
Yeah, but Claire at this stage of the game, navigating the team fight so well. Sybil has to be praised. He flashed over the wall and did 90% of Lost health in one combo just because he is that full AP Elise right now. Was a very close team fight, Fish. All things considered, teleports used from both top laners. However, with 280 carries still alive, you can potentially take this one quite quick.
This is going to go down. No one from the side of Legacy's close enough, but they decide that it's a little bit too much damage taken from the big purple worm.
I mean, it was ambitious.
I liked it.
I thought it was a good call as well, but also important to recognize when Tally's making a V line for it. Let's take another look at the team fight. So Sybil on the top side actually gets spotted out and he rejoins his team. I think that's a great call. Jake gets a really important stun here onto Lost and Cupcake, otherwise he probably would have died instantly. And this is what I'm talking about. Flashes over the wall, look at that damage. But great shields, and then from that point onward, oh, let's just stop talking about it.
Yeah, because there's a big golden worm in the Baron pit right now. Down to 1,000 health. Legacy decide not to spot it, and Sybil comes in and steals it! Oh my goodness!
Equalizer onto Carbon as well. He's falling down really quickly.
Legacy did not expect that crit shot to go towards the worm, and Avant take the Baron underneath the eyes of Legacy.
Yeah, really nicely done. I mean, that's another Baron. That's a kind of play we're talking about that they have to be able to pull out. Because you can see it's 7,000 gold. And in team fights, Legacy's still able to go toe-to-toe. And they haven't yet finished up item builds on any of their major carries or tanks.
Legacy are still pushing for the base. Sybil was taken down after the steal. So they do have a numbers advantage for 20 more seconds. To make this count, they've got to take down this inhibitor, get back to base, and somehow defend with a 7,000 gold deficit. The inhibitor will help them defend mid lane. It's just the side lanes now they've got to really worry about.
And really, you're going to have Baron creeps pushing into the duration of that inhibitor, so it's kind of a nothing trade.
They've got Elder Dragon coming up too in a minute 30.
It's always good to send a message, but this is what we're talking. You were talking about. They wait for the fourth shot, and they actually send it on Baron. That 1,000 crit means that Sybil goes over with the execute. Carbon wasn't expecting it at all. He was looking for the team fight. Sure, they pick up Sybil, but that was a really clever play. Credit. Was used by OMG's AD carry a lot last year, SMLZ.
We do have a tweet coming in as Avant siege the base, so I'll get to that in a second, because Legacy might want to try and fight here. And we'll be able to lock down Lost, the triple pops the ultimate. They'll be able to get knocked back here as Legacy defend the base once more. And Avant, they're still sieging here with the Baron buff spawn. Breaking that turret is going to be important. Oh, that shockwave only connects on the series, and now Legacy are in so much trouble. The Equalizer is in a great position. Redemptions are already being used, and that was the crucial ability for Legacy to defend this base. They might have to sack a turret.
Yeah, potentially. You can still, they see it still do a lot of damage.
Tally will get locked down just below half health. This turret, inhibitor will fall. Claire!
Goodbye!
Hello!
Blinky now in a lot of trouble as well.
Oh no, he's being chased down. Triple will get slowed. Tally bops him in the face. Claire goes toe-to-toe. Lost will pick up that kill. Gragas takes a drink. He's back up to a decent amount of health.
And you can see right now, they're actually going to send the Lucian into the bottom lane. He still has Baron buff. Potentially can get himself a turret, but they're going to lose out on Elder Drake if they do go for this trade.
Oh, Blinky goes back to base, decides not to continue pushing, and Legacy, like we mentioned, going for that Elder Dragon.
So they don't even get a good trade there. I mean, that's just bizarre. I think that if you're Blinky, you have to try and take that turret. 30-second death timer. 30-second death timer on your mid laner. And Claire just absolutely bops him. 7-5-11 right now for the Orianna player.
And there's that tweet that we missed in the middle of that team fight. Sorry, Shane Miles, it was a little bit hectic there, but feels like Legacy O's let Avant get away with a lead purely for the challenge of fighting back. Last 10 has been all Legacy, #IamOPL. What do you think of that spawn?
Look, I don't think that's the case. I think that AV actually played the early game really well, and you have to talk about the strengths of Lucian Braum in that particular stage of the game. Plus the fact that you're running tanks means that you don't necessarily have the same push you had when tanks were really OP. So they had to allow the waves to crash into them for a while. And now that their mages online, now that their tanks are online, they have been able to take over in the team fighting phase. So definitely agree with the second part of it. Last 10 minutes, last 20 minutes really, it's definitely all been Legacy. Now with that Elder Drake, looking to continue to shove up.
Legacy have 2 dragons for themselves.
Ooh,
it's not like they've got none. Carbon's trying to jump in with a ball. Getting onto Blinky, double dash forward. He's now the target of focus for Avant, standing on top of an Equalizer. We'll get a ton of shields. A redemption might come out, but that crit pops the Guardian Angel from Gragas. Series
got caught.
Locked down by Lost. A great ultimate coming out from the New Zealand sniper. And Avant lose a member again. Legacy keep getting these picks.
Yeah, they certainly do. And that was a fight up against an Elder Dragon team. So a lot of true damage burn. And you can see that there's so much gold left on the map. Legacy's taken 3 turrets.
They're still
4
fighting.
turrets, sorry. 3 of them in the mid lane, 1 in the top. Didn't say the top lane 1.
They're still 4,000 gold behind. Legacy have not looked behind in this game. It's been dead even almost between Avant and Legacy. With Legacy taking these team fights in the mid game. 40 minutes in, they're the ones pushing for turrets. Baron's down, only Elder Dragon left, and they're just barreling through the lane. Turret will fall. Carbon gets that one. Inhibitor is next for Legacy.
Yeah, and unfortunately, gold is like 3,000 gold at this stage. They're able to pick up all the easy objectives that you should look towards. And here we go.
Tally.
Still 10 seconds left on series. They're going to look for a second inhibitor.
Yep, so Inhibitor turret falls. There's the ultimate coming out from Tally. Carbon pops his as well on the hunt for any member
2
of
seconds.
Vanguard.
Teleport available. There's a ward in the lane. Look for maybe an ult. Wasn't available out of Jake, actually, so even though there's a ward in the lane, means absolutely nothing.
Yep, and Series is not able to teleport through, so Legacy now just running through the lane, trying to get back out. As we check in with Gold, 1,000 in advantage for Series. Jungle, 1,000 in Sybil's favor, but mid lane, dead even. Bottom lane, about 1,000 in favor of Vanguard, and 41 minutes in the game. That means nothing, not even a BF sword difference between the laners.
No, exactly right. You can see that Legacy are potentially looking for a cheesy gank down in that bottom brush. I think they should be rushing back.
If they stay, if they stayed, it would have paid off, but they did go back to
I mean, it
base.
was a 4v4. Sybil had gone into the jungle, and I think it was Carbon that had gone towards top lane. What I was going to say is you actually have to look towards Baron at this stage, because only a minute left before that objective is back and available.
And mid lane Inhibitor is back up for Vanguard, so Legacy should come up in about a minute or a minute and a half. Player getting blue buff's going to be very crucial here. He's one item away from complete. Guardian Angel's up for Carbon. Tally's got his popped in the last team fight, but that's already halfway through its cooldown.
And it looks like Claire's actually going to go towards probably Azonia's Hourglass as his last item. I like that. However, he's been incredibly safe. Could potentially get more value out of a Leandri's Torment.
It's a very fast Gragas moving around the map here for Tally. Every time he gets the shield up from Karma. Threatening to get into the back lines of a Vanguard. And it's actually Legacy to make the proactive move over towards the Baron buff. I mean, previously they were 6,000 gold behind, and that looked like a chore for a Vanguard to push through. Now only 2,000 gold, you'd have to think this is going to be a walk in the park for Legacy if they get the team fights going the way they have been. They're just split off. Legacy, Baron side of the map, Avant-Garde, Dragon side of the map. And they're looking for the fight. Kona Core gets opened up, tags Cupcake and Tally. Equalizer will go through, and again, Legacy just say, guys, we back off, wait for these ultimates to go away, and let's go back in. Tally, though, getting locked down with Chain CC.
Claire got hit.
Locks down Claire. He's going to be able to back out alive, and Redemption will heal him up. Cover goes back, and big body pop coming out from Tally as they start the team fight for Legacy. And a Shockwave will come through as well, but it's Avant-Garde who look like they have the upper hand in this team fight as they force Legacy back.
They certainly do, but one of them is Tally, so they have a teleport that can come back into this fight. Carbon is a different story, however, without ult. Can't really get back in, but super creeps in the base mean that AV actually have to retreat all the way back in. Teleport is coming out, and this is potentially the Baron call.
Yeah, Legacy are going to try and force on this Baron. Claire is below half health. That's a very fast Gragas looking to lock down Sybil. Has Guardian Angel and will repel out to safety, getting over towards the Krug side of the map. Jake now in trouble. That's a very squishy support, and Cupcake will take that kill. Blink is the one that's being chased down next. Tally will get hit by the Blade of the Ruin King. Sidestep from the Lucian. Will eventually get slowed. Ignited. Lost goes on a rampage. Takes the kill, and they know that the jungler is out of position. Looking to lock down Triple.
Yeah, this should be game. There's already super creeps in the base. Carbon's back up. Shockwave as well as Rengar ult is available. And it looks like Legacy's just going to march this one in, Fish.
Yep. Inhibitor's going to be taken down. Avant-Garde already lost their Nexus turret. Legacy held on for so long. Triple just wants to clear these waves. Rumble is here as well. Does have Equalizer. Trying to go for this fight again. Tally with the body pop. Looking for Rumble to get taken down. Knocks him into the rest of the team. And Legacy, after holding on for so long, they've been able to take the 2-0 here against Avant-Garde as the Nexus will fall.
And really, that keeps their hopes for first place alive. You could see that that was a gut check moment. Legacy really needed all 3 points today. And they got it done.
Yep, now sitting at 21 points on the table, 7 wins and 2 losses. That's currently 2 points ahead of Chiefs and Direwolves, who are going to play the next match here today.
And their mid laner, whoa, looks like he's finally arrived into the OPL. Looks very comfortable on the Orianna, on the Victor. Control Mages coming out very nicely for Claire. But that was one of those games where they just had to hunker down as a unit. I mean, they fell so far behind early, but they did the right thing. They waited for the control mage to come online. They waited for Tally to be unkillable. And you saw in that last team fight, he was just getting Karma Shields and taking no damage. He was just running at them as only a Gragas can. And you can see Triple a little bit disappointed. But if you're that far ahead with a Siege comp and 2 Barons, you got to be able to close that game out.
Yeah, Vanguard, it's 2 times in a row they've shown this Siege comp. The first time, they were somehow able to win through a wall of attrition. This time down, Legacy, they have a big, strong tree that's not getting chopped down by the Avant-Garde roster. To throw it back, we're going to throw it back to the analyst desk for now to break down that game.
Thanks very much, guys, as Jake Spawn Tiberia there looks defeated by Fisher's puns. Similar to AV being defeated by Legacy. And Minky, you're feeling pretty good after this 2-0 win for your boys.
Fantastic. They played a bit shaky, I must admit.
When you say a bit shaky, it took them a while to close this game out. They were playing from behind for, I'd say, 40 minutes of it.
Yeah, well, they did a good job clawing back. And like I said, a win's a win.
It just really was a team composition for Legacy starting to come back online. It is really hard for you to deal with a tankless when you have a tankless composition and you've got the tanks, you're able just to jump into those team fights a little bit more readily. And really towards the end, Legacy started to shine.
But if you're AV as well, getting so close to that victory in the second game, 2 Barons, unable to close it out, you've got to really look at your game plans and try and reassess before you hit finals.
Absolutely, yeah. The big thing is that was them trying to go for a more spicy pick. I mean, when you do pick up the Bard, the idea is you like to have those sort of artillery compositions, which they had in place, but just didn't really work out for them.
All right, well, let's take a look at the comps of these teams as we bring them up on your screen. Like you said, the Bard. Also, Jin Mid, something we've seen last week and now this week again for AV. Mendrix, what are you making of this? Because they haven't had a lot of success on it.
So the big thing that's glaring about it is they don't have a tank. That's the specific thing that I don't like about it. But what I do like is how they've got a great mix of damage. You could really see it make it work towards those team fights, especially in those enclosed areas.
Yeah, I like the idea of the Bard ulti setup and then Rumble ulti on top of it. But they just had like a really bad execution of the Rumble and the Bard ult. Like often they will do it at the same time and it'll just waste the Rumble ult. So they have really good setup. I just didn't see it.
But when you look at the Legacy team comp, obviously their win condition is to go 6,000 or 7,000 gold behind and then just claw it back, Minky. Is that your thoughts on your boys' play style?
Well, that definitely was not the plan. I mean, yeah, you fall behind sometimes, and it's just about what you do to get back into the game. And
it does suggest an amount of mental fortitude
yes,
there
exactly.
to be able to claw back that win. What do you think the Legacy's win conditions were with that? And do you think they ended up playing towards them?
I think their win condition was definitely late game with Orianna and a very tanky Gragas, and they definitely did that. I mean, you could see at the end, the Gragas just got shielded and shielded. No one could kill him, and the Orianna was just so unstoppable. So yeah, AV just didn't close fast enough, basically.
What I did really like about that is they did have a sort of a Rengar and Orianna composition that you could put into play there. I didn't really see too many shockwaves with the Kitty being the ball delivery system, but every single time Claire was able to land decent shockwaves, and that really did change the face of the fights.
Well, let's take a look at this sort of transition from early into mid for AV, because I know, Mendrix, you had some thoughts on it, especially coming out of the last game into this one.
Yeah, absolutely, and it really didn't sort of like that transition from their mid game to the late game wasn't really what you wanted to see specifically, but as you can see here, they're really trying to jump into the middle of this, and this is actually forced off Legacy beforehand. You see, they jumped on to Rumble earlier before they put a lot of resources up there. He escaped from it. They tried to make another move around the map with their resources spread thin, and AV strike immediately. And this is off the back of them getting a really good sort of leg up initially from a collapse. When Legacy decided to jump in early in towards the jungle side, AV collapsed on them, and from that point they have a great mid game, but just not able to transition it to the late game.
Do you feel like Carbon kind of overextended in that replay there, Minky, or you just kind of like he can do what he wants? He's the captain of the team.
I think Carbon did the right thing. Just there was a slow TP by Tally. I think if Tally TP at the same time, we had the advantage in numbers, and they were tail diving us as well. So Rumble was there first, got the good ult, and cleaned us up, fortunately.
Yeah, it does come back to the fact that Tally was more probably concerned with taking that top turret in the top lane after they forced a series out, because that's the big thing. They did a massive dive onto him. Series was able to flash out of most of the initial engage, and they did fine afterwards. That's why they were able to get a good start in that mid game.
Now, we saw in that replay just then AV being able to kind of extend their lead, although not all the team fights went their way. And in particular, you want to talk about Blinky, because his positioning throughout a lot of these found himself caught out, Mendrix.
Yeah, he was caught out on a fair bit of things, and it plays a big role in the next sort of replay that we do have coming up here, because really, he's not here. He's dead still. He's still about to come back into this fight, and AV force a fight. I mean, they put in a big teleport ends up being miles away. I think even Spawn said it himself, it was miles away. So Series ends up coming into late into this team fight too, and Legacy are able to just capitalize off the back of this, get themselves back into the game. I mean, just look at it as it ends up going through here. They're just able to continue onwards, get all the kills that they need afterwards, and really that was because AV forced something they should just not have put their minds to.
Yeah, I mean, you don't normally see 5v5s being won with, one team having a 5k gold lead. So AV really screwed it up there.
Well, all right. For someone who did not screw it up in that game, let's take a look at our Radiant Medal for today, which is the best and fairest winner. And it is no surprise to be going to Loss, who had a massive game 1. A lot of kills in that early game 1. And kind of held his own on that Varus in game 2 as well, Mendrix.
Yeah, managed to really pick up in that game too, especially after that initial team fight that AV forced. Lost got a few kills with that, and then he was able to hold on with the rest of the team. But game 1 was his shining light, had a lot of help from Carbon, and really used his lead to the advantage.
And Mickey, you proud of your AZ you see there?
I'm proud of all the boys. They did well.
He shows no favoritism. Team owner there. Well, standing by with Jake Spawn Taipei right now is the mid laner for Legacy Claire. So let's throw it over to him now for the interview.
Thanks so much, Kingers. I am Spawn. This is Claire. I actually gave the 3 points to you today for a couple of weeks in a row. Back from suspension, pick up a 2-0 win here. Talk to me about where your head is at the moment, because your performances look much better on Summoners Rift lately.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know myself. I still don't know why I was playing bad the first few weeks, but yeah, I'm not sure. I don't really have much to say.
All right, cool. Talk to me about your picks then, because you're playing a lot of Corki, a lot of more 80 carry picks around the mid lane, which you have been famous for in the past, but now you're pretty much primarily on control mages. Is that a patch thing? Is it a style thing? What's going on?
Well, Corki was in meta, and I performed really well on him, usually in scrims, but now he's not in meta. I'm not playing him, so maybe that's a good thing for us. I do feel comfortable on control mages. I want to pull out more picks, but I honestly feel like if we just win with control mages, might as well just pick it, yeah?
Yeah, that's exactly right. No assassins yet seen for you. This gives Legacy the 3 points and puts you back on the top of the ladder until Chiefs or Direwolves play next. If they are able to pick up the 2-0 there, they'll get 3 points and go back ahead. What's the message been in the camp about the ladder? Have you talked about it much, or are you guys just like, let's just win our games, let's get into Gauntlet?
Oh, well, Chief squad, please win one game so we can get first place. But nah, outside of that, we're just... we're looking at Gauntlet. We don't really care where we place. And yeah, we're looking at Gauntlet.
All right, cool. And what is kind of the feel about it? Are you guys think that you're back to playing your best League of Legends? I mean, obviously it would have been mainly through scrims because you haven't been playing all that much on stage lately. But are you guys ready to go to that Gauntlet? Do you think you go in as the best team now?
Well, every team wants to improve more coming into Gauntlet. So we're no exception. We still want to improve. I think we're in a pretty decent spot, but yeah, we still want to keep going.
All right, well, best of luck in the weeks to come. Legacy do pick up the 2-0 victory over Avant, but guys, don't go anywhere there. That was only our first best of 3 of the night. Up next, the battle for first place continues as Direwolves take on the Chiefs.
Well, there's an ignite, it's a loss. The heal gets cut in half. The Meep Sluts come through and Ute to the Bard as Jake actually picks up first blood. Triple is in trouble. A flash forward from the Kitty Cat gets himself a kill. There is a teleport coming right behind him, and Legacy will try to retreat towards their turret. Shockwave comes out, but a little bit too late. Locked down by Bardo, and Claire is a sitting duck underneath this turret. Ultimate Fatality will whip. Carbon jumps in, and again, onto
Huge
Triple.
equalizer.
Locks down 3 of them. Ultimate comes out from Claire, doesn't take down Triple. He will use the Deathfire Touch eventually, but it's a fight on 2 fronts. It's Rumble on one side against Lost, who's flashed forward. He gets the kill there, and Claire's chasing down Sybil. The double kill will come out for the Orianna. They're popping all the ultimates. Rumble Equalizer being used, but Lost is in stasis on top of the Equalizer. Redemption will get it back up to 4. Legacy, they say, let's go, boys. Let's take down that Blinky. Sybil, you're next, darling. Run away, you little spider, as they take down the mid laner as well. They will trade mid for mid, but Legacy fight back. But Legacy don't want Baron, they want to fight. Jake does get knocked back into the wall. Carbon's forced out of this fight already, and Lost gets destroyed. Redemption will be able to keep him alive. Big shockwave going to come out from the mid laner, but Claire only gets a single kill. Legacy are still fighting with their backs against the wall. Triple is getting so much damage. Now, down to 1,000 health. Legacy decide not to spite it, and Sybil comes in and steals it. Oh my goodness. And Legacy, after holding on for so long, they've been able to take the 2-0 here against Avant Garde as the Nexus will fall.
Heavy hammer. Up we go! I love it when a plan comes together. Hold up!
To prep for X5, we looked at their stats and we kind of looked at who was their biggest playmaker, which we decided was Guts. And we looked at some of their weak points as well. So we looked at a lot of their warding comes from their bot lane, and just thought about a team comp that would kind of play into our players' strengths and hopefully not give them too much of what they wanted.
My mentality has been a lot better this week, because with Abyss it was very stressful, losing a lot, being on that bottom end of the ladder. But now it's interesting because there's not as much pressure for us to do well, because we're not really expected to do well as this sort of ragtag group of guys.
So I've been calling them the special team, like, you know, American football, to come in and do what needs to be done. And they are basically a bunch of free agents who are known in solo queue for being quite mechanically proficient. I definitely had to swallow my pride a little bit in terms of how I like to build a roster, but I think the players that we've ended up with have worked better than I expected. I don't think there's any area where the special team will significantly outperform the main roster, except maybe that just because they don't have any habits of playing together, that might be to their advantage, because they're maybe a little bit more able to improvise and they don't have any like crutches to lean on.
Direwolves is definitely a very tough opposition. They're a very strong team, both mechanically, individually, and they don't have many easily exploitable weaknesses.
Direwolves' strengths look pretty different to X5. The way that they play the map is they play a lot around each other, whereas X5 you can kind of break into small chunks. So preparing for them in terms of our strategy will be different.
If we 2-0 Direwolves, well, I mean, I'm always up for a starting roster slot, but nah.
The main roster would be maybe a little bit jealous, and you might have some outside parties looking to pick up some of these players.
Clearly we're the underdogs, I mean there's no denying that, but we're definitely going to play to win, and if we all play at our maximum or at our peak, then I think we have the ability to take them on.
Welcome back to the OPL for your round 9 Saturday. My name is Michael Hingersing, and joining me here at the desk is Mickey Whale and also Mendrix. If you're just joining us, AV have gone 0-2 up against Legacy, and it's Mickey Whale's boys who have taken that bonus point. But we're about to get into our second match of the day, which is Chiefs versus Direwolves. And as you saw in that video package just then, Chiefs fielding a brand new roster for the last week and this week, because 4 of their members are suspended, Mendrix. So when we take a look at this lineup, I mean, Direwolves massive favourites.
Direwolves are the massive favourites, and really they're looking fantastically in form. They have a really good roster in terms of their top laner, their jungler, their ADC looking so strong at the moment. And really for the Chiefs, I like to see them, what I love about them is there's still oceanic talent out there. There's still depth to find, so these guys are looking great.
And Minky, obviously now with Legacy having secured their victory for today, you can be finally an unbiased, impartial commentator and analyst.
Always.
What are your thoughts on this Chiefs versus Direwolves matchup? Because Chiefs, top of the table, but like we said, it is kind of a new team for them.
I mean, I definitely think Direwolves are the stronger roster at the moment, but I have soft spot for Pac-Man. I used to play against him and with him on the same Legacy squad. So
Did you teach him every mistake he ever made?
Oh, yes, of course. He called me master once. So, yeah, I really want Chiefs to take out 1 or 2 games. That'd be great for them as players, individuals.
And obviously you have a vested interest in Chiefs taking a game, because if they can, then Legacy can still go top of the table. But if Direwolves 2-0, then you guys are kind of stuck in 2nd or 3rd position, depending on how results fall.
Let's not think about that.
And it is a long shot. I mean, if Chiefs manage to come out of this 2-0, they basically move to top of the ladder. It's safe to say that they're going to stay there because their main line roster's coming back.
All right, well, let's get to this match, because earlier today I spoke to the team top laner for Chiefs Pac-Man, and I started by asking him how he compared Direwolves with XL5 from last week.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely going to be a lot tougher this week, but we've had some good practice, a bit more than last week, because we've had the whole full week to get some scrims in, so we're looking more confident than last week. Hope to shore a few of our weaknesses up. So,
Well, when you guys have spent some time together now and been able to practice and scrim as a full week, I mean, where do you see the biggest improvements on this Chiefs side for you guys?
Biggest improvements, I think just mainly our macro play, I think is a bit tighter at the moment, like knowing where to go after we get leads from the early game into the mid game. I think we've improved that a bit.
Cool. Well, Direwolves are going to be massive favourites today, unfortunately for you guys. But if you guys can take some wins today, where do you think it'll be?
Where do you think it will be? I think Seaman has the potential to really go off if he gets going in a decent matchup, and I also think I can do pretty well, hopefully, if the gods favour me. So yeah, we'll see.
Excellent stuff. Well, this is the last week you guys will be playing as the Chiefs, so we've really enjoyed having you guys around. Is there anything you want to say to the fans or anyone you want to shout out to?
Yeah, I'd like to give it a quick shout out to the boys back home who've supported me all through the years while I've been on my journey to pro, I guess you'd say. So yeah, thanks boys.
Excellent stuff. Thank you for speaking to us and best of luck today.
Cheers.
Let's take a look at the guys getting ready with their top laner, their Pac-Man, shouting out to the boys back home. I assume he means Chief Spawn, but let's take a look at their roster. Pac-Man is in the top lane. Their jungler is Fesh. Their mid laner is Suman. Their AD carry is Aladoric. And their support player is Yuzuki, who I know got a massive shout out on the OPL show this week, if you're a fan of the podcast. And Mendrix, these guys, last week, very impressive stuff, being able to take out an OPL team in XL5. How do you think they're looking today?
Well, I imagine they'd be looking confident. I mean, they do have the ability to have that extra week of practice, which means they might be able to go towards a few more advanced plays, maybe pull out something that can surprise us, see if they can go for something that works against the Direwolves. It is going to be, I guess, a bit of a tough run for them, because really at the moment, I think they found themselves in a bit of a dire situation.
Yeah, I guess they've been thrown to the wolves.
I hate this. I hate this so much. There is like one point of the show where I get to do a bad joke, and this is not it. Right? Well, across the rift, Chiefs are obviously facing off against Direwolves, and earlier today, I spoke to their team captain, Fantix, and I started by asking him what he thought of this new Chiefs squad.
I mean, I don't think they're that strong overall, but we are a little bit worried about Frosty, the AD carry. I'm actually not sure why he's playing AD carry right now, because he used to be a really strong Annie one trick. I mean, we're scared he might bust that one out. So,
So it's the unknowns you're really afraid of today. But you guys have been practicing a lot. Obviously, you've been working really hard, want to take this. If you take this game 2-0, you could go top of the table, and that would seed you directly into the grand final. What would that mean for you guys as a team?
I mean, yeah, obviously it'll be great, but either way, we'd have to beat the next best team in OS anyway if we wanted to win the grand final, so it doesn't really matter.
All right. Well, thank you for speaking to us and best of luck in the game today.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Then we have team captain and mid laner for Direwolves, Fantix there, saying if they want to win, they've got to beat the next best team in OS. Let's take a look at these guys. Their top laner is Chippies. Their jungler is Schönfire. Fantix is their mid laner. And King, their AD carry. And Destiny is their support player. And these guys looking very fired up there, Minky, obviously.
Yeah, they probably should have slept earlier yesterday.
They're up all night playing solo queue, obviously.
I hope so.
Yeah, it really does. Maybe it might play an effect today. We don't know. I mean, if you're need to get themselves a little bit more fired up so they'll be ready to play. But if they are putting in a little bit more hours into the game, maybe it might turn out to be an advantage as well.
I mean, coming into a game, you really want to come in positive. You want to come in awake.
Absolutely.
And you can see like them and Chiefs are day and night. So I would not be surprised if Chiefs came out firing and they were sleeping behind the wheel.
Pac-Man seemed to think that it was Human who could really take the advantage over Fantix early on. I mean, but let's look elsewhere on the map because I want to talk about top lane. Pac-Man absolutely just kicked off last week, and he's going to be coming up against Chippies today. And when you look at the stats, Mendrix, it's that KDA that's really popping out at me.
It is a really bit of a big standout, and it does come back to that, what we're talking about with Sybil and Carbon. Pac-Man typically has been on a team that hasn't been performing too well at the moment, whereas you look at Chippies, he's been on a team that's been performing exceptional at the moment, and it does tend to inflate your stats specifically with that heal participation, and especially with the KDA I meant to say there, and it does begin to take an effect, but Pac-Man was an absolute shining light in that late game, also in the last 2 games that he played before.
One thing to note is Pac-Man has played more champions than Chippies.
Yeah.
I didn't even know there were 11 tanks, but there are. So
did not even know.
Well, what I want to talk about there specifically is these guys have very polarizing styles. If you look at Chippies, he tends to be a bit more, I'm going to carry the lane, be more aggressive, more likely to play carries instead of those tanks, whereas Pac-Man, more of a role player. You can tell he's going to be solid every single time and try to maintain that lane and be that tank that's going to be there for tower dives.
And I know you certainly wanted to highlight some of his plays from last week because he was popping off on time catch.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it really begins to show you that when he does get ahead in lane, when he does do his job properly, he really does make it effective. I mean, this is a teleport into an ultimate on the bot lane. And what I really want to talk about this here is that Chiefs here, they've been a team that's, 3 days together? And they're actually executing on what is more considered to be an advanced maneuver in gameplay. This is actually really well done for them. And it's not in terms of mechanical. I mean, it's pretty straightforward mechanically speaking. It's decision making. Because you have to sit there and go, we're going to do a tower dive under the enemy turret this early into the game. And you have to look at that. Can they respond? And for them to say, no, they can't respond here. We're going to be able to get a nice, clean take off this and then also get the turret. It's actually quite good. Shows really good presence of mind.
All right, well, let's take a look elsewhere on the map because Human is going to be going up against Fantix. Obviously, Human, well known for his Ahri play. Fantix, well known for his Ryze play. And again, it's that KDA that really sticks out at us, Mickey.
Yeah, I mean, Suiman was on X5.
Yeah.
Literally the worst team. So, I mean, his KDA is still quite decent. I think he has a good chance against Fantix here.
When you look at that CS per minute, the fact that he's able to be that close to Fantix, who's on a winning team, I mean, it's much more difficult to CS when you're behind Mendrix.
Yeah, completely agree, because you do tend to get pushed in, the ganks start coming flying at you a lot more sooner or a lot more quicker, and you're sitting back going, all right, let's stop worrying about the farm, let's start worrying about living. And for him to actually remain within that 1 CS per minute mark is actually a pretty good move in terms of that regard. So it's a little bit of a victory for him to have that in place. And what's great about these two guys is I'm expecting a bit of an explosive mid lane matchup here. I mean, both these guys have a bit of a niche sort of composition. Mickey, you were telling me about this, that they have pretty interesting champion pools.
Yeah, so, they play their very own champions. They kind of ignore the meta, Fantix and Suiman. And their main focus is getting the blue buff, hitting CS and killing the other guy. So we're going to see a pretty explosive mid lane.
And that means we're not going to see much roaming out of the mid as well, you think, Mendrix?
Yeah, these guys like to actually pick up those champions that do well in lane. I mean, for example, if you see the Zeds, you see the Aries, these guys like to make sure they're taking it to each other, get those wins, and basically get the kill or the victory in that lane, and then start spreading their influence around the map if they can.
So does that mean that these teams are also going to be focusing bans against their opposing mid laners, do you think?
We did see it a lot happen with Suman. they did like to ban him out, specifically the Ahri, but he seemed to have a decent amount of champions to prop himself up for it.
All right, but before we get into the game, let's let our viewers at home know about a storytelling competition which is currently happening on the Esports right now that you can get involved in. It's fan fiction time, and as soon as this graphic comes up, I'll be able to tell you that there are prizes involved. You can win thousands and thousands of RP if your story is chosen. You can also pick up your own Dragon Slayer skin of your choice, and there will be featured stories in the client as well. Mickey, thoughts on fanfiction?
If you write a story about me, you'll have a better chance of winning.
That is absolutely not true, and because it's being judged by Frostgrin, and I imagine that she would find it just Very upsetting. All right, let's take a look at the tips before I get your guys' predictions, because opltips.com.au means you can get involved. And Chiefs, massive favourites, despite the fact that they're fielding a B team, Minky.
Yeah. Whoa. I think Chiefs just have a lot of fans.
Yeah.
It's great to see.
Yeah.
You know, and they are a good bunch of blokes when they're not versing us.
Say they're your second favourite team in OS? Mandrix, thoughts?
I mean, at the moment, you can tell Chiefs definitely have a very loyal player base, but at the moment, I'm going to be saying that it's going to be a 2-0 to the Direwolves. They're looking very strong at the moment, and again, no Chiefs B team, they're going to have a rough time.
All right, Minky, do you think the Chiefs can take a team? Take a game, I should say.
I really want them to.
Of course you do,
I really
but
want
can
them
they?
to. I think Chiefs will take first game, Direwolves will wake up and take the other two.
All right, so Mickey Well there, hoping for a 1-2 victory to Direwolves. Well, that is enough from us here at the Analyst Desk. Let us throw it to your casters to get into Game 1. Sport and Fish.
Thank you, here's I'm Matthew Stewart. Joining me is a Koala and Jake Spawn. Tiberius about to get into our top of the table clash between the Chiefs as well as the Direwolves.
Well, the Koala's not joining us anymore. However, I do want to shout out Mickey Whale, our guest on the desk. Of course, he doesn't know there's 11 tanks. He only plays Shyvana. And the last time he played Tarmken's top lane, they lost the final. So a little bit unlucky there for Minky. Don't burn my boy Pac-Man.
Oh, Chiefs Spawn. Well and truly in the building here today.
That's not even Chiefs Spawn. Pac-Man's a free agent that happens to be playing for the Chiefs right now. You just can't touch the Kiwis. I get very defensive of my New Zealand top laners.
Yeah, especially Fesh, I've been told, as the Chiefs are going to take on Direwolves here today. We are into Champion Select, and that's a nanny ban that's come out from the Direwolves.
Yeah, so maybe they think that there's going to be a kill lane run bottom. I don't know, something like that. What I do want to touch on is Chippies versus Pac-Man, because we used to talk about this lane a lot when Chippies was just starting to join the OPL. Obviously, both New Zealand top laners. New Zealand historically has thrown so many New Zealanders into the OPL through that top lane position. Pac-Man and Chippies are kind of polar opposites, though. Chippies plays heavily for lane, will play carries, will look to really bully the top side of the map and open up jungle paths, whereas Pac-Man is a shove the lane out, teleport other places, and see if he can win in a team-based game. So I love watching them play against each other because it forces Pac-Man to focus more on the laning phase.
Well, the two teams have flown through their bans here. Graves, Jace, and Camille are the bans coming out from the Chiefs, whereas Direwolves, they've taken away Echo, LeBlanc, and Annie. And Lulu, Rengar, and Varus all being picked up as first few picks.
And I think so far, Cyclone, Johnny's done a really good job with these bans because it's pinched top lane, got rid of some carries. It's opened up potentially a Lulu Shen combination, which we talk about a lot. We like that. We'll deny it away from the Rengar Shen combination, which we also like. And it gives a tank that can leave top lane more often. We've talked about it a little bit just before. Pac-Man likes to get out of that lane a lot. I think that Shen could be a pick right here that would shut down a lot of the aggression that Chippies could bring into the lane.
For now, though, Chiefs pick up Caitlyn as their AD carry of choice. We didn't see it in the last series because he was constantly banned out against Blinky.
Ooh, Fesh's Nidalee.
Ooh, Nidalee gets locked in here for the Chiefs.
And he had a really poor showing on it when he was on Tainted Minds. He missed the spear onto the blue buff, and it really slowed down his jungle pathing. However, trust me, the dude can play Nidalee.
Yep. The Cats are back in the jungle here for Chiefs against Direwolves, and Fantix locks in Vladimir as his mid lane pick of choice.
Yeah, and this is kind of a siege comp versus an all-in comp. As soon as you see Rengar, as soon as you see Vladimir, you should assume they're going to be diving into your backline, looking to pick people up. As soon as you see Caitlyn, Lulu, Nidge, you should be thinking they're going to be setting up at our turrets. They're going to be poking down very heavily. And the attack speed steroid from Nidalee actually means that Caitlyn comes online a little bit earlier. Generally, you want to see 2 attack speed items because she doesn't have her own steroid, but Nidalee lends her a steroid and gets her to that later stages of the game.
Which means now Direwolves and Chiefs are both looking to target ban towards the top side of the map. Fiora and Cannon already banned out here.
Respect given over to Pac-Man, taking away the cannon from the Pac-Man top lane. Of course, he would rather play Swain anyway.
And then the time catch ban comes out immediately after.
Forget everything I said. Chippies, obviously. Huge fan of the Pac-Man in the top lane.
Wouldn't be surprised if Chiefs ban out another top laner here, but they've got the support pool to pinch as well if they choose. Whereas the Chiefs really looking for a mid lane as well as a top lane pick.
Yeah, I think Karma is worth a ban here. And the reason I say that is that Vlad and Rengar rely very heavily on getting into the backline. They don't go for it, so I'll stop talking about it. However, I think it is a good pickup because that empowered E is going to get everyone in there. Also helps out with early lane wave clear, but Zyra instead.
Direwolves are going for, they're out for blood here, Spawn, because that's a very aggressive bottom lane duo that's picked up already.
Well, we know they're a laning phase team. And so far you have Vlad that loses very little lanes once he gets past level 7 to level 9. You have Varus Zyra, which just doesn't lose lanes. I mean, it's got such good high damage. And then you got Rengar that's going to be able to counter jungle a lot for Shern. And I'm expecting Chippies to pick pretty much solely for the lane as well.
And we've got Ari being locked in for Steelman here. We've seen what he could do with Ari on XL5. And now he's on the Chiefs roster who took down his old team last week. Ari's going to be a crucial pick for them coming into this game.
Yeah, certainly should be. However, I think that they really do need to pair this with some form of CC in the top lane. Now I'm looking away from Shen. I'm looking like, give me a Nautilus or a Gragas, something that really can tie them up. Poppy will do.
And Pac-Man has popped off from the Poppy spawn. Even last week, performed very well. And Direwolves still looking for their top lane pick of choice. Chippies hovering over the Elise, kind of signaling he wanted to play that Rengar top.
And they've actually hovered double jungle right now. And Gragas can be played in jungle. I expect it to be top lane Gragas.
So he does go towards a tank in the top lane to match up against the Poppy. Direwolves with a lot of damage coming into this game. Chiefs, a lot of single target ability here.
And I actually, I really do like the Direwolves comp. When I have a look at it, all of a sudden you have so many members that are going to dive, and then you naturally think that King is going to be a sitting duck, but we know that Zyra, as a single person peel, can lay down the ultimate, can get 3 plants out, and can absolutely rip you apart if you go damage the way Destiny normally does. So I think that they have a really well-rounded comp. At 1-3-1s incredibly well, because as far as Gragas goes, one of the best wave clear out of a top laner right now. Vladimir, great in a 1v1 situation. And then over the side of the Chiefs, you have more of a catch. And then as soon as you do get that catch, you can move it back into the lanes and start setting up around turrets. But it could be more difficult to get there if you're the Chiefs. Squad that has been only together for 10 days. I mean, we have to go back to it.
And this is the Special Forces squad coming out for the Chiefs. I mean, they picked up the 2-0 win against XL5 last week while the rest of the Chiefs were boot camping over in America. And this is their top of the table clash. Currently, Legacy are at 21 points. These two teams are at 19. If the Chiefs squad can take a single game victory here, that shakes up the entire top side of the table.
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, Legacy should finish first. I mean, next week we're expecting all the top 3 teams to go 2-0. I think that's a very fair statement to make in the current landscape of the OPL. And so this game really does decide it all of who's going to finish where. Of course, stumbling blocks can arise. Never forget Fortnite. But, you know, this game's going to be very interesting because I think that there's a lot of comfort on the side of the Chiefs, that special unit, as you said. But right now, Direwolves are just so hot. They're only gotten better since that trade to get rid of Sybil and, you know, bring Shern in full-time.
I mean, since Shern has been full-time, like you said, for the Direwolves, they've looked fantastic. They've shortened up a lot of the weaknesses they showed very early in the OPL. So it's great to see how they're going to be able to perform heading into this game, which we are on to Summoner's Rift for. Chiefs taking on Direwolves. Top of the table clash, but 5 substitutes in play for this game. For now, though, let's check in with the Chiefs coach, Cyclone, who's standing by with Hingers.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Cyclone, coach of the Chiefs this week. And tell me about this Annie ban. Did you expect it coming out of Direwolves?
No, we have no idea what that was about.
But looking at your team comp, Poppy, a champion that Pac-Man has played on before and had a bit of success on. I mean, what do you see as the real strategy behind your guys' team comp today?
So it's like a siege comp with the potential to 4-1 or 1-3-1 depending on how far ahead or behind we get. Poppy does really well in a split push and deals with Rengar, as you saw last week, just ulting him away repeatedly. So it's a good answer to that.
Excellent stuff. So you're feeling pretty confident then?
Yeah, I think so. I think I was a little bit surprised they gave us the Ari.
Yeah.
But our comp, these guys have been practicing stuff like that all week, so...
Take Ari over Annie any day, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Well, thank you for speaking to us and best of luck in the game.
Thank you.
Yeah, so there you go. Confirmed. Direwolves misclicked the A champions, banning Annie over Ari. Good job, Chippies.
Potentially could be the case. Don't want to watch mid lane. I want to watch whether this spear lands on blue buff.
Oh, he
and
did
it does. Fesh has nailed it.
Already off to a great start here on the Nidalee. Hits the second spear as well. That's what you want to see from your jungler. But yeah, Fesh picking up Nidalee heading into this game. Starting on the blue side of the rift and immediately moving towards Rengar's red.
Yeah.
Is he trying to invade Schoenfire?
Looks like he is going for it.
He's
He can
going
hit a
for
max
it.
range spear here. He will be able to pick
There's
it up.
a ward. Oh, he doesn't get it. The ward just timed out for the Chiefs. And Schoenfire picks up his own red and goes towards the other side of the map, wasting some time.
Huge tempo advantage now for Shern. Huge tempo advantage. I mean, that's a gamble out of Fesh. He's wasted his most important buff in blue because it gives him cooldown reduction and the ability to spam spells early. And Fantix, woo!
Yeah, Suman just pops in a couple of auto attacks after that Charm Q combo, just to make sure Fantix knows who's in this mid lane today.
Yeah, however, is running very low on mana. It's one of the things that you can be sucked into when you're against a Vladimir. You spam, he spams, everyone spams, but he comes out really far ahead. And Pac-Man taking it to Chippies in the top lane.
Yeah, not afraid to trade up on the top side of the map. This Poppy, both of them starting with Corrupting Potions, and Pac-Man is winning the Jug War as Chippy's down to 1 tick left.
Yeah, however, Chippies is kind of winning the CS battle, which is where it actually matters. Unless Pac-Man can kill him, it's going to be hard. And this is what I was talking about. Fesh did chickens, as Carbon affectionately calls them, and they're quite a hard camp to do at the moment. Ever since Nidalee stopped rooting for camp, no longer sticks them in place. The clear did get a little bit more difficult. She is still a squishy AP jungler.
So Fesh, like we mentioned, did that very risky invade.
Oh, Sherm might go over the wall here.
Spotted out by Warren. Throws one down himself, spots out the crowd camp being taken away. So the risky invade. Uh-oh. Fesh flashes away immediately, gets jumped on by Shernfire. That's a big mistake, and he knew it as soon as he flashed over.
Yeah, he thought that he was actually gone, but Sherm was recalling. So Fesh had to get out of dodge straight away. And you're seeing the sustain battle won by Chippy is quite hard up in the top lane. In fact, that's going to have to be a port back out of Pac-Man. And when you are down already this far in CS, that's not a port you want to be taking.
Nope. Slowly going to be 9 minions on the top side of the map as well. Look at Chippy just holding this wave slightly off the turret, so that when he does push in, it's going to be difficult for Pac-Man. He's gone back to base. Already you can see Suman going back as well. Bottom side of the map, King of Destiny pushing in. Direwolves making sure they control as many waves as possible.
And they're winning every lane right now, and the jungle's already got first blood. So you really do have to give credit to Direwolves. I think that this is one of the parts of the games that makes it incredibly hard for any squad to come in and take matches off them, just because they are so consistently good in lane. And, you know, Minky can say they look like they're asleep or whatever we want to say about them in pick ban, but they're just staying calm. They know that exactly what they have to execute on. And week in, week out, they're able to do it at the moment, Fish.
Direwolves have been looking fantastic in this split of the OPL. Chippy's making a little bit of a blunder there, but doesn't care. He's just walking at Pac-Man right now. Ready to fight. Slam doesn't get him into the wall.
But Nidalee is up here.
Yep, Fesh making his way up. Spear not going to connect. Chippy sidesteps that one and body slams away. Great play from Chippy to get out of that gank.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, it's also not a bad spear from Fesh, because he either goes back into the Poppy and takes 2 extra autos, or you take a full range spear. So you understand exactly why the spear placement is where it was. It's just that Chippy's knows that at this stage of the game, 2 auto attacks from a Poppy versus a max range spear is definitely a good trade to take.
Oh, mid lane. Fantix against Suman.
He's just zoning him off creeps, Fish.
It's just a back and forth so far. Fantix will get the blood rush here. Heal back up nice and easy. Vladimir is a little bit obnoxious with his healing.
But the problem is Shern's done what he's done best for so long. Bottom lane pushing in. He's got a 2 creep score advantage. He's already lit up the jungle.
He's the
and
highest level on the
Aladoric
map.
is not going to expect the jungler to be level 6 when no one else on the map is level 6.
Shernfire is so accelerated in this game.
Yeah, and he's going to take away another camp, which means that it's 40 CS right now.
Finds Yuzuki. Yuzuki flashes away, wants nothing to do with this guy.
Yeah, exactly right. And all of a sudden, game becomes incredibly difficult for the Chiefs, because Fesh is so far behind. Once again, 2 full levels. And mid lane also under fire.
Yep, Fantix level 6, Human out of mana.
Has to go back again.
Shernfire decides not to pop on the hunt. Once again, Pac-Man and Chippy is trading on the top side of the map, but Chippy is getting the upper hand again up here.
And this is why Gragas is kind of prized as the best laning tank, because he has sustain inbuilt into his kit in the form of that passive. He has damage reduction out of the Drunken Range as well. And he just does a very good job of being able to keep himself topped off. And now Fesh has the solo queue conundrum. I've been put so far behind that I can either take second blue for myself and be a savage of a jungler, or I can give it over to my mid laner and hope that he gets something going, even though he's losing by 13 CS at the moment. So very rough early game right now for the Chiefs special unit squad.
Fesh is the lowest level in the game. I mean, Fantix just hit 5, which means Yuzuki's going to follow suit shortly. Shernfire's done a fantastic job of starving him out of the jungle.
I mean, he took away his whole bottom side. on the second clear. And this all goes back to the cheesy invade that they went for. I mean, you expect that this team has to throw a wrench to be able to win the game. But I don't know if ever throwing the wrench at level 1 is the right call.
The thing for me is, the invade was a risky one, but nothing happened. He lost maybe 2 extra camps on top of that. It was when he jumped over the wall and was like, oh, there's a Rengar here. I might have to flash and die now. That's where it really cemented the advantage for me. As Aladoric's going to get locked down. King of Destiny trading very well against this Caitlyn. Only a couple of auto attacks back in the Chiefs' favor. Bottom side of the map is going to be King that has a nice and sizable CS lead for himself. And Suman, he's having a tough time against Fantix in this mid lane.
Yeah, Vladimir just naturally wins lots of mid lanes because, as I said, he has no mana issues, obviously not having that, and has really good sustain. So you can see Suman right now struggling. He's also missing CS, potentially getting inside his own head. Of course, have to go back to it. They're very young players on the Chiefs squad, although Fantix takes the wrong end of that trade. Suman's looking for the all-in. You can see he's continually walking forward.
He's got biscuits and Vladimir as well, so we'll be able to heal up fairly well in this lane. Charm does not connect over for Suman, so slowly getting this lane back in his favor, but Schönfire already setting up here on the Infernal Dragon. King and Destiny rotate down, pick that one up with his help. Fesh has just been stuck playing catch-up in the jungle.
Yeah, and I mean, Nidalee does power farm well. As soon as Fesh gets himself a jungle item, actually he can't even get it on this back. So he's still so far behind. Warrior Enchant, for those wondering, is one of the most gold-efficient combines in the game. Carbon likes to talk about it a lot, but 625 gold for 48 E is huge. And now Shern's in the mid lane.
Yep, ultimate's been popped by Shern, jumps on top of Suman, who gets that last tick away, but a flash forward from Schönfire takes him down.
Yeah, Suman just wasn't expecting it. He has Flash as well as Ignite still available. He even had something left on his ulti. Could have got away from that one, but Shern just waits for the cooldowns to come back up and bops him. Talking about bopping.
He's been knocked back in towards Chippy, so was looking for that kill. Meanwhile, bottom lane though, Yuzuki's going to fall. Aladoric just watches as his support gets destroyed. Fesh is trying to make his way down, but spotted out by a ward, and Schönfire is hunting Pac-Man.
Yeah, it certainly is, and now all of a sudden they're proxying a wave. It is a 3,000 gold lead at this stage of the game, and Direwolves are ripping apart the Chiefs.
Yep, they're not here to play, Spawn. They're just ready for a quick match here against the Chiefs. Chiefs so far have not been able to put up a fight at all.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, it's 20 CS in every lane. There's a big advantage right now in the jungle position as well. And all the tempo is on side of the Direwolves. I mean, even the little vision control is not helping out.
I mean, that's 1,500 gold, I believe, over towards the jungler. That is massive. 10 minutes into the game. Top side of the map, about 400 gold in Chippy Savers. That's just a Ruby Crystal, not too drastic. Bottom lane about the same deficit, same with the mid lane. Really, Schönfire, he's on the ball right now.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I mean, this is the argument we make about like competitive junglers against solo queue junglers. Because is Fesh a fantastic solo queue jungler? Sure, he's played 2 OPL games as well on top of that. Whereas Shern obviously been around for a very long time. And you can see that he's just using that experience, picks himself up an early Hex Drinker. It's going to be even easier for him to bully around in Nidalee, Poppy, as well as an Ahri top side of the map now. And everything just looks so smooth sailing. They're even, you know, chucking cheeky wards into Raptors pits. They really want to keep Fesh under control on this pick. And because of the lack of CC, this is what happens when Nidalee falls behind. Offers very little.
Suman looks like he's trading well in this mid lane, but he's about 25 CS down against Fantix. So although it looks like it's going in his favor, it's not. He's already died once to the gank from Schönfire.
And Shern's actually going the long way around and calling Destiny up as well. So they're going to look to try and catch Fesh at his buff.
Goes the safe way. No wards. Spot him out, but Schönfire's walking in.
Nice ward.
Place down. Will get destroyed by Shern. Fesh will throw out a spear. You don't want to fight this cat. Oh, Suman, no! Dashes and flashes away. Gets out of that one safely. It was close though. Caught shopping.
Aladoric's in trouble.
Locked down by 2 spells. Ultimate comes out from Zyra as well. Narrowly clipped with the knock-up, and the final auto attack comes through for King.
In comes Shern.
He's just waiting. Yuzuki's a sitting duck. Will flash away. Boulder Strike comes through, and that is a dead Lulu. Definitely did not taste purple there.
And all of a sudden, first turret is also going to go the favor of Direwolves. It's going to be an extra 1,500-ish gold on top of that when they take away camps as well. Bottom lane's now a 30 CS lead to King.
So when we saw the Chiefs play against XR5 last week, we said, you know, they have a decent shot here. They might be a ragtag team that are ready to try and, you know, sub in for the Chiefs while they serve out their suspension, but it's against XR5. They do have a chance. Very similar play styles from the two teams. And then after that win, we're like, but next week they're against Direwolves, one of the top 3. The Direwolves would have to treat this game as a statement match, and so far they have been. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to continue to keep up the pace. As Fesh is making his way towards top side of the map, Chippies will get tagged by the spear. Thunderlords gets him down fairly low, but you can already see they just don't want to chase on any further forward.
Yeah, I mean, the collapse is already here. Destiny and Shern.
Oh, he's been ignited as well, forced to flash away. Shernfire wants to get into that bush, but no flash for him to get up towards top side of the map. But they will settle with denying Fesh his flash. And already with a 5,000 gold lead, Chiefs incredibly far behind. Fesh trying to take down Krug Camp for himself. Shernfire just waits in the wings.
That's a Gromp.
The Gromp camp, sorry. White camp?
Yeah, the old white camp.
Shernfire leashes away the blue buff, takes it for himself. The jungle is his. He is the king right now.
And he's still 2 levels up. Now Pac-Man wants a little bit of a shot.
Oh no! The knockup denies the
Ari's
spear!
there, though.
But Suman will be able to dash her forward and does get a crucial kill onto Shernfire.
So no perfect game available. It looks like it was potentially going to be in the cards, Fish. But Suman wrecks that dreams. He's 2 levels down, however, even though he has a kill. You can see 80 carries, a level up. Jungle, a level up. So across the board right now. Big successes for the Direwolves. They've taken down a 2nd turret as well. And not really all that much way to stop the bleeding, although getting a kill potentially boosts morale. And I want to go back to your point. I mean, there's a whole host of differences between playing solo queue and, you know, a team that has been put together. Like, not saying they're solo queue players. That's playing a team that is reasonably inexperienced with, like, map movements, lane assignments, and, you know, being able to call the jungler to certain areas of the map versus being the Direwolves and being now playing like what 6 months because they were over in Korea together with this unit playing every day. So I think that this just shows like what an experienced lineup will do when they've been given an advantage in the early game. It's 6,000 gold at lead at 14 minutes. That's absolutely massive. They're going to look to pick up a 2nd Infernal. So even the map is on Direwolf's side right now.
Yep.
I mean, if you're the Chiefs, you're probably praying for air drakes or oceans at this stage of the game.
Not going to happen.
But really, if you don't have pressure anywhere on the map, a jungler as good as Shern is going to really make you pay for that, and he's done that in a huge way through neutrals and through dragons.
Fesh has been able to catch up in levels thanks to the catch-up mechanic. Now it's Fantix who's ahead of Suman by about a level here. 147 CS to 108. 40 CS up this Vladimir.
I mean, Fesh has also just put the jungle on power farm and completely disregarded any form of games. The one kill I guess he was a part of was when Shern walked into his jungle, whereas Shern doing the right thing has actually left a lot of his jungle up for a majority of this game and gone and taken away the opposition's jungle. That's kind of the double header where you get gold for yourself and deny it from the rest of the team. And you can see that the Chiefs starting to get a little bit desperate, actually looking for collapses into the mid lane. Last members that are reasonably squishy are going to be King and Destiny. Everyone else kind of already tanky enough to withstand any form of ganks.
Shernfire's going to find Fesh again. That's him down to less than half health, and Bowler Strike connects. Destiny will steal the kill away from Shernfire, pick up red buff for himself.
Secure that kill. And you can see that Fantix, absolute monster at this stage of the game, going toe-to-toe with Pac-Man.
Yeah, just gets slammed to the wall, does not care. Heals up with the Blood Rush. Will continue split pushing for the Direwolves while pinching the mid lane out to turret. King railing on this turret with the Blade of the Ruin King.
I mean, and they have to collapse because all of a sudden the Gragas has moved into Fog of War on the bottom side.
Oh, that's a flash forward on the Suman. Double flash from the Direwolves. And they're sending Shernfire in as well. He will tank up the turret. Ultimate comes out from Chippies. Forces a flash away by Yuzuki. And that turret taking a beating here in the mid lane inner. That's going to fall. Pac-Man tries to get down here. He's going to get clipped by the grasping roots coming out from Zyra. And the Direwolves are now close to 10,000 gold in the lead. Just 16 minutes into this match, Spawn.
Yeah, about 8,500. You can see that it's just across the board. 2,600 gold on 80 carries. 2,300 on junglers as well. And really, just want to go back to the point that Sharp has really set this team up for success in this draft because it's given them very strong lanes, but also has given them really clear team fight goals of being able to just dive the back line. And with Poppy not being there, I mean, that's very easy to do because nothing else is going to stop it. So I really like the Direwolves draft. I like how they're playing out this game. And I really credit for them to be able to pick up such a massive gold lead at this stage.
They're just going to continue pushing his spawn. We know that Direwolves are already a fantastic team during the laning phase. That's where we think they're the strongest at the moment, because individually they have probably the 5 best players. They're now looking to try and pinch bottom lane. Vladimir's down here. We have Schönfire rotating with Destiny. Yuzuki will get the heck out of there. King makes his way down as well. So Gragas split pushing top side of the map with teleport.
It's always interesting talking about who has the best 5 players in the OPL, because you have to always put Swiffer in that, I guess, equation as far as mid laners go.
Hello.
You also have junglers like Carbon running around that on their day are very good. And then, you know, supports like Ejim and Cupcake, who's Cupcake's been an absolute monster this split. Swoomin in trouble again.
Trying to dash away. He's got one left. Schönfire's right on top of him. Flashes forward. We'll be able to get out of there, but flash for flash. Now Pac-Man's trying to get into the bottom lane. He's dead almost. Hemoplay goes down, gets a shield from Yuzuki as well as that Wild Growth to keep him alive. Very close to getting taken down in that bottom lane, but the inner turret's going to fall. It's just a matter of time for Direwolves. They were happy to split push this entire time.
Yeah, and now they really do ramp it up. It's 9,000 now. 5 turrets to nothing. You can see CS across the map still heavily in their favor. But yeah, I think we do credit the solo play of Direwolves a lot, but their team play is certainly on the up. I mean, they don't get to be the best team in O's, which they will be if they win this game 2-0. They'll be top of the ladder, not really much arguing there, by, I guess, having poor team play. One thing that's important to note is the fact that they didn't beat Chiefs or Legacy in their first times around. They've lost games elsewhere. Chiefs, of course, lost their game to Legacy and dropped a game versus Sin. Sin was able to pick up Legacy twice, which put Direwolves in such a good position. But also, they're the newest team that was put together. And I think it's, along with Legacy, actually. And I think it's very cool to see how they've evolved. And now Destiny under a little bit of fire. Charm missed, however.
Desperate play almost from Sealman there. Charm would have connected. That might have been a pick for his team. He does dash out of the pit.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a kill if Charm does connect. Once again, there's still just a big golden experience gap between mid laner and support. So that's never really going to be in favor of Destiny unless he's incredibly fed.
Yep, still 9,000 gold lead for the Direwolves at the moment. Making things very slow, very steady, very unlike the Direwolves.
I mean, it's not all that slow. They're 20 minutes into the game. They've got 40,000 gold and 5 turrets. I mean, I would say it's a pretty accelerated game.
Yeah, but they're just not, you know, diving turrets anytime soon, sticking around for way too long, playing it very calm for the lead they have.
I would say they're playing it calm. That's a good way to put it. And you can see Chippy's just continuing to hoover up waves. You would think that Baron probably going to be the next objective. They can bring Chippies over, or they can just tank it up with Vladimir's lifesteal and plants. So really, options are plenty. Also, shout out to King. I think he's gone the best build. I think Hurricane's a little bit of a trap at the moment on Varus. Very rarely, as a Varus, do you want to be in range to hit 3 people. I mean, you're an immobile AD carry. Unless you're incredibly ahead, then you shouldn't be really in range. You're just going to be hitting the tank, and the defensive capability of the Phantom Dancer means that you can go offensive items afterwards.
If I'm not mistaken, the rationale is the same as Caitlyn and Ashe trying to get the empowered auto attacks across to multiple targets, but...
Yep, definitely is. But one more time, if you're hitting 3 people with auto attacks as Varus, you're probably in kill range. Yeah.
You see they're taking a spear from King. Not going to be very happy about that one, but does have red buff to rejuvenate his health quite nicely. And they're picking up Baron here. Fresh throws out a spear. Fancy says, "Ooh, that tickles a little bit."
Actually going a death cap next. That's a bold move.
Ooh.
Vladimir does enough damage without death caps in his build generally.
There is a ward on this Baron, so Direwolves are going to be waiting here for some time if they want to try and cheek this one out.
Nearly expired. You can see that now it's Ocean Drakes. They're not really all that interested in going towards that side of the map. The 2 Infernals at the start of the game will be enough for them.
They've pinged it out again. This time, looks like they're going to start this one up. They do see the ward expire. Direwolves know.
But they do the right thing. They peel off. Nice patient play. All of a sudden, the face check will come out from Fesh.
They lock him down. Jump forward from Schön. They get a kill. King will pick that one up.
And that's the jungler. That's why you want to send top laner first, because with Fesh dead, there is zero chance of a steal right now. It's going to be a 22-minute Baron, unless a fight comes in.
Schumann's been jumped on here by Schoenfire. Schoenfire is nice and healthy. Pac-Man is waddling his way into the pit. 4,000 health.
Probably the best fight they're going to get.
Charging the Poppycopper. Knocks out Gragas. So this is a 4-on-4 to keep things up by Yuzuki. Where did you go? Just disappears from Summoner's Rift. King will get charmed up. He should... No, maybe not. Almost dies here. That's not a night ticket. It's just a Morello. Not.
No, it was a night ticket.
He does eventually get taken down there. I believe Baron was assisting with that. Aladora gets knocked back into the team. Fantix is able to pick up a kill for himself. Pac-Man gets revenge as he takes down Chippies. But Direwolves, they're going to be able to get an ace as well as Baron buff for themselves.
Yeah, Baron buff, ace, 2 kills. Now a 12,000 gold lead at 22 minutes in. Direwolves absolutely in control of this game. The Vladimir looks to be a great response to the Ahri. Not to mention how much control Shern's had over the whole game. So, continues.
Well, he's chasing him down. Fesh is trying to jump away. Who's jumped stronger? Seems like the Lily wins today. Spear's not going to connect. Schoenfire decides he does not want to fight Lily just yet. Ouch.
And you can tell that Fesh, not used to having all that many people in his jungle, Fish, has been trying to kick Shern out consistently, but still 2 levels and all the items in favor of Shern.
Well, Yuzuki does spot them out, taking down this Ocean Dragon. Decides not to go anywhere close to Schoenfire or Destiny. Smart move in my opinion.
Yeah, let's have a look at this. This was Shern engaging onto Suman. That chunks him to half health and gets rid of the ulti. But it was really good of Pac-Man because he isolates the one tank and gets rid of him. Now all of a sudden the Baron damage is meaningful, but Fantix got onto the back line, absolutely deleted Yuzuki. Aladoric just can't do anything but just wander around this whole team fight. And they had to continue to go back here. One more time, so much damage did go across just because they got rid of the tank at the start of the fight. So smart play out of Pac-Man, but Direwolves, when you're this far ahead, it's going to take a monumental error.
Yeah, it seems like Direwolves are on their way to a 28-minute victory here against the Chiefs. Fesh trying to do what he can to stop this blue buff from being taken down. Direwolves still very patient in their play. Top lane is still alive.
Exactly, there's still a turret to clean up. They're only 13,000 gold ahead. You can't expect them to play too fast and loose, Fish.
Traps have been set up here by Caitlyn. Will be eaten up by Chippies. Fantix sidesteps the rest. They take down the final inner turret with an Ocean Dragon and Baron buff to play. That's a flash forward.
Aladoric got hit.
There's a teleport coming to backlines from Pac-Man, and that doesn't matter because Fesh is down as well. Yuzuki and Suman are trying to run away, split by the explosive cast, and Pac-Man says, where did everyone go? Team! I want my team!
Aladoric gets hit by the ultimate out of King. Really nicely done. Then Shern just dives into the back line. And that's going to be game 25 minutes in.
Pac-Man's going to try and stop this for as long as possible. He's getting locked down, forced to flash out of the Zyra ultimate. Fantix will drop turret aggro with his Sanguine Pool. Pac-Man's trying to run away as Suman puts his life on the line, trying to defend that final turret for himself. Once Fantix might get taken down here. Consolation prize for Suman as he's flashing away now from Chippies, but that's a big Gragas. The charm will attract him for a moment, but the body slam will eventually come through. It's a little bit unfair. He's quite a lot bigger than the Ahri. Now, Direwolves yet to finish this game. The Chiefs are putting up a great last stand, but how much longer can it go on for? Destiny gets taken down. Flash forward from Fesh. Protobell's not going to get him out of that deadly combo. And Pac-Man says, get the heck out of my base. This is my town. But he will fall as well as King eventually picks up the double kill. The Nexus is left open. The Direwolves want some more minions first. They're just not deciding to end the game yet, Spawn. This will eventually fall, and it's 26 minutes in. Direwolves pick up a Game 1 victory against the Chiefs.
And Yuzuki, the true support, decides not to auto-attack Shern as he goes into the fountain. So that kill's attributed to Pac-Man. But in the end of the day, it was a very clear victory. Direwolves didn't even look like they broke up a sweat. Reminded that, you know, they're still top dogs in this town.
Top wolves, you could say.
I mean, is a wolf a breed of a dog, I think?
You can see Hingen's face palming on the corner of my eyes there.
They're a canine at least.
At least?
I can't even work with you today. This is a disaster. But Direwolves did have a very commanding victory there.
Sub 28-minute game coming out from the Direwolves to pick up Game 1 against the Chiefs. And to break down that game really quickly, it will be back to the analyst desk.
Yes, that is a 1-0 series so far for the Puppies. And Mendrix, Minky Whale, when you look at that game, it was just dominant performance from the Direwolves and Chiefs B team looking at all sorts there.
Yeah, it was really clean. They cleaned them up, licked them all out. They were done.
As the cast has said, very calmed, very composed by the Direwolves. They were able just to win their lanes, win the jungle matchup, and just from there, just continually just draw on that advantage.
I mean, when you look at the Direwolves draft, though, do you feel like it is a draft of a team who are going in confident, who don't need to play safe necessarily, who are looking, look, we're just going to dominate from everywhere, we're just going to like take a lot of advantages?
No, I don't feel that in that case. I mean, when I look at that team specifically, or look at that team composition, I feel it's quite normal. It is basically controlled. I mean, if you were really going to look at them going for something where I'm going to dominate you, I'm going to make sure I take control of this game, we're looking at them probably going for a carry top laner. You're going to have a much more aggressive support. So really everything that I looked there is very actually controlled. These guys played a very standard game.
I mean, their drafts are very versatile. If you look at it, they're trying to take dragons with Zyra, control the jungle with Rengar, and just to counterpick of Vlad for Ahri. I'm pretty sure they saw the Ahri coming and they're like, okay, we're going to pick Vlad into it, out-sustain, make her back a lot, and just control the bot side. And that's what they did.
Meanwhile, for the Chiefs, a lot of comfort picks for those guys. Nidalee, we've already talked about the Ahri. I mean, Mendrix, is this kind of what these guys have to stick to for the rest of the series?
That is what they're going to have to stick to. I mean, this is what they're supposed to be, their bread and butter when it comes to the solo queue. This is what they were recognized for, so they really do need to stick to it. Just make it work a little bit better. See if they can actually stop that control from happening. And it is sort of because of that gambit they took in that early game. Fesh, he's on Nidalee. He wants to be aggressive early. He goes towards Shernfire, see if he can actually get a cheeky sort of cheese kill off the back of it. Ends up biting the bullet for it, and Shern gets ahead.
So was there anything particular for this Direwolves game that made you think going forward into the final round of OPL and then the Gauntlet that makes you think, they are champions to be contended with?
This game was definitely a statement game. These guys just saying, you know what? I mean, even at the beginning of the game, you said, we looked at them, they said they look a bit tired. Perhaps they were even doing a bit of Zen meditation and guys are prepared for this. And really, you can see them just bringing everything together here, all the control, all the wards that are littered around the map. It's very easy for them to just jump in with a team composition that they've managed to put together and say, yep, here is us just going for this gank. We just want to get this turret. This is the purpose that we go for here. And really, it is, them getting the kills there. It's just them saying, yep, you're in our way for the turret. So we're not here to just get the kills. We're here for the turret.
Yeah, well, what he said, they have a game plan and they just followed through. There was no errors there by Direwolves. I think they played that almost perfect.
Almost perfect. I mean, Shernfire was a little bit aggressive, and that's why he ended up falling down there. But the thing is that aggressiveness ended up buying a number of turrets for the rest of the team. It wasn't really a mistake. It was just him sort of trying to draw out and him paying the price for it.
Well, let's take a look at this Baron fight as well, because I know that's something else you want to shout out.
So, I mean, what I like about this Baron play here, I mean, I'm very unfortunate that Fesh did die being caught out early. That is what happens when you do the face check. This is Chief's real chance to actually make the fight back. That's why Direwolves were a little bit, concerned about taking it the first time. That's why they held back before they went for it. As you can see, Chiefs were able to get some more kills off the back of it. And really, it was them saying, it was really just Direwolves too far ahead. They had the jungler down. They knew it was going to be a 50-50 smite still. And so they were able to just say, yep, that's fine. We were very close to losing that because some people fell down a bit early, but in the end, they were just too strong.
Well, for Direwolves, I mean, they have talked a lot, especially their bot lane, about how they're just there to unlock Shern as a jungler. But I want to take a look at this Zyra graphic, Mendrix, because Destiny in that game, he really popped off.
Oh, yes, and it's not just like him in this specific game. Whenever he gets Zyra, he does pop off. I mean, he's got one of the best KDAs on this specific champion, and really he just shows that it is his pocket pick. He is extremely comfortable on it, and even though she's copped a few nerfs, he's still able to perform with her, which shows he's very well versed with her specifically and very confident to take her into any game.
So, Minky, is this a level of play something that Chiefs should think about banning out in that next game?
Oh, I think Chiefs have a lot of problems, and Zyra probably isn't the main one. They need to stop Shernfire. They need to get control of their jungle. They need to get vision. They need to stop him getting in. In terms of lanes, they're losing every lane again, so they need to find matchups that they can go even on. Bot lane did okay until Shern started ganking. Jungler was behind, mid was behind, top was behind. So those should be their priorities, not the Zyra and bot. All
right, well, there you have it. Direwolves are currently up at 1-0 over Chiefs, but don't go anywhere because we'll be back with Game 2 right after this.
Flashes away immediately, gets jumped on by Shernfire. That's a big mistake, and he knew it as soon as he flashed over. Quickly caught by Shern, jumps on top of Suman, who gets that last tick away, but a flash forward for Shernfire takes him down. Whoa, that's a flash forward on the Suman. Double flash from the Direwolves. And they're sending Shernfire in as well. He'll take up the turret. Ultimate comes out from Chippy's, forces a flash away by Yuzuki. Charges the Poppy Copper, knocks out Gragas. So this is a 4-4 to keep things on by Yuzuki. Where did you go? Just disappears from Summoner's Rift. King will get charmed up. No, maybe not. Almost dies here. That's not a night ticket, just a Morello. Not
it was a night.
Does eventually get taken down there. I believe Baron was assisting with that. Aladora gets knocked back into the team. Fantix is able to pick up a kill for himself. Pac-Man gets revenge and take down Chippies. The Direwolves, they're going to get an ace. Of course, Baron buff for himself.
Yeah.
Destiny gets taken down. Flash forward from Fesh. Protobell's not going to get him out of that deadly combo. And Pac-Man says, get the heck out of my base. This is my town. But he will fall as well as King eventually picks up the double kill.
Not for me.
My prey thinks itself clever.
Feels good to stretch my wings. Bring it. Pick on someone my size.
Welcome back to your OPL Saturday for Round 9. My name is Michael Hingisting. You can follow along on social media, hashtag I'mOPL, or along on our website, ost.lolesports.com. I'm joined here by Minky Whale and also Mendrix before we get into Game 2 of this second match of the day. Direwolves currently up 1-0. Before we get into this, Minky, you just saw that Galio video there, and you were saying, like, I really want to play this OP champ.
I love Galio. I've been playing him a lot in solo queue, and I hope that he gets picked up in the OPL.
Yeah, well, who knows? Because 7.6 is only a week away. We don't know if this champion is going to be activated, but if it is, Mendrix, do you think we're going to see some of it?
Oh, I really hope so. If not, definitely going to be banned out. I mean, this guy, he's sort of, again, Shen meets who's the word I'm looking for? Shen means Pantheon is sort of what he comes together with. When those two champions sort of collide, he's able to jump straight onto someone to help them out, but it's not technically perfect. He's still got sort of AoE effects, not that single target effect.
All right, well, let's go back to 7.5 because that is the patch we are playing on today. And with this match, Chiefs versus Direwolves, top of the table clash, but Chiefs obviously fielding a B team roster because 4 of their members have got that competitive ruling against them for this week. And that first performance out of Direwolves, incredibly dominant. But Chiefs, can they claw it back, Mendrix?
What I'd like to see them do is put some more priority on the jungle. That's the big thing I'd like to see them do. And reason being is we saw Sunfire just sort of go through and pick everything apart surgically afterwards. Fesh had a really tough time. Was because he did decide to go for something a little bit cheeky and try to get the kill. But the big thing is if you can get yourself a fast clearing jungler, that way can sort of stop him from entering in or really giving you a hard time, gives you a chance to sort of help out your other lanes.
Yeah, I mean, Minky, let me ask you about this because, you've played around that side of the map with the jungle, right? I want to ask about, it's a long bow to draw. Anyway, look, I'm just looking for segues here, guys. Let's talk about Rengar as a jungle because you need to take it away from Shern because he's just popping off on it. But if Graves is banned, if Graves isn't banned, is Graves a viable alternative?
Definitely. So the thing with Shern is he jungles very quickly, or he plays junglers that clear very quickly. And what happens is he clears his jungle, he goes into the enemy jungle, clears their jungle. So I think putting Shern on a slower jungler, maybe one with less sustain, or one that is more risky to invade with, would be advantageous for the Chiefs here.
All right.
So putting him on Kha'Zix or Lee Sin, that will give Fesh more room to move, and the level disparity won't be as great if he gets counter jungled.
The main issue, though, that the Chiefs have to worry about is they're no longer going to be on blue side. They are going to be on red side. So that means that they're not going to have that first pick advantage. And if Direwolves continue to give that priority to Shern and then Rengar's up, or you leave the Rengar up, it's probably going to go towards him.
Sure, but they had the option to pick it up in that first game, and they didn't. They chose to go for Nidalee instead, and to pick up the Lulu first. I mean, they seem like they're just playing comfort picks, right?
Yeah, I mean, when you're up against a team that's better than you and you just know it, you have to pick something you're comfortable with. You have to find an edge. And I feel like Chiefs tried, and they'll probably try again, which is great. They just need to recognize kind of how they lost and kind of work around it.
Sure. Well, Mendrix, what other comfort picks could we feasibly see out of these guys? Because you would have cast a lot of these guys in the OCS.
So one of the things I would like to see Fesh on is possibly get himself on a leash. She's got some decent sort of clear, is able to sort of enable the rest of the teams around the map. And considering most of these Direwolves Direwolves laners are going to be pushing up pretty effectively, pushing up aggressively, it means that it unlocks a leash to sort of get in there, get that cocoon, lock someone down. She's got good burst damage, means you can isolate one lane and get an advantage somewhere on the map.
Outside of the jungle, looking to bot lane though, when you look at Aladoric and Yuzuki, I mean, these are guys who OPL viewers wouldn't have seen a lot before last week. So what can we expect out of them? Potentially, in terms of pocket picks.
I have seen him play Lucian. That is on Aldrich. That's something that's possibly that could come out. Yuzuki has been known to play Braum back in the OCS days. Has made a transition towards those utility supports. But if I can get him on Braum, that'd be fantastic to have that Lucian Braum combination.
Yeah, I mean, Minky, that's a legacy special. It's a Soul Strikes special, right? The Lucian Braum.
Yeah, well,
these guys have played for the B team, right?
Their bot lane, Chiefs bot lane is the legacy Genesis bot lane, so they'll be very used to playing Lucian Braum. And if they do pull it out, it'll be good for them because they get that early game pressure and they can maybe transition that to Shernfire's jungle, put some pressure on him.
Right. Well, earlier today, we also talked about top lane Pac-Man. It's Chippy's, obviously Pac-Man, liking to play those tanks, picked up Poppy that game, and a lot of bans as well in the top lane. We saw Camille being banned out, and I think Fiora was banned out as well by the end. Do you expect them to be able to maybe think about putting Pac-Man on a tank this time around going into Chippy's?
I mean, he did have the Poppy last time, so that is specifically a tank that he had there. And, I mean, it just sort of comes down to which tank do you want to put him on. Poppy seems to have a little bit... She's got great CC control, but the thing is that she tends to get pushed around a little bit by the Gragas in that early game. So the thing is that you saw it happen. Chippy's did a great job to push him out, force him away, and really you want to put something maybe a bit more lane priority, perhaps a Shen if possible, maybe gives him a little bit more control, and then allows him to be there to protect the rest of his team when Shernfire inevitably does go for those ganks.
Sorry, I may have misspoke. I was asking if Pac-Man, if you think they could feasibly put him on a carry.
Oh, feasibly put him on a carry. I mean, they did actually ban out the cannon. That's something that's specifically targeted at the Pac-Man. So a little bit of respect was given to him there. If they were going to put him on another carry, I guess it could possibly be the Swain or perhaps maybe even a Nasus if you're going to really go crazy.
Pac-Man can play Kale, so they could put him on a Kale. The thing with Pac-Man is he'll lose a 1v1 tank matchup in the lane phase to Chippies. Where he shines is in the mid game when he transitions. So I think the key to top lane anyway is to keep the lane as even as possible.
Yeah, right. Okay, so just don't fall behind is what you're saying for Pac-Man. And finally, let's talk about mid lane before we get into this game because the Direwolves are just sitting back down now. And Suman, Fantix, I mean, Fantix looked all over him that game.
Yeah, he really was on top of him, and it does come down to the fact that these guys are going to be both mechanically great players. Once one manages to get a decent advantage, they'll manage to push it through.
All right, well, that is enough from us here at the Analyst Desk. It is time for Game 2 of our second match of the day, so let's throw it over to your casters, Fish and Spawn.
Thank you very much. He's about to get into the second match here with the Direwolves. Again, going to be looking to hunt down their prey, the Chiefs, who unfortunately had a very sloppy game one there, Spawn.
Yeah, they certainly did, and they are all on comfort. I mean, when you have a look at it, Pac-Man, big poppy player, Fesh loves the Nidalee. However, I want to talk about the overall game plan, because it looked like the Chiefs tried to play that one really standard. And I understand that you had a good week last week. Let's just try and continue to do the same things. However, if you're the Chiefs going into this game, you have to attack a part of the map. And I think that part of the map has to be Shernfire Fantix. I don't want to see any bans that aren't directed at Shern or Fantix, because that's the area where the Chiefs need to be able to rip it open. If you can get the middle of the map exposed, you can rotate those two people into other areas and really look to attack, you know, the Chippies overextension, the King overextension. However, you're not going to be able to do that if they're on Vladimir, Rengar, two of the strongest champions in their role.
Well, the Chiefs have already got rid of one of those champions. Again, though, Direwolves, they ban out Annie, and I believe Fantix during his interview said that they were up against an Annie one-trick.
Old school. Apparently, Aladoric used to play a lot of Annie under another name. Apparently, it tilts him. I don't know. Someone tweeted at me. They had Direwolves analyst in their name. So I'll believe him for now. But seems strange still.
Yeah, LeBlanc and Ari are the final bans that come out from Direwolves, so a lot of respect towards Sealman. And no Vladimir ban. Instead, Jace is the final ban that comes out from the Chiefs. And
there we go.
does live Camille up.
But that's fine. That's what I want to see. I want to see them take Camille. I want to see Pac-Man play a tank into it, like a Shen, a Poppy, or a Tahm Kench. All of them do completely fine into Camille, especially since the nerfs. And then I want to just see them continue trying to go back to this mid lane and trying to attack Fantix. It's not like, I'm not saying it's a foolproof strategy. Fantix is a strong player. He's definitely not the weakest player on their team. I just think that that is the one way the Chiefs can get a look in. Elise would be a perfect ganking jungler. Not because of a healthy clear. Get Moby Boots, gank mid lane from like every angle possible.
And then they take Lulu as their supportive choice. So it seems like Yuzuki, all of the smashes in the OPL are going to be on the little purple Yordle.
Yeah,
Shernfire picks up Kha'Zix, and there's the Fantix Vladimir pick.
Yeah, and I was going to say that's the one danger of this is that you attack a part of the map and then you still leave up Vladimir, which I think is better. Like, you should have gone the Vlad ban over the Jace ban, in my opinion. Because now what are you going to run into Vlad that you can really consistently camp out on?
But we do get the Tahm Kench pick up for Pac-Man. He's taken now 5-8 with this champion in the exact same matchup. Now he wants Chippies.
He also played it into Chippies in this matchup. We have a little bit of selective memory with Pac-Man because he is such a lovable character.
Yes.
He got his head metaphorically kicked off his shoulders by Camille.
Don't want to talk about it.
When he played this matchup into it. He said it was a little bit of a counter pick. I didn't believe him at that stage because he got solo killed.
What do you mean? He beat 5-8 in that matchup. Moving forward, the bans are going through for both Chiefs and Direwolves in the second ban rotation. Zyra being banned out here. They don't want to deal with Destiny support again. Echo is another ban coming out from the Direwolves. Targeted towards Sealman, I believe.
Yeah, it certainly is. Potentially don't want him to be on an assassin. I don't know really where the Chiefs go from here because so many of the strong picks have been taken away. Potentially you can run something like a Talon into the lane, but then you have to gank pre-6. Because if you do not gank pre-6, Talon is going to get destroyed. And that really does telegraph the pick. I was going to say Zed, but that's kind of a similar story. So we'll see what Suman wants to play and whether Aladoric goes towards a Lucian for lane priority or whether he sticks with something a little bit longer range.
Yep, so there is the Zed ban as well as the Karma ban. I believe Orianna into this matchup does very well against Vladimir.
But they don't need an Ori. This is the problem. I mean, an Ori is a standard pick that traits farm very well versus Vladimir. It does a similar thing in the team fighting phase. What you need is something that kills Fantix. Like a Quinn. Give me a Quinn.
So now the Direwolves, they're going to be locking in Lucian and Brom, taking a page out of the Legacy notebook.
You can see they're actually chuckling a fair amount. Of course, King, former AD carry for Legacy, former AD carry for Direwolves before that. Actually was known for his Lucian as well as his Graves play back before Graves was reworked. So excited to see him on that pick.
And the final pick for the Chiefs, for this man on your screen, Suman. He had to pick up a mid laner. See, discussing intently with his team. Let's see if he goes towards that more control route, or if he goes for the kill, and Cassidy gets locked in for Suman in the mid lane.
All right, so maybe not early game kill threat, but the kill threat's definitely there. If you get Suman big, he will be able to carry the game. Cassidy is one of the few characters in League of Legends left that can genuinely 1v5 if you get him ahead. Also is good into Vladimir. They trade Qs rather effectively, and then you just keep your mana topped off. But elsewhere on the map, I think bottom lane, big kill lane for Direwolves. Top lane, big kill lane for Direwolves, and Shern does have the more aggressive jungler. So this is still backs against the wall for the Chiefs, but at least they've given themselves an avenue to attack from.
Yeah, it does seem like Direwolves have picked up another great team composition coming into here, but very little engage from the Wolves in this match. I think they're really relying on overpowering their opponents. Maybe a cheeky Braum.
Yeah, definitely agree. I mean, Braum can jump in there with Camille. The thing about Braum is he needs someone to go first, then he can follow and be the frontline tank. So if Chippies goes in, then Braum obviously going to be able to follow with the stand behind me and be able to help out. The reason we're not saying Chippies is a tank, because realistically, Camille builds damage and stacks health. It's not really all that tanky, especially against Blade of the King, Ruin King users like Ezreal. So definitely need some help out in there.
Yep.
But I still love their skirmish. I think that in 2v2s and 3v3s, you could not ask for 5 better champions unless you traded out the jungler for Rengar.
Yep, especially when they pick up the Blade of the King ruined items later on in the match. For the side of the Chiefs, though, going back to comfort again, it seems, Spawn.
Yeah, it certainly are. I mean, it's a pretty comfortable team. Obviously, this is probably going to be their last game together. I like the fact that they've gone for statement. I like the fact that they've picked up their kind of champions. And I think that if they have a better showing, obviously they don't want to be 26-minute games, but if they're able to have a decent early game, hopefully they get to a mid-game and make this interesting.
And I mean, they can still play spoiler. Currently, Legacy are only sitting at 21 points, 19 points for Direwolves and Chiefs. If the Chiefs can pick up a single match victory here.
Yep.
That means that Legacy stay top of the table, and it's in their hands to qualify for the Grand Finals. Whereas Direwolves, they pick up a 2-0 here against the Chiefs. They then have it in their hands to make sure they can head straight to the Grand Finals. For now, though, let's check in with one of the coaches. I believe it's Sharp, who is standing by with Hingers.
Thanks very much, guys. I'm here with Sharp, and I want to start by asking about this Annie ban. It's been in 2 games right now. Is that like a legitimate threat to you guys? I mean, because Fantix talked about it in the interview as well.
Yeah, they have a pretty infamous Annie one-trick on their team, so we wanted to take that off the table just to get rid of any cheese that they could pull out.
So you guys see it as legitimate. This isn't like a meta ban trying to tilt him by getting into his head.
Nah, that's just a legit ban.
All right, cool. So with the rest of your team comp, we see the Braum Lucian. What is your sort of strategy behind that as well?
Yeah, Lucian Braum's a bit of like it's a really dynamic duo type thing, and they have really good synergy with the Braum passive and the Lucian passive together. But yeah, it's really quite strong, and especially for strong laners like King and Destiny, they can pull off that combo really well and snowball their advantage. So yeah, that's why we picked it.
Excellent stuff. Well, best of luck in the match today, and thank you for speaking to us.
Awesome.
There you go. Very scared of the Annie here.
Well, the cheese is a genuine concern, right?
It is.
I used to run lots of kill lanes with Antibot. Obviously, never played a pro, but I like to do it in solo queue a little bit. However, there was nothing else this game. Like last game, you can argue the Ahri. This time around, I mean, they have definitely forced the Chiefs lineup onto some uncomfortable picks. And Fantix doing the right thing here. The focus against laning against Cassidy should be to clear out minions, and then when there's few minions left, auto-attack harass. You don't even really need to harass with skills because he does have the anti-magic shield.
Yep.
What that means is that minions don't return fire onto you and you're against a melee opponent. So he's not really going to be able to attack you back either until level 6. What you don't want to do is walk up level 1 when there's 6 creeps and start auto-attacking him. Because what that's going to do is the minions turn around and they start punching you back just as hard as what you hit Suman. And it makes for an uneven trade.
Suman has started with Dark Seal Potions, though. So has 3 more, I believe. 3 biscuits remaining. So sustaining very well in this lane so far. Do checking with the top side map. Pac-Man against Chippies. Everything's fairly even for now. Might have to see if he can put up the same performance we saw him do against 5-2-8 last week?
Fesh has actually got the opportunity to spot out the fact that most likely not going to be on this side of the map. He can wait for the creep wave to crash and then go for a gank. However, underneath the turret this far, probably not the right lane to gank, so you can see. Just sticks around for a little bit, now goes in.
Yep, looking to see what he can do against Fantix. But
Fan's a
flash.
flash.
A flash, wow.
So Fantix mustn't have pull. Must have just been using the Qs to harass that much that he didn't take pull. And gets the flash out.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Aladoric going to get jumped on here. Braum passive does come through. Exhaust already being used. Destiny gets a few cheeky punches through his door. We'll be able to get back to safety.
Yuzuki missing the Q is pretty big there. Because honestly, they probably should have been able to turn that one back around. Maybe not get the summoner spell out. And, not again.
Onto the blast cone, takes him with him towards the other side of the map. Oh, Cocoon's not going to connect coming out from Fesh.
And you can see Suminen's actually ready to rotate. So Fesh missing that Cocoon is a pretty big story. At least this time, he doesn't get solo killed, and Shern's only going to be able to look top lane. Don't know if it's a good dive onto Tahm Kench, although they do a lot of damage, so potential is there, Fish.
Yep, so instead he goes straight towards the Krug camp. Going to take that one away from Fesh. Yeah, like you mentioned already. Shernfire getting the upper hand against Fesh. Fesh goes into his jungle, finds nothing. Shernfire takes Krugs and forces Fesh out of his own jungle. And Sealman, as he's playing Cassidy,
teleports back with nothing.
Didn't buy anything. Interesting choice.
Potentially just wants a catalyst and is like 200 gold away. So was just hoping to get back for these two creep waves and then be able to get back for another shot. But that is a bizarre way to spend teleport.
It is. We'll have to see if it pays off for Sealman. So he's pushing the wave. Now is going back to base. So potentially does have that big purchase for himself. 28 CS to 31. That teleport is giving him some saving grace in the mid lane. You do expect Casson to fall behind, so it's going to be natural.
And I didn't think he had enough catalyst. So he's gone back. He's got himself a ring and null magic mantle as well as 2 biscuits. Now Fesh caught out.
Yep. Braum passive going to come through. Flash forward. We'll be able to take that down. Ignite's ticking as well. The W hits the spider leaves, but it doesn't matter because that's first blood. And heal being used by Aladoric. He's arcane shift over the wall to get back to safety.
Too slow on the heal. It healed Yuzuki. He had flash available, and Yuzuki flashed to try and get in range for a shield. Aladoric definitely should have pulled the trigger on that one earlier, and Fesh falls down. Does get 2 summoner spells out of the bottom lane, but it's 2 used in response.
With the Unbreakable down, that was potentially go for a 3-on-2.
Yeah, definitely.
Turn it around. But will be King that picks up first blood here in this game.
And the only real lane that is going anywhere near well is the top lane right now. So the Pac-Man is still doing his job up against Chippies, but Chippies really doesn't care all that much. He just wants to be the split pushing threat as the game progresses, so we'll be more than content to let Pac-Man farm.
Suman's still trying to do what he can underneath this turret. Fantix has picked up a Negatron Cloak very early here.
Yeah, that's generally how Vlad's build. You don't build it into Spirit Visage anymore, so if that doesn't even build out of a Negatron, you generally hold it for what is going to be a very late 2 or 3 item Abyssal Scepter. Now Shern looking for top lane's gank. Of course, this is one of the weaknesses.
Yeah, Pac-Man's been locked down by Chippy's ultimate. Shernfire will jump in. He eats up Chippies, but he will get taken down here. Good gank from Shernfire.
Yeah, really nicely done. I mean, he gets in through the jungle. You can see straight away the wards go out from the Chiefs if we need to keep this warded because we can't really fight Shern. And that gives Chippies the advantage in the lane right now. So across the board, really nicely done.
Suman now being very aggressive here against Fantix. Opting to jump straight on top of the Vladimir. He needs to start getting this Cassidy rolling. Now that he's hit level 6, he needs to find opportunities to strike. Shernfire wants his red buff. Fesh waiting in the wings. It's level 5. Chippies cancels his recall. Fesh, don't show yourself. You're in trouble now, buddy. As the stun comes through, the leap will come out from the Kha'Zix. Pac-Man's got himself up here. Suman's now coming through. Let's see if they can get kills. Shernfire is going to be the first one to flash away, but Fesh will be the first to fall. Suman left with a sliver of health, and Pac-Man is chasing the Kha'Zix. Will flash forward, gets a kill for himself. Pops the grey health, lives to fight another day. Just a 1-for-1 jungle trade.
Yeah, not a bad trade either, because the kill does go over onto Pac-Man, although Fantix grabs one in response. I think it's important for Pac-Man to be able to match Chippies, and Red Buff's going to help out in that regard. So good collapse out of the Chiefs, but still a 2,000 gold lead for Direwolves, let's take another look. So Fesh goes in really early, but does bait out a lot with his repel, and then he's able to be made invulnerable for so long. He actually cues the wrong target here. Cues Fantix as Shern's flashing away, so just a little bit of a micro mistake will means that he falls down. And Suman continues to bait, which means that Shern thinks he has a way to get another kill. Will ultimately mean his demise. Probably should have just backed out. I think Fantix would have had that team fight solo. But 1-for-1 trade. Red buff going over to Direwolves and then transferred back to Pac-Man in the top lane. Pretty even.
Still Fesh going early and repelling down quite early as well to get into the time catch.
Oh, being invaded again. Level 6 to level 5 still was spotted out here with Shern.
That's a great dodge from Shernfire. He's going to go straight for Fesh. He doesn't want this blue buff. You even get Destiny jumping on top to pick up the assist here. Smite will clear that one for the Direwolves. He's now 2 levels up over Fesh, having a great performance in this best of 3.
Yeah, Shern is just a monster today. Really has showed up to play. You can see that this is pretty much what he wanted to be able to do. 2 different junglers going towards, once again, a very early Warriors. He gets an early Infernal Dragon again. Kha'Zix eats these up very quickly. And bottom lane still winning out by 20 CS and a kill. So everything looks fine in the Direwolves camp in game 2.
Yep. 4 kills to 1. As you mentioned, 3,000 gold up. Pac-Man looking to try and fight Chippy's here. Tongue Lash will be able to slow him down a little bit, but Chippy's knows don't fight the Kench with the red buff.
Also, with the Ninja Tabby, you just are not going to do any damage against him at this stage of the game.
Surefire will take an Infernal Dragon onto Direwolves. Bottom side of the map, Aladoric again falling behind his CS against King. 20 CS down. Not having a great time.
Certainly isn't, especially when Yuzuki unfortunately can't help him CS because he steals it away. You can see that this mid lane Cassidy pick really hasn't worked out all that much so far, Fish. Oh! Couldn't get in range for the eat.
Yep, was looking for it. Chippy does get back to safety. Shernfire even taking blue buff for himself here.
Potentially a 3-man dive coming up into this top lane, though.
Human's looking for it. They do have the jungler right behind him. Ultimate gets popped by Chippies. He'll get locked down, should fall. But Human's taking so much damage already. Flashes over the wall. Red buff is ticking. But the potions and Dark Seal are enough. Fantix, though, flashes forward. Hemo play should be enough to take down Human, but the Void Spikes will be able to pick up the kill. 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, really nicely done, and they're still going for it.
That is painful. Pac-Man's charging on forward. Double kill for Shern. Fesh, only member left alive. It's a 1-on-1.
And he's 2 levels down still. Gets the cocoon, though.
Still wants it. No mana available for Fesh. Shernfire wants it. Repel comes out. Jumps back down. The jump forward. And Shernfire gets that kill.
Able to outplay. In the end, makes it a 3-for-1. And Shern 4-1 and 2 looks really impressive versus the Chiefs. Teleport being burned to get Suman back into the mid lane again, but he's just missing out on so many creeps, Fish. And unfortunately, this game is right back to where game 1 was for the Chiefs. Proactive moves this time around, but still huge discrepancy in the jungle. In fact, this time it's worse, 3 levels.
Yeah. And it's a 4,000 gold lead at the moment for the Direwolves. Being very comfortable in this match because the Chiefs, again, game 1 was a statement game. That's all game 2 really needs to be as well, as we take a look at that fight again.
Yeah, so this is just Shern being persistent and sticking with it. Knows that he's got enough damage. Pac-Man thinks that he can maybe use Grey Health to survive a little bit more. He cannot. And this is where it gets really creative, because this is honestly really good mechanics to be able to get up in the air. But Shern held his abilities, had passive back available from coming out of the brush and Fog of War. So it was well played. And Shern now off the back end of that is untouchable again.
Yep. He's been having a great game.
He's been having a great 3 weeks.
I mean, since Sybil stopped playing on the Direwolf, Shernfire's really stepped up. It's bottom lane, Aladoric.
Top lane. Pac-Man's probably dead as well.
He's almost dead. Chippies, though.
He's also almost dead. In fact, Chippies are going to fall.
Oh, that's a stun. That's a neat. Fesh picks up that kill.
Really nicely done from Pac-Man. Reads the gank. Oh, they're flashing on Shern.
Yep, he's going to get eaten up here. One more auto attack. Pac-Man, auto attack him, and then nom nom nom, buddy. Fesh going to take a lot of damage, but he spits the Kha'Zix out on the Elise. He'll get taken down. Shernfire trying to run for his life. Pac-Man, you need that tongue lash. Oh, no, he can't get the stun he wanted. And Shernfire is going to be able to live.
Yeah, nice outplay from Shern again, but Pac-Man and Fesh had the right idea. I think what he was looking for was the alley-oop from the spit. He wanted to be able to shoot him out and then get the cocoon, but obviously he wasn't back off cooldown. Shern's still healing up with all those potions, so he's going to be completely fine. 2-5-1. Fesh, unfortunately, has been outclassed, I think it's fair to say, in the jungle. Let's have a look at this trade one more time. Pac-Man gets the eat. Of course, it does so much damage at this stage, and then just good auto attack resets off the tongue lash. I mean, no one really plays top TK like Pac-Man does. Good stun into Cocoon. Really secures that kill. But as you can see, going for Shern, he just does so much damage at this stage of the game.
Why is he not auto-attacking there? He took so long to get that last auto-attack down to get the eat up. And as you can see, Fesh pays for it with his life.
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, it's always hard. Doesn't have the cleanest auto-attack animation on time game.
He doesn't.
Going in the mid lane, another gank. Shern doesn't want it. Instead, they're just going to zone for first turret.
Yeah, first turret should fall on the mid lane. Fantix
could fall in the bottom lane, actually, Fish.
Potentially. Direwolves just had pressure all throughout the mid lane and bottom side of the map. It's only really Pac-Man who's holding his own. Both turrets fall.
Simultaneously, the coordination. Whew. I haven't seen synchronized turret taking like that since the 80s.
The Wolfpack Hunters one spawn. Chippies is still just trying to farm up in this lane. You can see Pac-Man's a level up over the Camille.
Pac-Man's completely fine. I mean, he's just stacked armor to what is a purely physical, apart from a little bit of true damage in Camille's kit. You can see that Fesh, like a dog with a bone, wants back in.
Yep, Chippies is going to rotate around, but Destiny's here, eats the Cocoon, puts up the Unbreakable. Chippy decides not to dive back in.
Obviously a mad life play there out of Fesh. Predicted the Braum rotation and subsequent dive in.
That's where you type calculated in all chat.
Exactly right. But in all seriousness, this game has deteriorated as rapidly as the first one.
Yep, and they're going for a kill onto Pac-Man here. Decided not to take up the turret, but that turret falls, and now Chippy says, all right, let's lock him down in the arena. Get this Cane Toad sorted. As the stun will go through, Fesh comes up and just watches as his top laner dies. And King's flash forward. Going to put a lot of bullets in towards this Elise. Comes back down, tries to take down the top laner, but King gets that kill.
Yeah, you can see in the bottom lane, the Kha'Zix is in again.
Oh, Fantix is getting down here. Aladoric and Yuzuki, run for your life, my friends, because the bug is hunting. Yuzuki is going to get hit by the Hemo Plague. Fantix does not have enough blood rush to continue chasing down the Lulu. He gets out with his life.
And this game is potentially worse than the first one for the Chiefs because it's going to be 10,000 gold at 15 minutes in. Chippies is now accelerated, although now Suman wants Fantix.
Yep, Fantix goes toe-to-toe, says, I'm at half health, but I don't care. I'm Vladimir. Come fight me. Aww.
No one wants to fight anyone at this stage of the game, Fish.
And Turnfire says, you guys, you can do you. I'm going to be one with my dragons. Takes down another Infernal Dragon for his team. Mountain's up next. Chiefs might not be too happy with that.
Oof, and look at the gold advantages. Even though Pac-Man's been able to hold his own, he's still 1,000 down just because of global gold. Everywhere else, 2,000 gold minimums. Nearly 3,000 for the junglers at this stage of the game.
It's a disaster at best.
This is shellacking.
Direwolves looking for another clinical finish. No perfect game like we saw Legacy against Tainted Minds, but take what they can get.
This is, you know, this is what you expect. The Chiefs are a team that have been together for a week. They had to sub in players due to suspension, and that's what happens when your players get suspended. And all of a sudden, you know, Direwolves, they're a very good team. They're top 3 for a reason. They're showing that they're, you know, very well coached and well trained unit. So I don't think anyone's really all that shocked by this kind of performance from the Direwolves.
And when the suspension first came out, a lot of people on Twitter were talking about how it doesn't really affect the Chiefs because they weren't going to finish first. But if they were here today and they picked up a 2-0 victory,
probably would have finished first.
They would have finished first if they can pick up another 2-0 next week. So now they're going to have to fight back from the Gauntlet. Obviously, the Gauntlet has been locked in.
And the scary thing for the Chiefs,
haven't been.
the scary thing for the Chiefs is they fall to 3rd now. So they're increasing the amount of matches played by 2. And 2 BO5s is huge. A lot of unknown there, especially with Sin rolling the way that they are right now. Not going to be able to take anything for granted.
Well, Fantix has been caught out here by Fesh, but who's actually caught who? Wildgrowth gets put onto the Spider, but the Direwolves pile on in. Yuzuki gets taken down first. Fantix is flashing on forward. Fesh almost falls, or is he going to fall? He does! Ignite ticks through. They pick up another kill here, and it's only Pac-Man left standing with Suman, who's recalling off the other side of the map. They lock him down with the Camille ultimate. They pick up a kill. They're diving between turrets, and they're onto the inhibitor next.
And this is just a bloodbath. They're going to be able to break the base at 18 minutes in the top lane. They're going to be able to pick up an inhibitor. No one can kill super creeps at this stage of the game, by the way. And it was just one more time. I mean, Pantic's too tanky, and Churn goes in.
He wants more kills. I mean, 8's not enough, Spawn. Needs to get up to 10. Meet his quota. If not, doesn't get food tonight. For now, Destiny and King looking to try and take down more turrets.
That's a joke, by the way. That is a joke.
Direwolves will be able to take down another turret, but
here comes a teleport play. There's 2 of them, I think.
Pac-Man?
Only going to be Pac-Man. I thought that maybe Suman might be coming with it.
But who's collapsed on who? Because the Direwolves have found a juicy toad for themselves. Pac-Man down to half health. Fesh trying to help over the walls. The rest of the team will try to get in there. How is he? He stayed alive for quite some time, but Fantix is right behind Aladoric. Yuzuki's going to try and dash away. Yuzuki's already hopping out. The shields will come through. Destiny puts up the shield. King still aggressively going forward. Finally, Suman jumps back in. Now going toe-to-toe against King. Jumps away. Shonefire just chasing on slowly. And they're going towards the wrong side of the map, Spawn. I don't think they know that that's not their base. Chiefs, you're red.
Know.
You're red, not blue.
I think they know, Fish. There's just nothing they can do. Because at 19 minutes into the game, they're 15,000 gold down.
What?
And there is a 2-1 and 4. I've seen all the aliens. And none of them were as scary as Shernfire right now.
Well, Yuzuki's surviving, Spawn. He doesn't have a crew with him, but he's already escaped one jump. Oh, he's done this, the do-si-do.
Yeah, get over the wall.
Get to the front. No, he's just going to keep running. Shernfire might be able to jump through. Void Spike, slow him down. No, Yuzuki. No.
You were supposed to be the chosen one, Yuzuki. How did the aliens get back onto the spaceship if Shern kills them all? I don't know.
They don't.
There's plot holes in this movie as thick as anything.
Pac-Man's going toe-to-toe against Fantix here, but Shernfire jumps over through. There's more aliens, Spawn. They're everywhere. And Pac-Man Fesh just dies watching him. He wasn't even involved in that fight.
I mean, right now, Stiff Breeze would kill Fesh, unfortunately. He's 2-9-1 and level 10. And this game has been a one-sided affair. And, you know, this shows really promising signs for the Direwolves.
It does.
I mean, the concentration is there. They've played 2 really good team comps. They've been able to clean this up in, I think, like, what is it going to be, 45 minutes of game time?
Yep. Less than 45 minutes, I believe. They keep up this work. Another inhibitor turret falls. Direwolves move straight towards bottom side of the map. This turret's going to fall next. King with double buffs just melts these turrets. And the Chiefs just watch helplessly as their base gets destroyed. It's being ransacked on as Pac-Man charges on in, leads the group. The Special Forces are slowly being collapsed upon, and Fesh has to repel away, gets knocked up immediately by the Braum. The culling comes through for King, is on top of Aladoric, who gets taken down by a wild Chippies, who just appears straight in front of the Ezreal. Suma's laughing in base. King's flashed underneath the fountain. He wants more kills. No one from this Chief squad is allowed to get out alive, and he gets him underneath the fountain as the Nexus is going to fall as well, and Direwolves top the ladder as they pick up all 3 points here today against the Chiefs.
And in such convincing fashion. I mean, was never really in doubt. This is one of the best teams in the OPL. Such a polished unit going up against, you know, 5 people that have been scrimming together for 10 days. However, you have to be impressed, not with the victory, but the way they achieved victory today. That's a statement series for both Legacy and Chiefs, who are over in North America, heading into this final gauntlet.
Unfortunately, I believe this will be the last time we see this Chiefs roster play in this split of the OPL, but very talented players on the Special Forces roster could definitely be picked up on a good team soon.
Oh, definitely. I mean, go watch the podcast. I say it all there, I think. Individually, all 5 of those players are OPL worthy in my mind. I think that Aladoric, young kid, definitely has a lot to learn, but such good raw talent. And, you know, Direwolves, if you're a top 3 team, you win this game in the exact same fashion that Direwolves did. So credit to Direwolves, but definitely some good individual players on the Chiefs.
And now it is in the hands of the Direwolves to make it all the way to the grand finals as they top the table. But I've just been told I can't keep talking forever. I've got to give some time back to Hingers, who will throw back to the analyst desk.
It's in my contract. No, thank you for joining us and sticking around. Direwolves taking that series over, formerly top of the table, Chiefs 2-0. I'm joined here by Minky Whale and also Mendrix, and that, like the caster said there, was a statement game, a statement series from the Direwolves, Mendrix.
I mean, what can you say? But Shern was a monster that game, really knowing the limitations of how to play Kha'Zix. Was still able to be extremely aggressive, even though they gave some priority to Fesh to get the Elise. And really, at the end of the day, the whole team played so well, but Shernfire really was the shining light there.
And this is how the dream ends for the Special Forces team from the Chiefs, Mickey Well. But like Spawn and Fish said, a lot of teams are going to be looking at these guys and saying, hey, these are potential picks for us for next split or even going forward into 2018.
Yeah, I mean, they're good. Individually, they're really good. It's just Direwolves played perfectly. I mean, their teamwork was just out of this world. Chernfire played nuts. Absolutely nuts.
Just got to count how many wards he placed during that game because they were everywhere. So much good vision from the Direwolves, Mendrix.
Yeah, did pick up a really early Tracker's Knife as well, just to sort of solidify their lead, make sure they keep on gaining control, and it just seems to be the way they win games. They get the control that they need, afterwards they're able to just to hold on afterwards, and it's just really just, again, a statement game for, like Spawn said, a statement game from the Direwolves to really take control.
Well, let's take a look at these picks and bans because kind of the standout for me is the Cassidy mid versus Human on the Chiefs. I mean, Mendrix, do you feel like that kind of played into what the Chiefs were trying to do?
Definitely did, and I think the big thing about it is because it is a late game character, he needs to really get towards roughly that 40-minute mark to really become online and actually take control of the game. 1v5, as Castellans like to do, but never really got there.
Meanwhile, Direwolves picking up your boy Soulstrax's Lucian Brom combo. Thank you, well.
Yeah, well, I think the Lucian Brom combo was just to deny the early game from the Chiefs, just to seal away any chances that they had. And yeah, it worked perfectly. I mean, like, bot lane had control the whole time. Again, they got vision in the jungle, and Chernfire just did the thing.
I do like the idea that the Chiefs put together with their team composition. I mean, if you really look at it, you've got Pac-Man, he's on a comfort pick. You've got that late game insurance with the Cassidy, and then you've got a really safe bottom lane. Spawn touched on it before. You have Ezreal Lulu, possibly one of the strongest lanes you can have in the game because you're just able to stay so safe with what you have, and Elise just to sort of prof up and give some comfort to Fesh.
Well, as we are wrapping up this series, Mendrix, is there anything in particular you want to shout out in terms of play you saw from the Direwolves today?
Really with them, and just again, that world control, specifically Chernfire, really was amazing in both those games, taking absolute control and even knowing the limitations of how we needed to go for those fights. I mean, as you can see here, there seems to be a bit of a decent engage from the Chiefs here to sort of make something happen. There's this off the back of a dive, and Chernfire just continues onwards, knows exactly that he can take this 2v1, knows how strong he is, as you can see, just absolutely in the time Kenshin. Here, again, he just knows his limitations in terms of power. Fesh does his best to sort of hold him off, but Chernfire's like, no worries, I'm the big bug at the moment. I'm more than happy to get the kill off the back of this.
Yeah, this is just like when you're playing solo queue and you're really behind and you just need that kill, I think they were just tilted. They shouldn't have tried to fight him there. They should have took the kill, gone to the tower, recalled.
But instead,
they got
greedy.
They got the claws.
Well, Mendrix, before we wrap up here, is there anything else you want to shout out from Direwolves today? Oh, no, Mingy?
I want to shout out to my boys at Legacy. My 5 boys at Legacy and Destiny over there. He's a cool guy. And my 4th best friend.
Well, the next thing I want to shout out for the Direwolves specifically is their ward control and how they actually had it throughout the entire game. I mean, if we look at the next replay coming up, what you have here is them just littered with control around that side of the map. They're able to find the next, able to find Fesh once again and really just jump straight onto the Chiefs here. And it really is just illustration of the entire game for the Direwolves. We have control, we know how to apply it, and really this is what led to them breaking the base afterwards just because of how strong they were.
Yep. Well, as this is wrapping up, let us throw it over to Spawn now, who's standing by with the victorious Destiny for the interview.
Thanks so much, Angus. 4 weeks, 4 interviews with Destiny. I think we're making this a habit. I like it. Talk to me about the early vision. We talked about it a lot, but it seems to have gone to the next level now. Shern's getting access on trackers every single time. How does he do it?
He just does it. It's just Chernfire things. What can I say? Rank 1 jungler, rank 4 career. He's working on it. He's gotten better. I think he's learning the more he plays with us, so he's getting used to playing competitively. So, yeah, he's really shining.
Yeah, I think that he definitely has stepped up from about that week 5 mark and is really making a stamp on the OPL now. I want to talk about what this win means for Direwolves, however. Now, Destiny's in your own hands, no pun intended. You're top of the table. If you it's 2-0 next week, you go straight to that grand final. Was there a lot of emphasis on, let's just get in, take care of business today, make sure everything is under our control?
Yep, we still played free scrim sets throughout the entire week. We took this game very seriously. It wasn't even though it's a sub roster, we still treated it as if it was the real Chiefs. And yeah, next week we'll do the same to X5.
All right, cool. And with all of that in mind, I mean, you guys now probably have Chiefs that are going to be running into Legacy, running into you guys in the grand final. Who are your eyes on in the end of this season? Is it still the Chiefs' old foe? Is it Legacy? Is it maybe the surprise that Sin have been able to ramp up their play so hard lately?
I want to say Legacy for Minky Whale over there, but I'm sorry, but I think the Chiefs will pull through. They usually do comes playoffs. But yeah, I think Chiefs will win, and we'll verse them in the finals.
All right, and last question. You guys played so much utility. Now the meta's swung. How happy is King being able to play his old school AD carry?
Very, very happy. Caitlyn, Lucian, Cogmore's coming back. Maybe a sneaky Twitch pick that's been starting to rack up. So, yeah, we're very happy in the bot lane right now.
All right, well, congratulations on the 2-0. It was very convincing. Congratulations on top of the table. However, let's throw it back to Hingers to close out the rest of this night.
Thank you, Spawn. Thank you, Destiny. Well, let's take a look at the Radiant medal for today, our best and fairest. And it is, no surprises, going to Shern for his massive games on Rengar and also Kha'Zix today.
And he only got 12 votes out of 24.
Well, I think that's deceptive because we have to we vote and then those votes have to be split up amongst 3 people. So yeah.
So really, like, you seem to get like a good bulk there.
Yeah. So 12 is the max you can get, but there were 24 votes given out across the entire.
Yeah, and it really is just, you know, again, an illustration of how well he played. Absolute control, really took it to Fesh. Didn't really give him a chance to breathe, was just continuously choking him out of that out of his own jungle.
Especially given that we said the analyst desk, look, let's put him on a slow clearing jungler like a Kha'Zix, and then he goes like 12-1. So, Minky, what's your thoughts? Hey, look, let's move along because tomorrow we still have more League of Legends for you to round out round 9 of the OPL. So let's take a look. We're going to start things off with Sin versus Abyss tomorrow. Can Sin continue their winning run after taking down Legacy last week? And then Tannermines versus XL5. XL5 obviously still looking for their first win of the split. In terms of a series, can they take it? Minky, you're going to be here tomorrow, so give me some quick predictions.
All right.
Sin versus Abyss.
Let's go Sin 2-0.
Okay, and Tannermines versus XL5. Could this be XL5's first win?
Oh, yes.
Woohoo!
They'll win one game, maybe.
All right.
2-1 Tannermines.
All right. Well, that is all from us here today. I'd like to thank my guests, Minky Well and also Magix, for being here. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow at 3 p.m. Bye.
See if they can get kills. Churnfire is going to be the first one to flash away, but Fesh will be the first to fall. Zuman left with a sliver of health, and Pac-Man is chasing the Kha'Zix. Will flash forward, gets a kill for himself. Churnfire wants it. Hell comes out, jumps back down, the jump forward, and Churnfire gets that kill. And Pac-Man auto-attack him, and then nom, buddy. Fesh going to take a lot of damage, but he spits the Kha'Zix out on the Elise. He'll get taken down. Churnfire trying to run for his life. Pac-Man, you need that tongue lash. Oh, no, he can't get the stun he wanted. Churnfire's going to be able to live. But the direwolves pile on in. Yuzuki gets taken down first. Fantix is flashing on forward. Fesh almost falls, or is he going to fall? He does. Ignite ticks through. They pick up another kill here, and it's only Pac-Man left standing with Suman, who's recalling off the other side of the map. Fantix here, but Churnfire jumps over through. There's more aliens spawn. They're everywhere. The Pac-Man forward. Fesh just dies watching him. He wants more kills. No one from this Chief squad is allowed to get out alive, and he gets him underneath the fountain as the Nexus is going to fall as well, and Direwolves top the ladder as they pick up all 3 points here today against the Chiefs.